You did, because like I said, these videos I haven't seen in a minute, and
Right.
like this one is really good. So thank you.
I don't think I've ever seen you around here, Tracy.
Yeah, I'm old school. I'm from the old server.
Yeah.
I'm super busy a lot, so I hardly come on. Maybe like
ODG, Jose.
yeah,
Right on.
Jose from back in the day.
OGG. Yep. Jose's still around, man. You know that, right?
I spoke to
Tracy
him
brings
probably
the
like a
energy.
month or two ago.
He's been in here, I don't know, at least like every week for the last, I don't know, 3-4
Yes,
months.
I got to speak with him like maybe a month or two ago, and that was cool because I hadn't heard
Yeah.
from him in a long time.
Right on, Trace. Yeah, what a great server, man. Damn.
I know, huh?
It really is. It's been amazing. Incredible people and learned so much. It's like I wouldn't
Hey,
trade.
I have a question here. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
Is there like a backup plan if like Discord ever gets shut down? Like, is there
Yeah.
other like platforms like
Yeah, there's
this?
a platform, man, called We're All Fucked. And it sucks, man. It's gonna suck, dude. You're gonna be like, fine, man, fine.
Yeah. The backup is to keeping it flat.
There you go. That's the backup, keeping it flat. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Sonny could write a song about that. Fuck, Sonny.
Yeah.
Sonny. But it's a great server, man. It's a great service. We've been fortunate. It's like Hangouts or any other great platform, like Napster that came along that was like so cool, man. Napster was so fucking tits, baby.
You talking about the music?
I'll
The
tell you what, like
Napster back in the day with the music?
yeah, back in the Napster was tits, man. It was so hot. Like I could type any fucking song and play it, man. I tested it one night, man. I'm like Mojo Nixon and the Skid Ropers, bitch. Get that. And my fucking buddy pulled it up and I was like, fuck off. I fucking like nobody knows who Mojo Nixon and Skid Roper is, man. Nobody.
Are we speaking English here right now?
This is not English. No. This is it's like a musical. I mean, Napster was crazy. Do you remember Napster, Jemsy? Were you there?
I used to date her, but it didn't work.
Didn't work out? It was too bad. So you grew up, your whole life, you pay like $20 for an album, 14, 12, whatever. You're going to pay a bunch of money for an album, man. But to be able to just log into a computer and go type in a lyric to a song, you don't even have to type in the fucking song. You could type in like lyrics to the song and this shit would pull it up and play it for you. You're like, nah, that's impossible. That's fucking unbelievable, man. It's like going to outer space. That's how cool Napster was, bro. It was ridiculous. It's like, oh my God. Now you can do that shit pretty much on YouTube now, right? Type in the name of the song and it'll most likely play it, man. Most likely.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody else gets paid for your viewing now. That's all. That's the only difference. Back then, man, it was nobody got paid for fuck off. And it wasn't a video. It was just a download of an MP3, like, oh shit, this is cool. Napster was what they call it, disruptive services. Is that the term, Jemsy? I think that's the term, something like that.
It's funny because right now there's talks about the Web3, and they're talking about the content creator will have the power and will get uh,
Dude, you're
you know,
robot. You're robot.
taking the, my bad.
It's not your bad, man. It's internet bad. It's the internet's
I'm
fault, not your fault.
driving through the woods.
All right. So Napster was disruptive as far as, Uber was disruptive as well, right? Uber was a disruptive technology.
Hey,
So
you hear me now?
Napster was a disruptive technology, bro. That's my point. It's that there's disruptive technology. Flat Earth is disruptive, man. They wouldn't have spent, millions of dollars to try to make us look fucking stupid if it wasn't disruptive, man. It's disruptive. So stay on the flat Earth because you live on the flat Earth and you can check it out for yourself. Don't believe me. And you can go out and, measure this fucking
You know it's disruptive now too.
or disruptive.
Owning your own property is starting to get disruptive.
It's a good point, man. I watched a recent documentary called This is a Housing Crisis. And I recommend it. I think
It
it was.
sounds like a scary documentary. I don't want to watch it.
You got to watch it, man. It's important.
I know enough about what's going on with that.
Yeah, it's the way she did it, man. I think she did it in such a cool style that you would enjoy it, man. I'm not saying it's
I'm
not
gonna wait
going.
until I own.
It might
I'm gonna
not
wait until I own a house to
enlighten
watch
you.
that.
It might not enlighten you, but you might enjoy it.
No, I'm gonna wait till I own a house and then I'll watch it.
You want to own a house? Do you own a house?
Is that a bad idea? Is it a bad idea?
At this, well, it depends where you live, man. It could be a bad idea. It does
Rural area.
rural. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's say rural Indiana. What do you think of rural Indiana?
Rural Minnesota.
Rural Minnesota.
Yeah.
Don't you know Minnesota? Don't you know?
Yeah.
Don't you know?
But I'm from the south in Minnesota. We don't do that as much.
Hey, since you're from Minnesota, man, have you ever been to Pipestone, Minnesota?
I've never been to Pipestone, no.
Oh, fucking A, man. You got to go there, bro.
I've been to a lot of places, but I've never really explored the entirety of like northern Minnesota. I've been to Duluth. That's about it.
Pipestone fucking changed my life, man. I swear that place changed my life, dude.
That's
so
cool.
Yeah, go to Pipestone, man. Just I don't know how far it is from you, but maybe this summer, man.
I'm really far. I'm really far away from anything cool here.
What are you?
That's why I said I basically live in Iowa. I basically live in Iowa.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, you're way down there.
Yeah.
All right, cool. All right, well, stick around there, man. There's some.
I feel like this is a pretty mild area. Most places seem really, really crazy compared to the area I live is like really, really laid back comparatively. Like the Twin Cities are insane, but people aren't crazy like that here. And we have like 0.0001% of that population down here anyway. Like really low population. Farming community.
Hey, gotta love the farmers, man. You gotta love them, man.
Yeah.
Damn.
I want to buy a farming house, or not like a farm, but like just a older farmhouse out of city limits that has like a decent property, just so I can have like some like goats or something. I don't know.
Chickens, goats,
chickens for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. I get it. Hey, man.
And a well, having a well. You can't have a well here in city limits where I live right now, and I
You
either
can
buy the place I live in. I'm either buying the place I live in, or I'm buying somewhere else. So
well,
I feel like a well is important.
dude, you got your own water source, man. That's pretty profitable
Right.
kind of situation. That's a good one. I mean, hey man, I talked to guys on here that live in North and South Dakota, and they only get like 3 months of growing season, man. That's it. That sucks, man.
I can grow. I'm like starting my garden right now, so I got stuff growing
Uh,
already inside the house. You can grow inside and start stuff.
hey, you can start inside.
Yeah, and then
Are you growing any eggs?
what do you say?
Jam- what, Jamesy?
Are you growing any eggs?
Oh
Hey,
no,
I am. Well, none of us are growing any eggs, man.
I'm thinking about getting chick. I have a chicken coop. I have a chicken coop. I can get chickens.
There you go. Nothing wrong with that.
Rooster.
I just don't know if I got enough like time to
You
put
gotta
that
have
in.
a rooster, man. You gotta have a fucking
Yeah,
bastard.
I
You
know. I've had chickens before. I've had them before.
gotta
So.
have those cocks fucking running around the yard
Yeah.
yelling first
They
thing in the
weren't the ones I had. They weren't that.
fuck
Those
you.
cocks.
Uh,
They weren't
hey,
that bad.
fucking.
There were some pretty nice dicks. I mean, cock. I mean, what?
You're right. You're right, man. I'm not gonna disagree with that. You know, they're cocks, man. Fuck. What else do you call a cock? Fuck. Damn cocks. Anyway, gotta have some roosters and they take care of business. Get you some eggs, baby.
There you go.
Hey, I eat eggs almost every morning. I don't know about you guys, but almost every morning I like a little
Uh,
egg and
I
cheese.
like I like eggs. Yeah, yeah, eggs are
Egg
pretty
and
good.
cheese, little pepper,
I can argue with that.
little salt, yeah. At the but it's a great source of food, man. As far as I can tell, I think it's rated one of the greatest foods of all time, man. Is eggs. I could be wrong, man. Check me on that because it's a very balanced protein and carb kind of
I heard if you hard boil those, is better for you.
could be.
So it locks in whatever or something, and then it's all in there. Nothing goes like gets cooked away or something. I don't know. It made sense though. Oh man, I'm so ready to be done with my classes for a while. Got my last final tomorrow morning. In like 7 hours. Knock this bitch out. Anybody got like a movie recommendation? Like, I don't really have like, much of a preference. I like a good movie, but I like to see something I haven't seen before too.
Hey, Conrad, your mic's open.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay, buddy.
Hey, we have a new person here, Yellow Weasel. Do you want to open your microphone and talk to us? I just unmuted you.
Hello. Oh, yeah. So, no, a friend of mine said, like, he got into Flat Earth and he said I should check it out. But I'm not really that convinced yet.
Yeah, well, to be honest, we're not here to convince you. We're just, well, before we get into all that, how did you find this, sir? You said a friend invited you. Have they been here before?
No, he said he sometimes watches your live stream on YouTube.
Okay, cool.
And he said, like, maybe if I have questions, I could come here and see what you have to say.
Okay, cool. So do you have any questions to ask us about Flat Earth?
Yeah, I'm just a bit confused in the sense of that I hear of so many different models and versions. So, for example, it's like my friend. He's like he believes that the moon is a hologram, but then also I've heard of other people who believe that it's a flat surface, and then like other people say it like crumples up when it gets like half moon and stuff. And I'm just a bit confused to like what exactly I should look into.
We all see the moon the same way. We experience the phases. Now, what and where and how that works, we have no idea. That's a really good question because the moon is very mysterious, and it's still mysterious to us. I mean, in the astronomers' ideas, right? They are like, well, it's a rock, and it's affected by Earth's gravity. We're the third rock from the sun, and it's traversing the sun or traversing Earth. Held by Earth's gravity, and the reason you see the moon phases is because of the way that the sun shines and the different times of the month and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean that's a standard story. We all
I don't know. It kind of makes sense to me. I don't know.
Sure, it can, but it's not the only explanation for what the moon is. You know what I mean? Because you can explain it another way. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you.
Yeah, but like I guess you also don't believe that we went to the moon.
Well, I've never been to the moon, but I don't think anybody else went there either. Yeah, you're correct on that.
Yeah. You see, because this is something that when I was younger, I investigated a lot. Because that started like with all this. It started with 9/11, and the conspiracies surrounding that. So I would say I was a 9/11 conspiracist. And then like I got like sucked in a bit into the moon landing conspiracies. But I don't know, like from what I researched, I deducted that the moon landings happened. And so then that sounds like if I'm correct with that, and so we would know a lot about that. I looked into the moon landing, yeah.
Well, you looked into 9/11, but you said you were like, you came to the conclusion that the way that the official story of 9/11 is true or not true, or there's some questions.
I'm not completely sure, but I would say it's more likely to be true, because the problem with the official story is that if they were looking for a reason to go into Iraq, they would have made Iraq the culprit for 9/11.
Yeah.
And that just like sounds like very weird to me, and also like the way that the buildings collapsed is sounds expected. Looks expected.
Sounds like you've done your work on that one, but you were questioning moon landing, and then you came to the conclusion, yeah, they probably did go.
I'm really
after
sure
looking
that
at
they
some
did
of the
go.
9/11. Well, cool.
Yeah. I'm just saying so that, because that is like when it comes to, for example, the different ways that people think that the moon is, then that doesn't really compute with, like, I don't know, like if I'm quite sure, I would say like 99.9% that the US landed a few astronauts on the moon multiple times. That
Okay, what makes you 100% sure about that?
I said I'm not 100. I said 99.9.
That's pretty close to 100. Come
But
on.
that's pretty close.
Yeah,
You're
that's
completely right.
the closest you can get to 100.
Right.
Yeah, so.
The thing is that at the time it would have been more difficult to fake the moon landing than to actually do it.
Oh, really? What makes you say that?
So the kind of cameras you would need, the kind of, how you would call it, slow motion cameras didn't exist yet. The problem is you would have with the live
Slow motion
transmissions.
cameras. Yeah, we didn't have slow motion cameras, but after you shot a video, you can replay it at a slower feed.
But not with you, and if you shoot. That's the thing, you know. If you replay it with a lower feed, you can see it in the video that the feed rate has been lowered, because it's only been shot
How can you see that?
You can measure the difference between each picture, the time difference, and
so
that means
you
like
need
how
the
many pictures you
original.
have like per. You can measure
Yeah,
the
for
amount of
that-
pictures you see per
For
minute,
that,
per second.
wait. To establish that, you need the original video, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering which pictures you're talking about specifically, because
Yeah. Can you point me to the original film? Yeah, it was a roller. Yeah, with physical film rolled on it. Can you show me the original one?
I don't have it in my possession now.
Yeah, NASA officially is saying that the original doesn't exist.
yeah, they don't have it.
I think they said some of it was lost.
They
That's also something
destroyed.
that I heard.
No, it wasn't lost. They destroyed it.
Well, that was the technology to go, but to them. But as far as the pictures and images, I mean, you can go on NASA's website right now and look up the moon landing pictures from some of. They had like chest cameras. They had a camera on the capsule, and these were certain types of cameras. But are you familiar with how they captured this footage?
It was all analog film, and this is also the interesting part, is that if you look at that's the thing, you know. I'm going by the difference in live transmission versus captured video that was recorded, and captured pictures. And if you look at the live transmission, there is not a single speck of dust, not a single weird blip, not a crack in the film like on it. And then when you look at the captured images, the original ones, then you see that you have influence of the radiation, you have dust on there, you have like standard analog picture problems. So that means that the live transmission couldn't have been recorded. The live transmission couldn't have been recorded in beforehand. That with the technology of the time, it would have been nearly impossible. I would even argue impossible to have this.
Script, or are you talking for yourself?
I'm talking from myself.
Sounds like you're reading a script.
No, that's cool. I mean, check this out. Here's something to think about. Maybe something you haven't considered.
Go ahead, man. Yeah.
Check this out. I mean, we're, in the globe idea, we're in the solar system, third rock from the sun, right? The only reason that we're not burnt to a crisp on Earth is because of the atmosphere, right? In the heliocentric model.
No, it's the magnetosphere, actually.
Say that?
That does most of the work. The magnetosphere.
Okay,
you know that the Earth, like that, when you have a compass, it can point north.
Hold on. So, go ahead and explain that. So the magnetosphere, instead of the atmosphere, actually prevents most of the UV rays from frying.
No, most of the high energy particles, which would over time destroy the atmosphere. So, like, look at Mars, for example. Doesn't have an atmosphere. Why? Because it doesn't have.
Why are we looking at Mars? I'm talking about Earth, bro.
How do you know Mars?
Okay. Yeah, because of the measurements we've done with space probes we send out. But if you
Well,
don't
they
believe that
sent
we
a
send out
drone and
anything,
it's
if that's all
flying in a
fake, then of
vacuum.
course.
Are you telling me that drones can fly in vacuum?
Well, what do you mean with drone?
Yeah. Can a drone fly in a vacuum?
What is a drone from your point of view? You mean like propeller powered, or what do you mean?
Those bullshit drones, yeah, with propeller powered, yeah, drone.
Oh,
Don't you know what a
that
drone
can't fly
is?
in a
You know,
vacuum.
No, if they have
the drone
propellers
to
or
fly it
propulsion
with a
engines,
remote control.
you still have to have atmosphere for anything to fly.
No,
No,
but
but
he
a
said
rocket
if you look,
motor
you
doesn't
said,
need an atmosphere.
and you said if you look Mars, I'm looking Mars, and I cannot realize if his atmosphere there and if he's not. How you realize that?
Oh, that's actually also something you can do with a telescope yourself.
With the telescope. With the telescope.
See the atmosphere of Mars with a telescope.
Are you saying that you can see the Mars and you can see the atmosphere, or not see the atmosphere of the Mars, or you can see birds or whatever? You can see the rock passing, or whatever.
No, but
You know
you
what's
can.
really
Okay,
cool?
so when you
saw Venus, I saw Venus, Saturn, and
Yeah,
Mars in the sky
let's take
tonight.
it
They were
easy.
like right next to each other, like Venus, Saturn, and Mars. I didn't pull out a telescope, but I'm pretty sure if I did, still wouldn't see the atmosphere of any of them.
Yeah. And
Well,
actually,
you can see the atmosphere of Saturn.
wait.
Man,
At the
how you
beginning,
can see? No,
Sasha, let
you
me
make a claim.
finish. Sasha, I didn't finish explaining.
Sorry.
I started this argument with him. I need to clarify and end it.
Yeah, go ahead.
His claim was, he said that there's no atmosphere on Mars, but NASA showing us that they are sending a drone and it's flying. Yeah, but you were saying earlier that
No, I didn't
Mars
say
has
that.
no atmosphere. You said it.
I said it slowly
Do you
rips away
want
the
to-
atmosphere, which is what's happening to
just
Mars. And I'm saying it's
rewind-
not. I never said it doesn't have
rewind
an
the
atmosphere.
live stream because you said Mars has no atmosphere. Unlike
No,
Earth.
I don't think I've said that.
Let's say that you
Anyway,
did. You
if it
said
came out that way, I didn't
change
mean
idea
it.
because he doesn't mean that now.
Yeah. Anyway, I didn't. It came out that way. I don't mean it.
So what do you mean then?
But you mean that we can with telescope see what is going on Mars?
All right. So if you want to find out what gases are somewhere, you can see of the light.
Or if you want to find out what gas is doing, look into and find me where we can have gas pressure without container, and then we will speak about Mars and everything.
You guys know
Okay, so the thing with gas pressure without container is, like, to me, like, for example, look at the ocean. You see, like, there's at the bottom of the ocean, you have a lot of pressure.
Ocean is not a gas.
Water is not a gas. Water's not a gas.
Okay, so if it if it doesn't work with gas, then
what?
Well, if you don't believe in atmosphere, if you don't believe in gravity,
I
then
don't believe in
really
anything.
know how
I
it
don't
works.
believe. Listen, this. I don't believe in anything. I don't believe in atmosphere. That's for sure. Do you believe in atmosphere?
I know it takes guts for some. Hey, listen, you probably. It sounds like you've. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. It sounds like he's familiar with our arguments. So let's No,
I'm familiar with my friends' arguments, but they don't like. To me, it doesn't sound that right. And he said I should come here because you guys can explain it better than him.
Do you believe?
We also don't need to bombard you and
Question: do you believe in atmosphere?
Like in that we have an atmosphere around me now, or like that there is no atmosphere in space?
Do you think that what we call what is around us it's atmosphere?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. How gas taking the shape of the sphere? Can you tell me? Because
it is pulled to the sphere by the force of gravity.
Wow.
What can you provide the academic citation that the gas is pulled by gravity?
Hold on, guys.
Yeah.
Both of the people that are talking to you now, hold on. Everybody here used to think. Hold on. Everybody used to think gravity was the thing before, so don't just try to piss at him because he thinks gravity's real.
Yeah,
Come on.
I'm not. I'm not
All right,
angry
come
at
on,
him.
man.
And actually, yeah,
Explain how we found out that
I
this
want to
cannot possibly be
explain
true.
all the arguments. Yeah, I want to get with him through all the
I hate when
arguments,
people do that shit.
the
When new people come in
pseudoscientific
and
and
just like,
everything. Yeah, yeah.
and just like, oh, you think gravity, then just fucking jump down their
Yeah.
throat about gravity. I mean, it's like we all used to think that shit was real too.
Yeah, first thing first, I need to explain is, I welcome to this server. I want you to know that you don't know about the stuff that we know. You think we have beliefs and things like this, but actually we are extremists. We do not accept stories for explaining reality. When we deal with reality, we stick with science and its scientific method. And if something is not, if a story is not a scientific theory, has no experiment to back it up, then we will not accept to blindly believe that story because just someone thought of himself to say this nice story.
I'm completely on board with you. Yeah, I want to believe as much true stuff as there is.
Yeah,
and there's the least false stuff. So
yeah, the globe model has a ton of positive claims, but none of them have been demonstrated or
none of them?
empirically proven. Yeah.
But like, for example, when we want to come back to gravity, let's say, okay? Because like...
Okay. Gravity. Let's take it from the start. The first theory of gravity is Newtonian gravity, mass attracting mass. So
yeah, let's stick with Newtonian. I'm completely fine with that.
And this includes also Newton's laws of motion. So, do you think they are real?
Do I think what is real? Sorry.
Do you think that theory of gravity, the Newtonian theory of gravity, is actually functional? It is real.
It is functional, yeah. Until you get into like the high velocity stuff where you need to go with special relativity.
Well, that's the problem, actually, because Newton's theory of gravity has been debunked and superseded, meaning it has been replaced
exactly.
by
I completely agree with you.
Yeah, by Einsteinian relativistic gravity.
And I can also show you when you look at the... Yeah.
Wait. Yeah. Which for Einstein's gravity, you cannot demonstrate to me empirically the bending of space-time. So when I'm waiting the train in the train station 5 minutes, show me how you're gonna be bending my waiting for the train. How are you gonna bend that?
No, but this is not what bending space-time would even mean. I mean, so I can... You can... So, for example, look at... you don't believe on that. Okay, wait.
The train station is
let him answer, man.
In space.
Let him answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
Give him his rope.
Right. So let's say you're waiting for the train on the station, and you're just standing there. You're not really moving relative to, let's say, the guy next to you.
No, I am moving. I'm smoking a cigarette while waiting.
Okay, then you're...
Yeah.
Are you like spying on me? Get? Because that's like exactly what I'm doing right now. I'm at the train station.
So let's say if Earth was 20 times as heavy, like the gravity pulling you towards Earth
you have
was
to
a lot
bring
stronger.
Imaginary concepts.
Well, the problem is that in order to see,
can you show me a Earth 20 times heavier than the Earth that we live on?
No, I can't. So okay, let's stick with something else then. No problem. No problem. Let's take a
Hold
clock.
on. I'll ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
When you say gravity, you mean the cause of the effect? You mean the cause of the effect? Is gravity the cause or gravity the effect?
Since gravity is just the effect of a formed, no, how do you say, of curved space-time, because it's not really a force in that sense, if you want to go technical with it, but it makes sense to look at it from a force when you do like small Newtonian physics, in the same way as it makes sense to think of the what is it called? When you spin something around you in a, like, I don't know, you take a hammer and you spin around. It feels like the hammer exerts a force out from you, right? But this force also doesn't really exist in that sense. It's just the hammer wanting to go on in a straight line all the time, but you're pulling it in.
Acceleration.
Well, there's a reason I asked you whether it was a cause or the effect, because just that one question alone demonstrates that it's not actually a scientific theory. Because the causal mechanism for, say, things falling can't be demonstrated by experiment.
Yeah.
You'll have to
What
say,
do you
like,
mean?
I can't. Okay, so an experiment that has cause and effect has independent variables. Manipulate the independent variable and measure an effect on the dependent variable, right?
Yeah.
The independent variable is the cause. Dependent variable is the effect.
Exactly.
Right? So what
and
causes things to fall?
You have mass deforming space-time, which then leads to other objects seeming to curve, although they still go on in a straight line.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, I was talking about that. That's what we're talking about. That's the story,
mass,
right? So where's the experiment?
Okay, I can give you an experiment. You take a very, very, very heavy sphere. I don't know, let's take a 30 centimeter diameter lead sphere, and then you take a smaller sphere or like another object, let's say a 1 centimeter diameter lead object, and if you place them in a low friction environment, you will see that they will over time move closer to each other until they touch without other forces put on them.
Yeah, good example. Indio. I want to ask him a question.
You actually have that experiment that you can show us. You can have that.
I've done it. Yeah, at my university.
You've done it. What exactly did you do?
What?
Yeah, what exactly did you? Are you talking about the Cavendish? Is that what you're talking about?
It's the Cavendish. Yeah, it's the Cavendish.
So I asked you what falls. There's nothing falling in the Cavendish experiment.
Yes, there is. You have the small ball falling towards the big ball in the same way as the big ball is falling towards the small ball.
Falling sideways.
Well, it's all just a point of. I mean, it depends on the point of reference, doesn't it? If you think of yourself as the small ball, you would say I'm falling towards the big ball, wouldn't you? I don't know, like, what do you mean?
Yeah, so we'll get into that. I think and I imagine. That's where I jump ship, because we don't want to think and we don't want to imagine.
Yeah, I'm just. The problem is we're using words like fall, which don't even make that much sense.
Fall means fall towards the earth. Fall means go the acceleration 9.8 meters per second squared towards the earth.
So are you falling right now?
Not yet.
But you're accelerated against the earth at all time.
Yeah, really awesome. But I asked you for the experiment which demonstrates the cause of that. I didn't ask you for an experiment that demonstrates
I gave you the Cavendish experiment that shows you that mass attracts mass.
Hold on. Here's I want to break down what he said. So you're accelerating against the Earth. It sounds like his English is not his native language, right?
No, it's not. No.
accelerating against the Earth? Accelerating
towards, like you're at all times, the Earth is pulling,
sure.
like you're being pulled
Earth
towards
is
the Earth.
not pulling anyone. What are you talking
And I don't even think you did the Cavendish
not even
experiment
really.
because
But
you
I
didn't
did it.
actually describe. Well, you didn't.
You take two balls and you have you take two big balls, two small balls. You have the small balls
Hey,
in a low friction
everybody let
environment.
Indio do this, please.
Okay,
Yeah.
you have a laser, and you point it over a long distance, and you can see the movement until even both of the two balls touch
Can I
each
ask
other.
you only
And that's actually not what happens. So you're actually describing it wrong. So what happens is the big ball and small balls go towards each other, and then they oscillate. And then you measure the speed of the oscillation, and then you infer big G from that. So you're not even describing the experiment, right?
They oscillate. What do you mean by
They
oscillate?
oscillate because they're on a torsion. They're on a torsion wire, so they bounce back and forth.
There's. I'm getting weird noises.
Torsion wire has a
India's got some background noise, but yeah, I mean, he's talking about a horizontal. Well, actually, what you're talking about is you're both talking about a horizontal attraction, not a vertical attraction.
Well, the problem is that that we can't turn off gravity for these two balls.
What the hell is gravity, bro?
No, I mean
That's not our
you
problem.
cannot turn off like as long as we're in Earth's gravitational field.
Yeah, Weasel, you claim that you've been to a university and that's where you came across this Cavendish so-called experiment. Do you know this experiment like in depth? Have you studied it?
Well, no, but we've at the end, like not anymore. At the time, we've done the calculations on it.
You mentioned
we measured
that
the gravitational constant.
Listen, you mentioned that you are using lead balls. Lead is a metal, correct?
Yeah, but that's not
but
even what they do.
but that doesn't work because.
No, I need to know what do you know about lead metal?
What do you mean? What I know about lead metal at the beginning of the experiment, you let both of them touch each other in order to equalize the electric.
I'm talking about your knowledge about the lead metal.
Well, I studied two semesters of metallurgy, and I can tell you.
Okay.
Like, what do you mean? Like, it's what do you mean the properties in that sense?
The lead. Yeah, it has properties, electroconductivity, magnetic properties.
It doesn't have. Lead doesn't have magnetic properties.
Oh, let's get
what
to the
do you mean it doesn't have magnetic properties?
Listen, base of
lead itself. Lead is not ferromagnetic. You cannot magnetically polarize lead.
So lead, the metal, is paramagnetic, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not
good.
ferromagnetic,
Now,
but it's paramagnetic if you have movement.
No, I didn't say it's ferromagnetic. Stop.
Okay. Yeah.
Don't do
go
that.
Ahead.
Don't gallop. This is the claim. The lead metal is paramagnetic. I know very well what paramagnetism is. So you don't need to explain it to me like a kindergarten. But I'm assuming that you also know. Now,
yes.
What about the lead atom? What are the magnetic properties of the lead atom?
What are the properties of the lead atom?
Yeah, the magnetic properties of lead atom.
None.
Not true. The lead atom is diamagnetic. And when it forms a crystal, a metal, yeah, when you have more lead atoms, they crystallize into a metal, yeah, and that's when they are paramagnetic. This element, yeah, now
wait, lead
has
lead
opposite
has two
magnetic properties in the same time, and because of these opposite magnetic properties, the lead is always attracted to itself, to lead metal. So when you have tiny pieces of lead metal, yeah, they are attracted together. They conglomerate always.
No, they will get attracted to a other magnetic field, but not to itself, because that's why they are paramagnetic.
No. Have you ever seen these gold diggers? They use this ladder, where you pour water, yeah, and sand, and the gold deposits on the bottom, yeah, and the water washes all the dirt and sand away, but the gold remains because it's heavier, yeah. When you do this with lead metals, yeah, when you do this with lead, you will find that lead not only deposit itself into those crevices, but it also conglomerate itself into one place, one blob, yeah, one pile together, because the lead metal is attracted to itself slightly, magnetically is slightly attracted to itself. So these are very well known magnetic properties of lead metal.
If you say so, I'm certainly searching for information on that because I'm not as well versed in that as you think.
These are the most expert physicians
Look in the
of
Livestream voice text channel.
The biggest physicians.
Excuse me?
Dude, we post everything in the Livestream voice text channel. It's the text channel right above the voice channel.
Oh, I've never seen that one before. I think because before I wasn't allowed to talk, I couldn't see the text channel.
Yeah, are you VC verified now? You got
I
the
have
role?
no fucking idea. Wait, let me check.
I'll
VC
give it to
verified.
you.
Yeah, I'm verified. I can see.
Yeah, you can't see that channel unless you're VC verified because people will come in and try to spam and porn and.
I see. Because is that the channel you can see in the live stream?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'll look into it.
Anyway, let's not beat gravity to death because the whole point is that, I mean, even mainstream science admits that there's problems with the theory of gravity. It's not one of the fundamental forces, right? In the standard model of particle physics, it's admitted that there's a bunch of problems with it. People come in here like, hey,
of course, yeah. I mean, there are like problems with everything, like more or less, like there is nothing concrete.
No, not
per
with
se
everything.
in science.
There's no problem with boiling water.
Well, there actually is. There's a lot of stuff that goes into how, when, and where water will boil differently.
Listen, when you put water in a container and you add heat to it, it will boil. You will reach the boiling point by adding heat. So you have the cause and effect, 100 Celsius. The boiling point of water
I lived at a place where water boiled before that.
In vacuum, the boiling point drops. Yes, we know.
Exactly. So it's not always.
I just told you. I told you from the beginning there is no problems in boiling water, like there are problems about gravity. And you said
there's a bunch of variables. Yeah,
Yeah.
boiling water is a bunch of variables, but we know all the variables, right?
Yeah.
So we know the cause.
We know. I don't like. I don't know. I haven't researched into boiling water.
Pressure, temperature, salinity.
Yeah.
Number of air bubbles are in it. There's a whole bunch of variables to determine its boiling point. Typically, we only deal with pressure and temperature.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Like I wouldn't be able to tell you that there isn't another thing that I don't know about that also influences it a little way. Like I don't know. I wouldn't know about that.
Well,
I can tell you.
So let me tell you. Let me just go. I want to go back to the beginning, kind of. So our point is, we base our view on experimentation, not things scientists say, not stories, not anything like that.
I don't give a shit what someone else says. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I don't if you read a scientific paper, it'll have an abstract, it'll have the experiment, and it'll have their conclusion. I don't even care about their like the abstract and the conclusion. I only care about what the experimental results. So we know that we cannot we don't have a viable independent variable for determining the causal mechanism for things falling. Because if I take, in the example you used, if I take a 100,000 kilogram lead ball and a 1 kilogram lead ball and I drop them, the so-called cause, right? The mass has changed, but they're both falling at the same rate. So according to the scientific method,
if you don't have a difference in aerodynamic forces of the balls, yes.
Yeah, so no error.
Right, like everything stays the same, just
rate.
the mass is different. Right.
Yeah,
I'm
but that's the claim. That's the claimed causal mechanism for things falling. Mass attracting mass, right? That's the cause. But there's no experiment that demonstrates that. That's the problem. But I mean, a lot of people come in here with gravity. They think that Newtonian gravity predicts a bunch of particles will form a ball, but that's actually not even a prediction of the theory. So they've run this in simulation, and they can't get an ensemble of particles to actually form into a ball. So it's a common thing that people just say, "Oh, gravity. So gravity is as a consequence of gravity, things will form into a ball." That's not even true.
Yeah.
Can you link me because that would be interesting evidence. Can you
I'll post in the live stream voice text. So what they did is this is an astronomical journal tried to simulate like formation of asteroids. So they used Newtonian gravity. They couldn't get the shit to stop moving around, so then they added like what they call a stickiness factor, right? So basically, when the things would, it was like almost like a glue. When they would hit each other, when the particles would hit each other, they would partially stick and then bounce. And eventually it formed into something. It wasn't a ball. It was a freaking egg. And this is cheating. Even with cheating, they couldn't get it to happen. But I'll post that in live stream voice text.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Because I didn't know about that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's funny. It's just like something that they teach you in school, right? Right? Because it sounds good, right? Sounds good. Gravity will form things into balls, but no. Who actually did the math to test that out? Is that a prediction of the theory? Turns out it's not.
Well, then,
but give me like 5.
I think so if you look at objects, let's say in the asteroid belt, but if you don't believe that there's an asteroid belt, then that doesn't count as evidence, so that doesn't work.
Well, I can look at the sky, at the night sky, and make a fortune telling. That will be the same with looking at your hand and predicting your future. Yeah.
Above bullshit, exactly.
Well, we'd have to look up there and speculate as to what's going on. And there's a bunch of different theories competing for speculative power, quote unquote, gravity pulling stuff to a ball, electromagnetism, which I would go with, and other stuff like that. So it just depends on which theory you want to speculate with. But do we see this gravity thing pulling things into balls for a ball shape, say? Not really. We just look up there and infer, assume that that's what's going on.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
I got a question for you guys. Do you guys hate people who do not believe in Jesus Christ or your religion?
No. So
no, it's their choice. It's their choice.
Guys, this isn't the religious. So everyone is welcome from every
Roger,
layer.
you're lagging. We can't really hear what you're saying.
Oh, so we're only allowed to talk about flat Earth?
Yeah, this isn't a religious server. And I'm glad you guys found your faith, right? That's all fine. But this isn't a religious server. And
it's really hard.
Sorry, wind is blowing here.
Yeah, I can tell, man.
So the point is, this is the live stream, and we are this is dedicated for flat Earth, and I know it sometimes goes off topic, but yeah. So Luda, you're new.
Mm-hmm.
And why do you think that? What do you think about the shape of the Earth?
What do I think about the shape of the Earth?
Mm-hmm.
Like out of 10, 1 from 10, I'd say I believe it 7, 10. I mostly came here to like learn and make sure. I have my doubts.
You believe it, right? What is it you believe?
What is it? Do I believe? I believe that I need to stay and keep being skeptical. And try
Okay,
to
but
learn.
so 7 out of 10, you think it's a flat Earth?
Yeah,
or?
I think it's most likely a flat Earth. Yeah.
And why? Why do you think this?
Why do I think this?
Mm-hmm.
My entire life, people try to convince you that it's a globe, but I've never really seen any concrete evidence that's like upheld by actual logic and sense.
So what about all these space pictures, right?
Yeah,
Earth is a ball, right? What about them? Why don't you believe it?
Why don't I believe it?
Right.
Well, you see the technology right now, right? How you can Photoshop and make anything look real.
Yeah.
I'm sure you could Photoshop and
Yo,
make it
Elbow,
look
do you
real.
not believe my story, bro?
The government has like a million bajillion dollars to do that, and all that money from funding NASA. I'm sure they could. I'm sure they could make up a lot of movies and a lot of video footage that could make it true.
Can I interrupt, Roger?
Sure. Yeah,
Sorry, Roger.
I felt it. I felt it too. So let's go, Gospel. Yeah.
Luda, if it's flat, how could we know?
How can we know? Well, first of all, just look at the horizon. I've been like everyone says the horizon is like
okay. So besides looking at the horizon, what do you do with it?
What do I do with it?
Yeah.
What do I do with the horizon? Okay. I've seen an experiment where
No. Don't even go down that road at all.
Okay, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're trying to get from me right now.
Yeah. So this is a question of what is. Are you familiar with that phrase? What is? Do you understand
not really,
those words?
No. Please explain.
Yeah. What is? Question mark as a statement, right? This is a question of what is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So this isn't about a how. This isn't a question of causality. This isn't a thing that requires experimentation. This is a question of description and measurement.
Okay.
Okay.
I believe
so back to the Hawk, you're interrupting. So back to the original question: how can we determine what is?
What is? Could you give me an example of like an answer that would be to what is? Not necessarily flat Earth. I need an example.
So you have a computer in front of you?
Sure.
Is that a table?
Sure.
Okay. How can you describe and how can you explain the nature of the surface of the table that you're sitting at? How do you do that?
I see it.
No. How do you go forth in describing the nature of the features of the surface of the table that you're sitting at? How?
By experimenting first. And
no, that's retarded, by the way.
That's retarded.
It has,
okay.
Yes, it is extremely. So it's not exclusively it's not independently observation all by itself. There's some things that are necessary, which I already gave a hint to. I technically already gave you the answer. You would never perform an experiment to describe the surface of your table. That is retarded.
Okay, well then please give me the answer, okay? Because you have
measurements. Three-dimensional reality. You measure it.
Okay.
It's very simple. This is like elementary.
Okay.
Not like Sherlock's version of elementary, dear Watson, but like actual third grade elementary school elementary.
Okay, let's go back to your point. Your point is that you want to find out if I believe or not.
But shapes. No, it's not about belief. I asked a very simple question to kind of expose how you're a low energy troll. It's as simple as that. Okay, so the fact of the matter is, it is what it is, unless you're a solipsist. Okay, are you a big fan of solipsism?
No, I don't. Okay.
Well, maybe you are, and you just don't know. But whatever the case, it is what it is. Do you disagree?
It is what it is. I love that saying. Yeah.
Or is it something that it isn't?
I mean, obviously, it is what it is. Yes.
Okay, that's not obvious to everybody. That's not obvious to everybody. There are people known as solipsists that appreciate the opportunity to have direct contradiction in reality.
I've never claimed to have the proof or know what is what it is. I mostly came here to like learn and make sure and stay,
I
skeptical about everything. I don't understand why you're targeting me necessarily.
Well, only because of your insincerity, and people that are disingenuous are typically higher targets for.
Is it only because I don't believe in God? And
no, not.
Oh God!
That's the only thing I was talking about.
Yeah, that's it. You figured it out.
When he first came in, he was 50-50. So I think we're making progress. He's at least
wait. I never said I was
now. Oh, I thought you did when you said you were like teetering on the top and you weren't sure, but leaning our way. But now you seem to be leaning more. Okay. So I don't know.
There's no progress.
Listen, can I interject for a second? Can I interject for a second? Okay, so check this out. Okay, you're using maybe it's by mistake or whatever. We're very rigorous here about our definitions of things, right? So an experiment is for phenomenon, things that happen. So you can experiment and figure out what causes this, right? X causes Y. So it is what it is means there's things that just exist physically in the world, and you don't need an experiment to figure it. You don't need the cause of why that is the way it is to know what it is. Right?
Okay, sure.
So you don't need to know that the carpenter built your table to know that it's a square.
Okay.
Right. You don't need a theory of wood or drills or anything. Right. You don't need to know anything about carpentry to know what it is. Right. And when he's calling you a low energy troll, because it sounds like you're just fishing. You're trying to figure out what you think we want to hear. Right? That's what it sounds like to me.
No.
Probably sounds like to everybody else in here.
Wait, hold on. If I really wanted to do that, I could pretend to believe in God and do all those things.
But listen, why do you think, you're already fucking up because you already got the idea that flat earthers are religious. I don't know where you got that idea from. I'm not at all.
Okay, everyone
most of the people
met
on this
here
server
is religious.
Yeah, to be fair,
no, that's not true.
Religious people.
I only people I've spoken to so far. I've joined this recently. I've spoken to everyone.
23,000 people on this server.
Religious.
There's 23,000 people on this server. You talked to 5 people.
Oh yes, I just joined, so I'm sorry.
And when he joined, we were having a conversation about religion, so I get why he got away with that.
And what did Roger say? Roger said, if we're going to have a religious discussion, you want to move it to somewhere else because it's not the basis of the server.
I was willing to do that, yeah, but I was starting to get questioned. I don't know why.
We're sorry sound like
because you guys think
listen, pom-pom dude that keeps interjecting from the side. Don't anymore, please. Okay, I'm having a conversation with one person. This is bullshit.
You guys are grilling one person.
So what? Mind your fucking business. Okay, I'm talking to this one person.
I feel like
all right.
I don't care about your feelings, dude. You a chick? Anyway, listen. So you just sound like this is based upon religion. If we want to move you out of the live stream, which is broadcast everywhere, and we're trying to get it off, get it out of here. Why would we do that if we're a religious server?
Oh, okay.
So your idea of flat.
I'm sorry for.
It's a common misconception that flat Earth is based upon religion. That is incorrect. It's not based upon that. It's based upon objective, empirical reality, and not measurements. It's not based upon Jesus, Allah, Buddha, or anything like that.
The only reason I was talking about religion is because that was what we were talking about before. That's
then why did you say something like, if I believed in God, then you'd be treated differently or something? No, you wouldn't.
Oh, well,
not at all.
Because I felt like I was the outlier because everyone else I've spoken to was religious, and you're the only person I just started talking to that it's not. But I felt like I was getting targeted.
Everyone else you're talking to,
because I didn't know why else.
Probably over 30 years old. So why didn't you pick that as a property that they ban people for? Yeah. So you're just like
I didn't hear the whole thing. Say it again.
Okay. Everyone else you're talking to is over 30 years old. Why didn't you say you're just banning me because I'm under 30?
I have no idea that everyone else how old everyone else is. I have no idea.
The point is, you picked an arbitrary thing.
No,
an arbitrary thing that I'm different here, so this is why you're banning me.
I didn't pick
This is why we're calling you disingenuous. Because a lot of triggered atheists come on here thinking that flat Earth is based upon religion, right?
I never said that though. How are you making this up?
It's inferred from the way you're acting. It's inferred from the way you're acting.
Okay, well, I'm just saying what you're referring is just wrong. But you don't know. You don't really know me that much, so I don't know how much.
It's not about knowing you. It's about what you said.
Know about all of this.
Listen, I don't want to fixate on this because this is a flat Earth server, right? So, just want to give you a foundation. Dude.
Okay,
seriously.
I appreciate the
if you
warning.
keep interrupting the way you're interrupting, you'll be muted or banned. Okay, we don't roll like this, man.
Sure.
So, just trying to give you a foundation on how we roll here, right?
Yeah,
it's not a religious server. What we do here is we're not trying to convince you the Earth is flat. That is not the goal here. We don't care what you think. We really don't. Obviously, from the way we're treating you, we don't really care if you're a flat earther or not a flat earther, or globe earther, concave earther. We don't really care. We're only going to give you information, right? And if we're going to brainwash you to do anything, it's going to be to think for yourself.
Well,
right? We want you to be able to critically think about the issue. So one example of that, listen. So one example of that, this issue does not get critically thought about is you think that you can do an experiment to determine the shape of something. And it's not your fault you think that. It's because people are taught in school that the only people that can figure out the shape of the Earth are super smart scientists, right?
Yeah.
And you need to do these crazy experiments. And ironically, they also are convinced that if you don't think the Earth is flat, you're dumb. Right? So you have to be super smart to understand it in the first place, but you're dumb if you don't believe it. It's a contradiction, right?
I agree.
So these are some of the things we point out, these contradictions, logical fallacies, that when it comes to the globe, right, there's actually no evidence of it. And it's just a tradition or an idea that's been passed on over and over again. Because if you stick around here, you're going to find out, people come in here, they'll say, what about the Coriolis effect, for example? And then you ask them for actual evidence, data, whatever, and all they can do is give you models, right? But they can't give you any actual measurement data that it is what it is, right? That there actually is this Coriolis effect in the physical world that we can go out into the world and measure. So the prime example of the Earth's not a globe is, where's the curvature, right? And we don't determine whether the Earth is curving or not by simply looking at it, because looking is subjective, right? So if I look at some railroad tracks, they converge in the distance, right? So if I drew a conclusion from just looking at it, I would think that those railroad tracks come together at some point. But we know they don't. They're parallel. But to tell they're parallel, we'd go out there into the world with a tape measure and measure the tracks and figure out they're the same distance apart along their entire length, right? So what we do is we go out and we measure the world and look for this curvature that they say. We take their model, radius 3,959 miles. It makes predictions about the geometry. The horizon should be here. You should see this from this distance. If you have a straight line or at eye level along some distance, the surface of the Earth should drop away from that line some other distance, right? Some other length, right? So 25 miles from eye level, the Earth should drop away 440 feet. So we go out and we test these things. And when you go out in the real world and you test them, these don't exist. This is why we can dismiss all the images from space, because all the images from space depict a curving surface of water, right? When you see the so-called blue marble, you see that image? They show a curving ocean. They show the ocean is curved, right? Curved into the shape of a ball.
Yeah.
So we can go to the water, right? The water on where we are, right? What they say is curving in the real world, and we can go measure, and then it's not curving, right? The water is completely flat when we measure it at any length. So should we believe the images or the results of the tape measure?
I'd say the results.
Yeah, the results of the tape measure. And then you say, hey, this is the way it is. They say, no, you're a stupid flat earther. You say, oh, okay, go measure it yourself. They go out into the real world and they measure it themselves and they go, shit, it really is flat. What you'll find out is that most flat earthers have actually gone out into the world and done tests. And that's what convinced them. Not us saying, hey, the earth is flat and everybody jumping on the bandwagon. It's from people actually going out to the world and verifying for themselves, this is the nature of our reality.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
It's actually an interesting point. Sorry, guys, got to interrupt. A couple of new people have joined the live streams. This guy called Space Croaker. Welcome to our live stream space.
Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, sorry, guys. So if there's anybody who does want to jump in with a conversation, otherwise we're just going to sit here and shoot the breeze. So if you've got any points of conversational questions you want to answers to, now would be the time to ask.
Hi.
Hi, Space. Welcome.
Hi, yes. I was wondering what information had brought you all to, or here, I wrote my question down. Let me read it again. What convinced you all or brought you all to discovering that the Earth was flat? And I'm asking because I was in a Discord with Geo, and all I really know about it is from the documentary that I've seen on Netflix. And he pointed out that the information in that documentary is pretty biased. So I just kind of wanted to understand more about, I guess, why the Earth is flat and whatnot.
Why the Earth is flat?
Or kind of like what, yeah.
The evidence for the Earth being flat. So the water, 71% of the Earth's surface, is observed and measured to be level. There's no curvature to the Earth, especially over water. So if there's no curve where it should be mathematically and predictably, it's not a ball. So that's the main piece of evidence, because you need a ball for everything to start moving and spinning and to live on. And it's not observed, it's not measured, and it's not practically used.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. Welcome
How...
What else? If we could find the curvature, we would probably know from flat earthers. We've all looked. There's been a lot of people, a lot of different tests. Laser tests, long distance observations, geometric calculations that don't make sense. There's just a lot of solid, real evidence that supports that the Earth is measures flat. And
well,
so
there's no evidence of curve. There's no evidence of spin. There's no evidence of a lot of things in a lot of ways they said they explain things to be. There's no evidence of it.
I got one for Space Okra. Is that what you go by? How do you say your name? Your handle?
Oh, it's a Space Quokka. It's this cute little animal.
Okay. So Space Quokka, I could basically, my path to the flat Earth is, self-deprecating and very embarrassing. And I say that because I thought I was right because so many other people I believed were wrong. Because I was in the Army for over 10 years. I had multiple combat deployments in support of the global war on terror. After my 4th deployment, I had a friend, a close friend I actually grew up with, who went to basic training with. And it was part of the troop surge. And we both just happened to get deployed as part of Bush's troop surge. And he got killed. And I basically watched him die. And I left the Army and I joined the anti-war movement because I didn't want our children to be fighting this war. After a politician... Yeah, I'll wrap it up real quick. So basically, I met someone in the anti-war movement who believed the Earth was flat. And I harped on him. I ripped on him. I tore him apart every day. I called him retarded. And eventually he said to me these 3 words, or basically more than 3 words. He said, if the Earth was a globe, would there be a war? Would there be a global war on terror? And it destroyed it shattered my ego right there. I'm like, hell no. If the Earth was a globe, there wouldn't be war at all. There would be enough space for everyone to coexist peacefully. And then from there, I've branched out and I've learned all that the flat Earth, community has taught. And I think it takes a flat smack. This is what I was getting to, Jedi. Sorry for taking too.
It's all right, buddy. You're fine.
Yeah, it takes a flat smack to get somebody to understand flat Earth. And for my grandpa, it took me showing them a video of NASA astronauts telling kids to swallow their toothpaste. For my dad, it took him to understand that you can't see a full moon during the day. For multiple people, there's some issue. There's always one thing that they hold as a sacred cow, that once they realize that objective truth somehow becomes subjective, if they're able to count in flat Earth as a possibility, they're able to see everything. It's literally swallowing the red pill. I yield back.
Cheers, thank you for that.
Why do you think, what is gained from that knowledge not being known by everyone? Like, why
Is information power?
Can I?
Okay, that makes sense.
There you go.
Yeah, why do we have a central intelligence agency in the first place if information isn't something they hold dear? I mean, why?
Yeah, I mean, information is power, and you can use that information however you need to.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, buddy, go on, carry on.
Information is supernatural.
Yeah, so I mean, if you understand something somewhat one way, and they understand it another, and you're 100% wrong, but you just don't know it because of what you've been explained the wrong way. It doesn't mean you're a bad person or you're stupid or anything. It's just a different understanding. And they can do it, believe me. I mean, the Central Intelligence Agency, the FBI, the government, I mean, yeah, some of the people and some of the agencies have our best interest in mind, but some of them don't.
I mean, there are instances throughout history. One of my favorites is McCarthyism, where everything is kind of a lie and everything's based on a lie.
Well, in the way of theoretical physics and theoretical astro and theoretical space and all the stuff they talk about, it's all theoretical. It's all one man. At the end of the day, most of the scientists are one guy or a group of guys trying to figure something out. So they'll come up with
pseudoscientists,
whatever, and then they'll come up with an idea. You're right. They'll come up with an idea, and then they keep going along with these inferences or instances to build upon more ideas, and the next guy does it, and the next guy does it, just to try to build a Lego block falsehood or theory of how things work. But it's just an idea from a man. I mean, at the end of the day.
I feel like, we know that everything we learn in schools is a lie. We kind of know that it's training to be a good yes sir, go out and make Uncle Sam his money and stuff. And they lie to us about all kinds of other stuff. So I kind of feel like if you can trick somebody into believing the world's not really what it is, you can just ultimately damage their whole perception of things. And then from there, it's just, you can just tear them down from there. If you can get them to believe the biggest lie, they'll believe in the smallest lie.
Not everything is a lie, though.
Right.
Because if
everything
was not everything is a lie. If everything was a lie, then it'd be too easy. They mix.
I'm not saying that everything is a lie, but we know that they attack our minds with propaganda and world elites, the world leaders, the people that want to control you.
I don't talk to those guys.
But you watch them on TV and YouTube every day.
Well, we hear the shit they put out through school, through the news, through the media.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying is
we're
the
going away
majority
from
of
our
the
new guest.
masses are manipulated. That's all I'm saying.
I tried to get the topic off on information is supernatural, but you guys wouldn't let me. So go ahead.
Yeah, no, we've got somebody who's joined the server who's really new to the subject, so we're just going through a couple of things with Space Croaker. So yeah, we were talking about that, but ultimately it wasn't leading down that path. But we've got a new guest, guys. So without us monologuing amongst ourselves for the next 20 minutes about something that she wasn't talking about, let's talk about what she was talking about.
What's her point?
Yeah,
she did say something about how we know that they lied to us, and that's why I said what I said.
Yeah,
but,
of course.
Yeah, okay. I'm
completely agree with what you're saying, man. Completely agree with what you're saying.
Cool.
It'll be me, then someone else, then someone else, and someone else, and by that time, half an hour gone, and poor woman hasn't said anything.
Fair enough.
I heard someone talk about they called it like their flat Earth slap or something along those lines.
Flat smack. Yeah, so it's a kind of term, right, where ultimately a very short argument will rip your reality apart. So a piece of flat smacking would be, let's talk about space, for example. A very quick flat smack is the entire medium of space can't exist because you can't have gas pressure without a container. The atmosphere of the Earth is uncontained from the vacuum in space. This breaks natural law or ruins the whole heliocentric model. Now, if you understand that and take that as it is said, you've just been flat smacked. Then you can understand from what I've just said that all of your reality that you've been told is a lie.
Okay.
And then it'll go quiet.
Well, everyone's with the flat smack.
Well, plus none of us have ever been anywhere beyond a certain point anyway, or a certain altitude, or a certain height, or none of us have been to a certain region of the Earth. So, I mean, to say, what we know, or, for a fact, a lot of those people, the scientists themselves, don't even know. They just say it.
So the furthest I've been is Mongolia, and that is like a 12-hour time difference. And when we were flying there, they show on the airplane, they have this little TV in the seat in front of you, and it could show you where you were exactly on the Earth, and that was rounded. So what would it really look like then instead?
I mean, was you watching CGI? Most likely, it was just CGI.
It would be like GTA 5, like getting in a plane on GTA 5, flying from one point or one city or one town to the next. I mean, it'd take 12 hours. You add some time in there, 12-hour distance, whatever, and fly to it. It's pretty much the same thing. There's no globe. You don't have to go around it. It's just a flat base. It's pretty simple.
Did you notice the clouds when you was up in the plane? I mean, you could see more miles. Like, you should be able to see curvature from the top of the clouds because you can see so far out. I mean, that's really. I flew twice in my life, and it really sold it for me because you never see the clouds curve because if like I was saying earlier, if the Earth is a sphere, there's constant curve. So eventually, at one point in the world or another, you're going to see some curve, but you don't. I mean, in the clouds, that is. But you never see the clouds curve. They're always stretched out, flat.
Yeah, now that I think about it, I can't really pinpoint seeing the clouds curve. Like, I can't say that I definitely saw that.
Well, how about the plane? Hold on a second. How about the plane flight drop, and how long was the plane flight?
Well, the flight was a 12-hour flight.
Whoa. How fast was it going?
Black clouds.
No,
wait. I have no idea how fast.
Wait a second.
I don't know how fast. It could have been
I'm getting some feedback. Sorry about that.
That's all right, man.
Yeah, but it should be dropped. The flight should be dropping, right?
Following the curve.
Right. Even at 1 hour, if the plane's flying at typical cruising speeds like 500 miles an hour, right? if you're flying for 1 hour at 500 miles an hour, how far are you going?
500 miles.
What is the drop, the vertical drop that must be negotiated in 500 miles?
Oh, fuck. That's a lot.
I don't know, but it's 8 inches per mile squared. And I don't have the calculator with
I
me,
got
but-
the answer. 167,376 feet. So,
how many miles is that?
So that flight, your airplane that's flying level, besides turbulence, must drop, vertical drop. I don't care how it does it. It could do barrel rolls, it could do all kinds of stuff, but it must, on average, drop 2,789 feet every minute. Does that happen?
No, it doesn't happen.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Thanks.
Just to like rephrase that, because she might not get that because she's kind of new to the topic, but do you kind of get where he's going with that, Space?
Yes, I do.
Like, if you think about it, like, you know, if you're flying at level, right, over a globe, and you're never aiming your nose down for the plane to like correct for like altitude, you would essentially gain altitude if you keep going straight on a ball, right? Just think about
And
it
with
like this.
that, you should see clouds coming over
Just,
a
think
curve
about it
with
like
that
this.
much distance. Also, but you
All right,
never
top
do.
notch.
I mean,
I don't know.
Don't worry about the clouds.
Hold on, sorry everyone. Top notch. I don't know whether you could hear Jose. This happened earlier, so you started talking through Jose whilst he was speaking. I don't know whether you could hear him, buddy. But you might need to sort that out again.
Right. Okay. So like what I was saying is like it's like as simple as like putting a ruler on like a baseball, right? That ruler eventually is not going to touch the ball anymore, and it's going to, you know, the ball's going to drop away from that ruler at some point. So essentially, that distance quantum racer was talking about, I forgot how much feet he said, but it's a lot of feet, man. That's how much the nose should be dropping down in between that distance that you traveled through that time, right? Now, we all know that we feel motion, right? When you ascend, descend, you know. So like, if you really think about it, everyone that's flown a plane can honestly say to themselves that the plane flies level and straight, and actually flies with sometimes 3 degrees nose up. That's how it maintains its level. So that's pretty much what the argument's about, that the plane is flying over a plane, a stationary plane, and not a globe.
And the horizon should drop on a ball when you go up to a certain level, but it doesn't. It makes sure it goes up with you.
Yeah, let's just stick with the drop. Let's one at a time. So when you make that,
should drop.
Yeah, I understand that. Let's stick with one at a time. Is when you fly, let's say 11 hours, but that's a long distance, right? Does that flight save for turbulence? Do you drop any amount of feet that you felt?
I don't really remember feeling that.
Right. The flight pretty much stays level, correct?
Yes.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
All right. Okay. I understand. That makes sense.
And what you'll find, and hopefully you'll stick around in the Discord server for a long time, is these individual arguments, like aeroplanes. We can use aeroplanes in the way that they are built and the way that pilots are taught and all of these different types of things, navigation. Each single one of these things won't be working on a ball that moves and spins underneath the aeroplane. It'll work on a flat stationary Earth, not a ball. So each individual argument, and you've probably, you've understood maybe flat Earth has been around for a while. People probably think that they can pull evidence out of their backside, left, right, and centre, and just throw it down. The only thing I'll employ you to do, and you've done it really well so far, so thank you, is ask you questions, give us time to go through the argument with you, and you'll understand, like you just have done, that planes aren't flying around a ball. You just have to start thinking about them critically and logically, and get to the understanding that you can question the reality that you've been sold. I mean, sold.
Yeah, I have a background in Montessori education, and that really encourages asking questions and looking into things further. And I've really appreciated you all taking the time to answer my questions so thoroughly. And I feel like I have a starting base to start to learn more.
Hey, Space Corca, I got one more thing for you, just to double back on what I said. So even when I got flat smacked by this question, I could not square with reality. I still questioned my own understanding. I said, well, yeah, okay, so what? There's a global war on terror, but the globe is still real. The next thing that put me over the edge is like, why would I, the guy who told me this, lie to you and tell you I think the earth is a globe? And that's what finally did it for me. If you follow the money, if you follow who would tell you what and why, that's the final nail in the coffin. Do you think I would lie to you to gain nothing from you? I don't know who you are. I might not ever meet you in real life. I'm telling you what I think and what I've come to realize as reality. And I've got nothing to gain from that, only stuff to lose. Where the people in power that perpetuate this globe world, they've got everything to gain by continuing the lie.
Has she seen the Black? Well, has she seen the Black Swan yet?
No, we haven't even got that far. This conversation's about 10 minutes before you came in, QE, so about half hour old. This is really new stuff for us.
To be honest.
I was just going to suggest that just before you said that, QE.
I think we should start like.
Well, I was going to actually suggest that.
Too many people talking. There's like 4 people with ideas now. Jose, what are you trying to say?
I don't have an idea. I have a request.
I was saying that we should hold off on the Black Swan. I think that's like at least 2 days in here. You kind of have to understand like the math, the horizon, like because even if she understands the Black Swan, she still won't know how to make sense of it. I think, but I could be wrong. I might be misjudging her. But
she's smart enough.
I think I'm capable of understanding information. Yeah,
right,
it might.
Let me try and break this down, if I may. What I'll do is I'll break this down and then I'll hand it over to QE for the actual Black Swan argument. But we are told that we are living on a ball. That ball has got definite dimensions because we know the size of the Earth, right? So ultimately, given these dimensions of the Earth, radius, diameter, and circumference, we can use math to figure a few things out about this ball. We can figure out where the horizon is, for example, your placement on the ball, your observer height above the surface of the curved surface. We can figure out how much descent there should be over the curved surface from point A to point B. You being point A, every surface is always descending down and away from you. So point B at distance will always be a calculable rate away. Being as we've got the math of the ball, the calculation from point A to point B over distance is 8 inches per mile squared. So after 1 mile, that's 8 inches of drop between point A and point B. After 3 miles, it's 72 inches of drop. And after 10 miles, that's 66 foot of drop. It gets worse, it's exponential, it's a curved surface. Ultimately, being as it's a ball, it's got definite values, the geometric shape, to figure out certain things about our environment. Basically, we should be able to measure the Earth, especially over distances of water, because that's where the most curvature should be found. 71% of the Earth's surface is water, and as gravity is doing some magic and pulling everything to the centre of mass, then this is where we should find the convex nature of our Earth. So we should be able to measure it, being as we've got definite dimensions. You understand that, yeah?
To a degree, but I was wondering if you have a figure that goes along with that so I could visualize.
Right, okay. In the Livestream voice text one, there's Earth curve calculations going around. It's a shape. It's 2-dimensional in this instance because we're only figuring out drop between point A and point B. So this is 2 lines. So the circle is good enough to represent the sphere. Sphere 3959 radius, circumference 24,901 miles. We've got values. We've got a circle. We know what we can do with pi and shit. We can figure out the drop value between point A and point B over the distance of this ball. The calculation works out to more accurately 7.98 inches per mile squared. But 8 inches per mile squared is roughly good enough. Definitely something we should be able to measure.
Hey, real quick, do you mind if I guide her to the Livestream 1 voice text? I'm not sure if she's familiar about that. But right above this Livestream voice, there's a channel called Livestream 1 voice text. That's where we're posting relevant images to match with what these guys are talking about currently. Just scroll up. It's like the last 3 pictures. You're going to see one that says curve calc. You're going to see one that says Bob Eyeball. That's the Black Swan, which we're going to discuss right after. And the one that India just posted is another, observation of how light drop would be, measured and things like that.
you're on a ball. You know how big the ball is. For you, point A, every surface in the way, because relative to you on top of the Earth, that's what's happening for you. You're on top of the ball relative to you, right? So every single surface, the Earth, the water in most instances, right, should be curving down and away at a most definitely calculable rate, because we are told the size of the Earth, geometric shape, sphere, circle in this instance. So we've got the math, we can do measurements. Do the measurements fit the math? Does math fit reality? I don't know if you wanted to ask any questions before we carried on.
I'm looking at the graphic right now, but I don't think I have questions at the moment.
Okay, cool. I don't know, John, if you wanted to carry on.
Yeah, I think it's a very simple argument. I like her when she said that, do you have any, solid data points? Yeah, we do. And this is it. This is the argument. It's very short. It's just a modus tollens. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, and that's definitely the radius. You understand that, correct?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, that's P. Then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's Q. In the Black Swan photo, if you are in Voice One text chat, it has bye-bye ball with Quantum Eraser posting it. I just want you to just let me know. Just let me know if you can see it.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, it says bye-bye ball, right? This is the photo. This is called the Black Swan. This photo was taken at 1 foot observer height in Santa Barbara, California. Now, I gave the observer height 5 feet for the argument, but we can disregard the 5 foot because it's actually 1 foot. And we have video evidence to prove that. The max distance to the geometric horizon should be 2.73 miles at 5 feet, but actually it should only be 1.22 miles away. You see the problem?
Yes.
This horizon is well beyond 9.41 miles. So some people calculate it doesn't matter. We can make it 10 miles. How can the horizon move from 1.22 miles, 10 times that distance, behind those oil platforms? It's a rhetorical question because it can't. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere. That's it. That's the argument.
Unless it's larger than the sun, movies. I think it worked out right. Mathematically, it had to be larger than the sun.
Space movies, bro.
Hey, before you guys all jump in, why don't we ask her if she has any questions about it?
Right now I don't. Right now I'm going to keep listening. I'm continuing to look at all the information, and so far, I totally understand what you all are saying.
Hey, Quantum,
okay.
Sell
an alien eclipse.
We'll get there. We'll get there, Elijah. I swear we'll get there for you, buddy. I just want to add some more background for this, with this whole horizon, where it is, what we're looking at, right? So we've got maths. We're looking for curvature. Geometric, physical curvature of the Earth is what we're looking for. Because for 3,000 years, we've been told, the Greeks were saying that's the reason why boats disappear at the way that they do from the bottom up. Because they are disappearing over physical blockage, the curve of the Earth. Now, we've had conversations for 5 years, debates, however you want to call them, since the flat Earth has kind of started, or people have been waking up to flat Earth. And this is one of the most common things, because flat Earth claim number one is an observation claim. We observe the Earth to be flat. It doesn't matter the altitude that you gain or the optical equipment that you use. You can see as far as you can see. There's no physical Earth blockage in the way or curvature of the Earth stopping you from seeing as far as you can see, because there's a prediction within the curve model of the Earth, how far you should be able to see something at distance. Eventually, that thing would have disappeared underneath the curvature of the Earth, and the physical blockage of the curve of the Earth would stop you from seeing it. Physical obstruction would stop you from seeing it. Long distance observations, and this is just one. The one with Bob Eyeball with the oil rigs. This is just one of thousands of long distance observations that supersede the prediction of a curved Earth. Literally, flat Earth claim number one is we see too far. We see things in a distance that are literally directly in front of us. We have a direct line of sight with these lighthouses. Lighthouse, for example, it is there. There is the lighthouse. Depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day, we will or will not be able to see it. We might be able to see more of it, we might be able to see less of it. But light refraction, we're observing through the atmosphere. So that's the argument. It is directly in front of us. The response, or the other argument from the globe Earth, what we have to understand is, for example, the lighthouse at 20 miles away. That is not a lighthouse at 20 miles away. It physically can't be there because the curve of the Earth, the math predicts and tells you that it's not there. So that lighthouse that you see is an actual holographic projection. It's looming up through some kind of superlooming light refraction from a place where you can't see it because it's been physically blocked to a place that you can now see it, but that lighthouse is not the actual lighthouse. It's an illusion. It's quite easy to understand that when making long distance observations, you have a direct line of sight to that object, the lighthouse, for example, at 20 miles. It's not beyond the curvature of the Earth and then projecting itself up. And every single long distance observation presenting as if the Earth was flat. The Earth is obviously flat. It's observably flat. It's measurably flat too. We'll get around to that in a bit. But this is why the black swan is a killer in this argument, because it removes the physical blockage, because the horizon starts jumping around, right? Now, globers start saying refraction because they've only said it when it was looming up from beyond the physical blockage. Now they're saying it's happening all over the fucking place. It's a very interesting argument. What you have to understand, it destroys the geometric curve of the Earth. It's never been there.
Well, thanks, Jedi and Quantum. I can never enjoy a space fiction movie ever again because
you're welcome.
I was wondering what the maximum altitude that has been obtained was.
Maximum, I think I can safely say the maximum altitude of an observation of the Earth being flat is 120,000 feet from a high altitude air balloon. We can argue all day with the verifiability of any and all images from above where you can go. Right, high altitude balloons, we would maybe start talking about NASA. But using the right optical equipment, not a fisheye lens, it appears that the Earth still remains flat.
Okay. My other question is, what do you all think about like GPS?
GPS has been around since the Second World War. It's ground-based technology, ground positioning system. It was first known as the RAN and something else. It's basically towers. Yeah, it's basically towers. Yeah, that's the other one. Thank you, John. So, yeah, it's basically towers sending out signals, getting pings on boats so they can navigate. And then the technology has been ramped up and used. But basically, it's just towers pinging from one base to another. This is another technology that requires a direct line of sight between masts that say 100 miles apart. They're not going to work on a curved surface.
And just to jump in on this real quick, a grid mapping system literally works on any shape. Triangle, square, cylinder, sphere, flat. You can grid map any object. So it's not just sphere, okay? The sphere does not need to be grid mapped.
You can also get within 10 meters of your exact position by two known points. Right? I've done it with map,
section,
compass, protractor, and a pencil.
This goes back to military training. It's called resection.
Yeah, we're not going to have an hour of military stories, guys. Sorry.
Yeah. So,
seize him.
Seize him. There's another problem when you say GPS, because that denotes satellites in a second law of thermodynamics violation?
Okay, so I think, whilst we're going to be talking about GPS space, you brought GPS up. Remember, we're talking about flat smacking, and I gave you the one about gas pressures without a container. Might be a good idea that we go into that one a little bit more, because at the moment, right, we're not observing and we're not measuring a ball. Most of the evidence for the Earth being a ball will be from this place that we're about to go to that fundamentally can't exist. I don't know, John, do you want to talk about it, or do you want me to carry on?
No, carry on, man. You got this one down, dude.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, cool. So what we're talking about with natural laws happen always. We've got these things and they've got background noise, and I really don't want it right now. So someone's running water and it makes me toilet.
OJ Swanson, there you go. You're good.
Cool, thank you. So what we're talking about is natural laws. Natural laws always happen unless they're stopped from happening, right? That's quite understandable. Second law of thermodynamics, without going into too much, energy transfers. Hot goes to cold, for example. Hot cup of coffee is going to get cold, right? Entropy. It goes from a ordered state to an unordered state. Air pressure, high air pressure, will disperse into a lower pressure environment, because that's where the busy energy is, right? Where the high gas pressure is. And there's no energy or anything in the space, or where low pressure is. It's easy for the energy to flow from one system to another. We're breathing gas pressure. To have gas pressure, to keep gas somewhere, it must be physically contained. If there is no physical barrier between the gas pressure and a space, the gas will fill the space. That's the only way that you can stop gas from going somewhere, is to stop it with a physical barrier, to actually interact with it somehow physically and stop it. So ultimately, when we're told that the Earth is a ball spinning with the gas attached to the surface around in a vacuum, this fundamentally breaks a law of nature, because gas fills space. I don't know if you understand that too well.
I do. I was just wondering, that kind of makes me panic a little. If the Earth isn't in space, then where is it? Like, where are we existing?
I guess that's relatively a good question. It's very simply said, as you've always existed on the Earth. I know it's said to be a ball that's traveling around the galaxy and probably came from a Big Bang, because that's a current kind of understanding about where reality came from. But ultimately, you're not going anywhere. The Earth exists where the Earth exists, right? Stationary still. Go on, John.
We're not saying that space doesn't exist. We're saying that the vacuum of space cannot exist. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation in your face. I mean, it's right on the surface. It doesn't take any research to debunk this. Either somebody's lying or the second law of thermodynamics is false.
Can I ask you, hey Jedi, does gas need a container to keep it from fucking off?
It does. It does need a container to stop it from fucking off. Sorry, Space?
Because if there's no container, then what happens to the gas?
It fucks off.
It does.
Oh. oh, I got it. So if there's no container.
Hi, I was wondering, on the high altitude balloon, do you know if they recorded a pressure reading or anything like that?
Yeah, it would have been a lower pressure. It would have been a pressure. There would have been gas. It would have been able to press because there would have been gas there, but it's a lower one. It's just reading of the gas pressure gradient. It appears that the higher you gain in altitude, and remember you're in a balloon, so you need there to be gas pressure on the outside anyway, right? So yeah, ultimately it's a gas pressure gradient. It reduces with altitude.
You can't have a gas pressure gradient without a container.
Hey, basically, this is one that goes to Boyle's law too. The Red Bull jump said 0.3 atmosphere at his altitude, where he jumped, and he virtually had on a hard-skinned suit. Okay, he had on almost like a diver would have to go down past 300 meters. So explain to me how someone leaving the ISS with a point negative, whatever that equals out to, like to the, like torn or whatever, how
it's
they can
10 to the
walk
negative
out.
6. It's 10 to the negative 6 torque.
Okay, so this guy had a hard skin suit where he could barely move for a 1/3 atmosphere condition. So you've got ×6 negative suit, and they have a soft skin suit, and they're flying about the ISS at like a Mach 17, and no problem whatsoever. It doesn't add up to reality.
Right. Let's stick with the gas. I
Boyle's law.
I understand where you're headed with this, with the ISS. Let's stick just with the gas pressure for right now. But you're right. What FE Jedi is essentially asking you is for you to show a tire pressure without the tire.
Isn't that absolute versus gauge?
Tire pressure without the tire. No, it doesn't really have anything to do with it.
Well, what is gauge pressure?
That's a red herring to this actual argument.
Well, I don't try and get gauge pressure if I pump up the tyre and don't have the rubber tyre bit. Where's the pressure?
The gauge pressure is it's calibrated to atmospheric pressure. It doesn't have anything to do with this argument. My question still stands. How do you have gas pressure without a container?
What is gravity?
Hey, Jedi, what happens if
there we go.
Hey, Jedi, what happens if there's gas with no container?
It fucks off, man. But see, hold on, let me take
Tickle fancy.
Yeah, no. Space has done well. She's got round to gravity. Brilliant, Space. Well done. Because it is literally the only thing that could possibly stop gas from fucking off, right? Even though it can't actually even be demonstrated, but within the heliocentric model, it is ding, ding, ding. The first time he said it, gravity that comes to the rescue, where every single demonstration ever when separating two dynamically different pressure systems requires a physical barrier. If you make a vacuum chamber here on Earth, you're going to need to, separate the vacuum from the gas on the outside, the chamber bit, the container. And you have to have varying thicknesses and structures of container to separate higher vacuums from atmospheric pressure. Every single demonstration requires a container, something to separate the two. I'm glad you said gravity, though. You've done right. Because ultimately, it's a piece of magic that is hopefully going to come to the rescue and make the ball that we can't observe or measure still keep spinning through space. Yeah, we get that. Gravity's a massive argument. I'm quite sure lots of people want to have it with you.
Yeah, I definitely think that's probably the biggest one.
Well, gravity doesn't exist right now. We're not going to have that long argument with you today because we already went over the.
I don't want to have that argument today.
We already went over the black swan. That's all right. I have. You said gravity. I say helium balloon.
Hey, stuff 6 is equilibrium. Dude.
Hold on a second. I said helium balloon. Which direction does the helium balloon go when you leave it go on the surface of the Earth?
What is buoyancy?
What is it's the effect? I can answer that.
Okay, so it sounds like Final Jeopardy at the moment. Sorry.
Yeah, I got Final Jeopardy covered.
Gotcha.
But what is buoyancy? You're just throwing out terms. I'm going to tell you what it is. It's the effective density. Where's gravity in it?
I'm not sure what gravity would really have to do with it, but why?
Well, wait a second. Hold on a second. Sorry to interrupt. When we said gas pressure without a container, you brought up gravity. So what do you think gravity has to do with it? That's what it has to do with it because you just brought it up.
Hey, gravity is one of those forces that's the weakest
Because it's a force that's acting on all of the particles in the system.
Gravity is not a force.
Right, okay. It sounds like we do have to have the gravity
Yep,
conversation.
we're going to have it. Go ahead, Jedi. You're the one.
Okay, so, all right. There's lots of ways that we can start talking about gravity, but fundamentally with this argument, I want you to understand this. Gravity, both ideas, right, have never been scientifically proven. So you can't take something you can't scientifically prove and use it in a demonstration to stop a natural law. You're just not going to be able to do it. I understand what you mean by saying gravity is a force. There's a directionality to nature that QE has just pointed out, that you let go of a helium balloon, it goes up. You drop a rock, it goes down, up or down, right? We understand that. But ultimately, when we're talking about gravity, it works on a presupposition that the Earth is a ball and space exists. The mass attracting mass that you're talking about, the first idea, so not the current scientific rhetoric, the first idea about it was superseded in 1915. But the mass attracting mass has never been scientifically proven. Newton didn't want anything to do with it. He offered no science for it. The apple that fell from the tree didn't fall until 40 years later. So ultimately, he was trying to come up with a mechanism based on the presupposition the Earth was a ball and space existed because things were going around in the sky. So ultimately, yeah, we can understand the mechanism, and he's trying to apply his presupposed idea to it. Mass attracting mass then comes along with Cavendish and a few other people with a pseudo type of experiment, again, something that they didn't really want to be associated with, because the magic at a distance throughout this whole narrative was just fucking fundamentally stupid, which is why in 1915 Einstein had to come along, and I say had to, and come up with another idea because the first one wasn't working. The next idea superseded the first. This idea is the bending and warping of space-time, the presuppositional Earth ball of mass sitting in a fabricated reification of space and time and bending and warping it, which is why rocks fall down. But ultimately, the point is, gravity is the thing that makes the ball stick together because it's all based upon a presupposed ball and space exists. Both ideas, one superseding the other, and the current scientific rhetoric being the bending and warping of space-time, have never been scientifically proven, i.e. there is no experiment, no proof. And it is most definitely not the thing that's stopping the gas from going into a space, because we've just let a helium balloon go and it goes up.
So mass that accelerates would equal a force. What other would be causing the rock to fall to the ground?
Did you pick it up?
Sure, I picked it up.
Yeah, right. So the rock or anything of a certain heaviness, weight, however you want to describe it, is going to be on the floor. The only way that you're going to be able to remove it from the floor is when you apply your force. All right, so kicking it is like dropping it. It's a force. It's going to go downwards because this is an observable natural law. There is a directionality. The rocks and heavy shit, you've got to pick them up, you drop them, they'll go back down. You make a helium balloon or something that contains a gas that can rise, and it rises. Because all we can do is vary and manipulate the objects in the medium. That'll be the relative density bit, but we don't understand, or we can't scientifically prove why the floor's the floor and the sky's up there, and the directionality bit, because it didn't matter where the floor was on a flat Earth, we'd always be asking, why doesn't shit go to the left? There's directionality up and down relative to us in the system we're in. What causes the up and down, we can't scientifically prove. We can just fuck around with the effects within the up and down of the rock and the balls and stuff.
But every force has an equal and opposite reaction. So what's the reaction that takes back the force I
That's
input?
Incorrect. That's incorrect. That's incorrect. That's Newtonian laws. They've all been debunked by quantum mechanics.
Oh, well, I guess I'm not up to date with that then.
Yep.
It's interesting. It's interesting that you said up to date as well, because obviously you can't gravity being a force, and like it hasn't even been described as a force since 1915. And this isn't on you. This is on everyone, right? We all get taught this bollocks, and it's not true. We get taught certain narratives, and it's down to you to do the research and actually find it out, right? But mass attracting mass, this force of gravity, not even the current scientific rhetoric of today. It hasn't been for over 100 years. Lots of people flog dead horses. It's just you just think you're right. It's not you. It's
even
everyone.
measurable. Nobody's measured it.
Is it possible to link me the information about the Newtonian laws being debunked by quantum?
Sure. 1 second.
Awesome. Thank you.
Coming at you right now. Are you in live stream?
Yes, I am.
It'll be with you in 5, 4, 3, 2.
What would the recoil from a gun be?
There you go.
I predict we might have a new flat earther before long.
Oh my God.
Sorry, guys. I didn't have myself on mute. Sorry.
Hey, what about guns? I'm a firearms instructor.
Oh yeah, my
The
question.
recoil.
Hold on a second before we jump to another topic. Let's deal with this one right now. The laws of motion of Newton. This is from Richard Feynman. The discovery of quantum mechanics first, and then in behavior of light, and then in behavior of matter, finally culminating in 1926 with the full equation of quantum mechanics, which told us that the laws of motion of Newton were not right. Is that good? I can scientifically validate that, by the way.
I'll probably give you 10 more if you say not good.
Wasn't that because the current model of quantum physics didn't line up with the Newtonian idea of gravity?
No, I'm sorry. Newton never proposed a scientific theory of gravity. He proposed a law. Natural laws are not scientific.
Why?
Can't follow the scientific method?
But doesn't every action have an equal and opposite reaction? So
Not according... No.
Could you link me that as well, please?
Link you what as well?
Proof of that being violated.
Show me proof of it.
Okay, fair. Would a gun work?
Gun. I don't know how many... what's particularly confusing about Richard Feynman saying... and you know who Richard Feynman is, correct?
Hi, I'm sorry. I'm Space Quacko's boyfriend. I just like to chime in here.
Hello. Hiya. How are you?
Isn't that about their current understanding or, I'm sorry, current models of quantum mechanics?
No, there are no models of quantum mechanics. It's all scientific experiments. Models are reification.
Well, the theories and ideas that are supporting their arguments in general is kind of what I was getting at.
Whose arguments?
Richard Feynman's, and just basically quantum mechanics, like, the work of Stephen Hawking and a lot
Stephen Hawking had nothing to do with quantum mechanics.
Nothing.
Yeah, he did.
No,
he didn't.
What is his work on virtual particles and like black
virtual particles? What is the that's an oxymoron. Virtual. What's the definition of virtual?
Sets of quantum mechanics. Like that.
What is the definition of virtual, please?
Yes, answer the question.
It gets a little fuzzy here because I'm not really that involved with these topics, but I do know that they did study subsects of quantum mechanics.
No,
yeah.
Hey,
no,
okay,
they didn't.
boyfriend.
Right or wrong? But
Hawkins tried to square the Big Bang with black hole. That's all he tried to do, and he failed miserably. Which is why he never got a Nobel Peace Prize, never got recognized for any of his books. He died in obscurity. Okay, so he's a failure.
I will
let's get back to the topic. Let's get back to the topic. I can destroy Newtonian mechanics.
Exactly, Newtonian mechanics. Every reaction has an equal and opposite.
I just said okay, not a problem. Let's do an experiment. Let's do the double slit experiment. Right? We'll take. Let's see. Professor Shankar, chair, professor of physics, Yale. All right, so today we're going to shoot down Newtonian mechanics and Maxwell's theory. We're like the press. We build somebody up only to destroy them. Are you ready for the destroying?
Sounds
Say yes. Say yes.
Ready.
Not a problem. So we have a double slit experiment with a Newtonian particle, an electron. We close one slit and fire a bevy of electrons and we get 10 hits at point A. We close that slit and open the other slit and fire a bevy of electrons. We get 8 hits at point A. The Newtonian prediction would be if we fired the same bevy of electrons with both slits open, we must get 18 hits at point A. How many do we get? We get a big fat 0. And what does that mean? Professor Shankar, chair, professor of physics at Yale? That is the end of Newtonian physics. The prosecution rests.
Can I say something? Doesn't Newtonian mechanics rest on the fact of, like every equation from Newtonian mechanics rests on the fact of the objects or systems at play having some sort of mass? And isn't it pretty verifiable that light does not contain any mass whatsoever?
No, and I'm not just talking about light. I'm talking about electrons.
Electrons have no mass.
What?
Like
citation, please.
And
you're going to have to define mass for me. I'm going to get medieval on you.
I will say, I would like to just dial back a little bit to the firearm argument. When I fire,
I bet you would.
In my hand, what is that?
I bet you would. Well, you're already debunked, so you can do firearms all night. You can't skip across the debunking that I just laid at your feet and go to firearms, son.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for the night.
Yes, is terminated.
Been wonderful.
Take your cloak off. Get the fuck out of there. Thank you.
Hey, if you think that boyfriend's gonna get you to space, you need to find a new boyfriend.
No, I totally agree. I just genuinely am curious, and he's an engineer and started to listen and then started to have more questions, and then I shouldn't have, but I let him take control of the mic. So I hope you all had fun and it was all good-hearted.
Oh yeah, it was good.
That's great.
You're absolutely fine. No worries.
Yeah,
it's like you. It's no problem. But remind him that engineering is not science. You can take that with him.
sorry.
He wants to know.
What is science at this point?
Science is anyone who follows the scientific method.
What is the scientific method?
The scientific method is stepwise. There's 4 steps. Oh, I'm sorry. Was he asking me?
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, I hear that, John, and I start answering it as well. So sorry if I interrupted you. You take it away.
Yeah, the scientific method has about 7 steps, but 3 are critical. The first one is observe natural phenomena. That's where you get your dependent variable from. Then you go to hypothesis, which has the independent-dependent variable relationship. All science is only focused on cause and effect. Then you go to the experiment, where you have the independent, dependent, and controlled variables are added. That's the scientific method.
I agree with that. I honestly, I've done work as a test engineer before, and all of that just hits the nail right on the head. I've done an experiment where I've followed that exact method, and that's you guys know your stuff on that. Right?
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
Yep, good talking to you guys. I'm out too. So FE Jedi, good job. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah,
Everyone have a good night.
It's been fun.
And stay safe. And thank you for letting me
guys. Yeah, cheers, guys. Tell your boyfriend to get his own Discord account.
I do have my own Discord account.
Okay.
Yeah, well, come in here and get voice verified, buddy, and we can have chats whenever you're about.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
This is Helio Skeptic reporting 24/7.
From 24/7 Discord. What's up, Mickey?
What's going on, Quets?
Good.
Yeah, bro, I was there for most of that. Like, I was actually in the server. Like,
You've been here since I went to sleep, I guess. What was that, like 10 hours ago?
actually, I just appeared here like maybe not even 35, 40 minutes ago.
Oh, okay, cool. I thought you were like up all night or something.
No, I've been getting grounded back into the server. It's been a while. We haven't had those kind of discussions in been ages now. We don't have people like that coming in here anymore. Well, there's been a few stragglers. Don't get me wrong, but they're not as prevalent as they were before.
Oh, I wasn't listening to the music about, so I'm not following exactly which part you're talking about.
There was an engineer that came in with, I guess his girlfriend was the one that was taking point, and they were, I guess, on the same mic, and then he would be asking her questions in the background about what was being presented to her, because she was asking questions about like the curvature, being on a plane ride, and all that stuff, and she was getting an explanation of how it works on the Earth as it is.
Yeah.
So then
he's Glober. She on the
well,
Globe
yeah,
side, or?
yeah, okay. But I mean, she wasn't staunchly taking a position. She was just more like inquisitive. But then her boyfriend, who was an engineer, was listening in the background, asking her questions, and all of a sudden he had to pipe up and get on the mic because he couldn't be in the background no longer. So,
right.
It's interesting because like he didn't come in to do that, like when he should have, being an engineer. But rather, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, rather let her.
Yeah, I think he wanted to feel it out first from in the background, like see, well, what is this server about, like Discord.
Yeah, so he doesn't get shredded, or it's not just some kind of like tomfoolery happening. That could have been the case. Like, he would have been like, yeah, just go and talk to those guys if you want. But subconsciously, he was probably thinking like, yeah, I want to send her in there, so in case it is something intellectual, she'll be like the first, or not, you know.
Oh, did he manage to answer the questions afterwards?
He was kind of stymied about a few things, and he couldn't proceed past what Quantum was saying. But I think that that whole, the way it was presented and the way it has been presented in those days, like we were here in the server, it was important for the mind to grasp the concept, because a lot of it had to deal with why doesn't gravity work, and so the breakdown of all of that, and going through the scientific method, the independent and dependent variable, like all that has to be kind of laid out for them to really get a hold of, because it's been taught like certain things can be, the scientific method still applies, that it doesn't apply to, and of course, I mean, there's a term science, right, which does have a more broader general sense of like when we use it, like it's not as specific as the scientific method, so that's a bit different than saying that versus science. But yeah, going through those things and having conversations with people at the time frame that we did was essential, and I'm glad that it was recorded, because now we have an archive of, like, going back to. But I, like, while those conversations was happening, I was in the Discord, and just being partial to all of that, man, it was a great time. We had many conversations with people, and that's this is the thing, man. People don't really know that what, like, how can I say, experience the people in here have. We've like rivaled some of the most intellectual minds that have set foot in here, but they haven't produced any information that would indicate that the Earth is of a spherical nature. So, and it's just only bolstered confidence because we've like just been here, just like, okay, you got something to present, go ahead. If there's evidence you have, but we get more nowadays. It's like, what do you accept as evidence? Kind of questions, and it's like, it's not about what do I accept as evidence. Is if there's any empirical evidence, because if there is, then it can be falsified. That what you're saying can be looked at as a cause and effect relationship if it is science, right? But if it's not, then it's like a what is question, like what is the Earth, which you can't apply the scientific method to. So that would be it's been a journey, man. I'll tell you what. It's good to reminisce and hearing videos and like, dude, I was there. I remember that.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, it's cool to hear yourself and others see how you grown.
Yeah, the blade is it's been sharpened on a whetstone for about 7 years, so it can slice through any argument like easily. Like now, I don't even have to look at the argument. I just knock the sword over and it slices it on its own. So I'm just like, before we used to, it was a trial, bro. Like it took like 4 or 5 of us, and we'd have debates with anti-flag. Well, at that time, they were more adamant in their position because this whole thing was new to everyone.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
So there were more Globers or anti?
Oh, dude, yeah, they were popping up left and right. Yeah. They would find the server. They would jump in. They would come in. It would be like all day. It would be an all day thing, like 3 at a time. And the Globers would be chomping at the bit to get on the mic and fighting over each other, like trying to speak to us, and we were just laying it down, man, just as good as we did. As you can tell, like, sometimes the way it gets in here, we used to, like, the ones who were in it for the long run, we would see who had the conversation and then let them take point. It's difficult when everybody's chomping at the bit to say something, and then everybody's talking over each other, and you can't hear the guy who had taken point his position, like, because you hear. Okay, like, to give an example, like, let's say, Quetz, you're talking to a Glober that comes in here, and you guys are talking about, for some reason, you got on the topic of gravity or whatever, and here I come with, like, how submarines travel with sonar or something. I'll interject with, like, hey, yeah, but have you taught them about how sonar works? And then, hey, so anyway, sonar is like, and then I'm off to the races, and I just derailed your point.
Yeah.
A lot at that time, flat earthers were so anxious to jump in the conversation, they couldn't hold their what they wanted to say, and then they would just. And it happens sometimes, right? I'm not gonna say that everybody's perfect.
I think it was like more passion and more eagerness, like to give their inputs of what they, were had not knowledge about, I guess, or aware of. So everybody was,
It's hard because it's hard because it's okay. So we can't stop anybody. We can, but it's like we want everybody to be cordial. We want everybody to respect each other. Like, if you take point, then go ahead and finish your thought so that the person can respond whether they understood or they didn't, kind of thing. And if you couldn't get your point across as far as like the way you said it, then it's not like you need to keep pounding into his brain a little bit more. You have to sometimes allow maybe somebody else to take the lead. Say, hey, Quetz, it's your turn, because apparently I'm just gonna step back and let you. Maybe you can, the way you present it, will be different, and
well,
it's just chat etiquette, really. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I think, try to give everybody their own time as possible.
Yeah, well, no, I guess the reason why I was saying that is because in that time frame we were doing it, about 4 or 5 of us that were ready to go, and then on their side there were like 7 or 8 of them ready to go. So it was like we were trying to. It was crazy, man. We had to actually split this live stream up into 2. That's when 2 live streams were rocking, man. Both of them were rocking. We had enough flat earthers on one side and globe on the other. It was crazy.
I bet. Oh well.
But the conversation always stemmed from the blissful ignorance standpoint of them, the people that are coming in. And these guys they were reputable in their fields, right? And so the thing that we had to address was a bit more specific in terms of like because like engineer, and QE pointed it out, and like what he's doing, he was attributing it to being scientific, and it's not, so he was taken back by it. He was like, whoa, like that's because you can learn about things, right? But it doesn't make you the qualified expert in the field, let's say, to claim that what you're doing is science. So I guess he understood it as like, yes, even if he's an engineer, it does qualify him to be a scientist. And that's why QE, told him that. And he didn't have rebuttal, as you could tell, or if you didn't hear it, but yeah, people that were listening. We got some people in here like Dej. Looks like a Dodge or Dej. Welcome to the server.
Hey, thanks, bud. Yeah, I was just listening, contemplating, man. I been an observer, a good listener, for the last couple of years. I'm just now starting to get on the servers and contemplate. Like it's almost like you're in a post debate world, right? Because even Nathan Oakley, conversation revolves around just them debating certain topics, and then Arwen's got to pretend to be a glober. It's like you guys had all these dust ups, and it's like, okay, well, you probably changed the hearts and minds of a handful of people. The Overton window got pushed. Flat Earth became less of a joke, more of a meme. So it's almost like that change has happened, but those anti-flat earthers and certainly for obvious reasons flat earthers haven't moved, haven't budged, right? I mean, all I see is it's almost like they're swimming sharks just waiting to take a bite. You know what I'm saying? But they're not. Yeah. But they're not. They're what I'm saying, that no one wants to get in the dust up.
Yeah, it's because of the fact that like we've had some really hard-boiled cases. I mean, these guys, they were very staunch and adamant. Like they visceral reactions. I mean, we had shouting matches. I mean, it was something else, right? And that we're talking about in the pinnacle of like our debates. And you have to know how to carry yourself in that particular scenario. So a lot of people fell to the wayside because it got the better of them, So like you get too much in your feelings where you would be so raw and angry that you couldn't just like, you'd be so frustrated. You sometimes rage quit, even as a flat earther, because their ignorance was like at the highest of intolerable levels. So now it's like I said, because we've actually taken them through the ringer. Their arguments are a bit more askew to the fact that they're actually saying, "Oh, I'm not claiming anything. I'm not." They lay off the claim of the shape of the Earth nowadays.
Yeah, no, I get that. It becomes, to me, it actually just it's funny because it's almost like debate for the sake of it, and that doesn't belittle it, because it's like you said, mentioned chat etiquette, influence, argument, evidence, these things become important, and then it just really becomes you're almost akin to an anti-flat earther who brings it, because now you're just respectfully engaging in debate, right? Even though they tend to be a little bit, I think, they obfuscate and they tend to mislead, but it's tactful.
we've had Zanuck that has come into the room, and I think it was about 2 weeks ago, or maybe 3 weeks.
Yeah.
India was in here, and I meant at the end of it, it's so bad now that he was arguing with himself. Like he was like, towards the end of it, he was actually agreeing with us, and India was like, "Of course, you're agreeing with me, man." Like at the end of it, it was funny, dude. And he's like, "I know." He was just the way he was, and so it's like you're playing chess with these anti-flat earthers, and all of a sudden they're like, "Move aside," and they move you aside, and you're okay, and they start playing chess against themselves, and it's like, why? It's like it's the people in here have their it's so locked down tight that it's airtight. The arguments that we have, they're logically consistent. I mean, it's we're I guess the term peaceful, with the knowledge that we have with the truth is now. I guess what we're trying to do is lead people, those who are coming into this brand new. uh we're teaching them a bit more how to go about the argument, because there's a lot of things from the archives where we can look at how we could have done things differently. Like hindsight, in retrospect, we're kind of like, well, I could have said it this way, or maybe I could have approached it that way. But refining the argument to such a precise, movement and conversation, it becomes that you eliminate the things that are not needed, and you only put in the things that will edify the conversation. And I think, because we're doing that, it really changes the tone of how we approach the conversation these days. It might seem like more like, like a high fiber cereal. It's like so good for you that it's just bland. But it's like it's true. It's because there's no argument anymore. It's like you can basically throw a dart anywhere and hit the target. So like we used to be like, man, you have to, like a guy with a machete in the jungle. You have to chop your way through the weeds, and then by the time you get to a clearing, it's like it was hours. But I'm really now. It's just like you look at it as in, man, I remember when we used to argue with this type of conversation. But now people are more easygoing these days. They're sipping coffee, they're just like relaxing, listening to a Glober come in here and be like, "Hey, what about gravity?" And we're just like, "Yeah, I remember talking about that. Back in the day when." We were so fiercely on the mic, and like, you don't know what you're talking about. But it's not that hot button anymore like it used to. It's a bit lackluster, but I mean, I sense like a revival happening actually. Like there's like a full circle. It's coming back around to where people are like, you know what, let's pick this up and see where we can go with it. And now it's a different move. It's now the next generation of critical thinkers are going to be the ones who pick up the torch and run, because we're now at a place where these intellects in here, like there's people that have been doing this for a while. These are now the future of the teachers, the educators of the new critical thinking crowd. The ones who will take up the mantle and progress forward. Because we've laid the foundation. The movement was done in the early stages of like 2014, and we've amassed a small group. So with this, we can actually bring the light to the people who have been in darkness for a long time. And the light, I mean the light of the truth, right? So it's about teaching people how to think about things. It's and in different topics too, right? Because it's hard when you're in a world full of deception, and deception only can happen when there's truth in there. So you mix in a little deception with the truth, and it skews the perception of the worldview, right? The paradigm. So you kind of want people to know how to navigate that. You'd have to be able to instruct them in such a way they could assess a conversation so that they'll be well equipped, right? You want them to be well equipped. You want the next generation of critical thinkers to have the keys to be able to unlock the mysteries of like how to proceed in something that seems daunting, because what these guys have basically, it's smoke and mirrors. It's not really a giant that they have to face, because they have consensus, they have academia on their side. They can skew words like, level meaning curved and things like this. But with the people who have been, looking at this from the side of like critical thinking, reasoning, um, and that sort of thing, you can actually draw from what we say and how the conversation's approach to like, hey, this makes more sense because it's logical. It's not illogical, right? Like when we talk, it's not something that's so far fetched that it's like, wow, these guys are really proposing ideas that are just like flat Earth it's crazy, because it's not, right? We basically root it back down to like, what do you experience? How do you perceive the Earth? Is it something perceived as what they're claiming the thing is? I mean, if it's a globe Earth, then the ball itself is going to be presentable to you. It's what you experience, and not only that, you'll be able to test it, right? Test all things. That's just a bit of scripture, but you'd be able to do that within the context of like your known reality. So yeah, it's a fundamental process in which all humans are, because of our curiosity, we wander off into an area in our minds where we want to question everything. We want to know, right? But there's a difference between knowing something and believing, as in like how the terms are used and how we differentiate from those two. That could be, some people feel like there's a mix between, oh, I can know something and believe it, but what I mean to say is, if they're claiming they know something, it's a base of knowledge that they have of truth that they can carry forward and then teach other people so that they can understand the known reality in which they exist. And so I believe, of course, is be something they feel in their heart that is what it is perceived, because they just understand that it has to be. There's not a kind of a logical, consistent way or scientific method can be applied to it, or how they can ascertain the information as being true. Does that make any sense? Hopefully I don't put people to sleep. Dodge.
Yeah, no, I'm on board. When I describe like kind of a post debate world, the word debate's not accurate, but you post whatever that was, that pinnacle that you described, that initial conflict that was so necessary, right? And out of that, arguments and critical thought and awakening occurred, right? So we're in this kind of like secondary phase. And no, I think the debate itself is and the art of influence is where it's at and what you're describing, and it makes perfect sense because it allows us to think and to perceive the world around us exactly as it is. And it's interesting, related to that, it just kind of makes me think, in the anti-flat Earth versus the flat Earth, it almost becomes a philosophical debate that has to be supported by logic or argument, because frankly, I can't make them believe what I understand to be true, right?
Right.
So it almost becomes just art of influence and specifically debate. It almost becomes, I don't know, it almost becomes, like I said, more philosophical than anything else.
It's basically, essentially, it's interpreted by the listener. So the third person perspective would be, hey, this guy is making a lot of sense. I like what he's saying. I'm going to go with what this guy is saying. And then you got the guy next to him is like, well, I don't know, man. This other guy sounded like he made a lot more sense on this point. So I'm going to go with this guy. So it's more like you said, it's the art of influence. So whatever sounds good would be the order of the day, And it and we there was certainly a lot of that, because when we talk about things of how things sound good, and I'll give you a few representations of what could fall in that category. Like, let's say, for instance, the ether, right? Let's say, for instance, the azimuthal equidistant projection map. Let's say, for instance, the ice walls. I could go on, right? And there's certain things that logically it sounds like it makes a whole lot of sense. I mean, to be the thing that would stand to be true, right? But and the way that it's presented, because you can have something that sounds superb, right? And it's like you just can't win something that's with the art of influence. It sounds so great that how can it not be right? But at the same time, we are ambassadors of truth, which we carry the necessary idea that if we're going to pass this off as truth, then we have to support a claim by way of empirical evidence. And so if it's not been able to be supported that way, we have to be real with ourselves. We can't then therefore latch on to something that we're going to be telling people that is the right way to think and is true, if it's not something that is true. If it's only something that could sound so logically agreeable that you're like, come on, man, you have to agree with me that this sounds great. I mean, think about it. The ether, something's got to be there. So we just got to fill the void and put this in there, insert whatever. Well, it sounds so logically consistent that we look at the Earth as the azimuthal equidistant projection because, come on, man, it's a flat Earth. It's logically, like, that's what it would be. And so a lot of people fall in that category where something sounds so great, they'll insert it into their paradigm. And lo and behold, you have, like, as you were claiming, two concepts at each other's throats. And, one guy saying the one thing with the flat Earth, the other guy saying the other thing with the globe Earth. And this guy sounds like he's making sense, and so does the other guy. But upon discovery of, like, okay, let's go to brass tacks. Which one of you can provide evidence that this is what you're saying is true? What has been verified in either argument? I need you to lay that down to me, because that's the arbiter of what is going to be perceived as truth, right? If you can give that to me, I'm going to take it, I'm going to examine it myself, and I'm going to verify it, because it can be falsifiable what you guys are saying, right? And at that time, both of them are like, well, nah, it's not, but, it sounds great. Well, that's all good and well in a conversation where you're speculating, but in the realm of understandable known reality, you can't do that, because at that point you're only passing off a perceived reality in which somebody could think sounds well, but it never fills the void of, like, being of knowledge of truth, right? So we have to be careful in this aspect, being people who stand up for truth, to actually propose such ideas, right? And this goes for anything. It doesn't matter if it's just those topics that I named, but just anything that you propose. Be wary, because you're in a conversation with another mind who's susceptible to listening to what you're saying and then taking it in as a possible truth that they carry and probably tell other people about. Anyway, I think that's why. Can you see what I'm saying about that? Like, it's difficult when you're in this particular conversation to then therefore kind of insert something that sounds great, but at the end of the day, that it's not verified, or you can't provide empirical evidence. And I think that's the thing that we need, right? For it to be something we can say, okay, this is what it is. You can go and test this if you want. So that sort of thing.
Yeah, no, that makes great sense. A couple thoughts. I mean, you're absolutely right, and that's the art debate that's being honed here. You referenced the blade that cut through any any argument, and you have that, and it's something that a person like me aspires to, and it's something that will, I'm sure, get stronger as I participate. But one aspect of me that enjoys these forums is kind of is the non-debate, right? The discussion that can be had and the exploration that can be had about aspects of our reality that we can't apply, logic or scientific thought to, so that interests me too, but I mean, I certainly have no interest in force anyone to believe it or have no
Yeah, no,
desire to,
I
so I get
I,
that.
I agree that there's a place for everything in the server. I mean, you can actually have that kind of conversation with someone. Just say, hey, this. I don't know. There's some rooms in here that probably don't fit a description of what you're saying. Like, let's go into the. There used to be a speculation room, I think. I don't see it in here anymore. But there's probably other rooms where you can go and do that. But like we try to peel back the onion of thought here in this one, so that people can understand how to discern. Because that's the thing. You're coming in from a world of heavy deception. You're stepping into this forum, and you're like, all right, so the Earth is a globe, and it's spinning, and we don't feel it because we're in a train. Like it's just like a fast moving train, and so they're coming in with all these ideas of how they're going to perceive the natural world, and so it's not the place for that kind of conversation. The other one that we're talking about, speculation, needs to go to the other room, because when somebody comes in here with these ideas, we have to cut their conversation to the quick, because if we don't, and if we indulge a some kind of speculation understanding, and if I say, well, the ether, or if I say, I think above us is superfluid helium, where there's a sea of superfluid helium, and things like this, right? And I can go on, but if I start interjecting things like this into the mind of somebody who's been heavily deceived, then I'm doing a disservice to that person, because I can't verify the thing I'm saying, although I'm claiming that it sounds good and it's truth. But it doesn't behoove the guy listening that I'm talking about to, that I'm saying these things. So I have to only talk about the things that we can verify, that we know to be fact, and then he's got to, at that point, once he reaches the state of like, you know what, I don't have a rebuttal to this, and maybe say, well, I don't know, or maybe pass the buck off and say, well, the scientist knows, that kind of thing. But that's what this particular live stream is always about, because it's putting on display the concepts of the deception, and us cutting those conversations to the quick. I mean, as precise as we can possible, with the understanding that both parties are going to be speaking truth. That's kind of, it's the agreement, right? When you're when you engage in conversation here, that's kind of like the thing that you usually want them to agree on. As so long as you are truthful, then we can proceed, whether it be or you don't know, right? So that's kind of how we go into it now. It's like there's a little agreement before we begin this conversation. Would you, agree that you're going to be speaking the whole truth? I almost sound like that when you swear somebody into the courtroom, right? The whole truth, nothing but the truth. But that once you agree on that, and then you're in engaged the conversation, then you're now talking about, like, okay, what can we verify? What is something that can pass through the scientific method, and all of these things. So once you go to that part of the conversation, then you're eliminating all the speculation that you might have with your fellow flat earthers about, what the sun is, or, any other thing. And you're only going to what can be known. What is true? What is testable? What is repeatable? What is falsifiable? And then exposing that which they thought were truths as lies. Does that make sense? Like, that's why. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that makes good sense, and I respect that, and now that I have those parameters, that's what I can you know pursue in this chat for sure.
Yeah, Dej or Daj. Yeah, we want to equip you, man, with the the tools to proceed in an engagement, because in this particular, like I said, in this forum, it's always. I mean, and if there's nobody around, we'll either play the bot, or people will engage in just friendly banter, and that could just range from any topic. But just to kind of fill the space, because overall, we're all friends with each other. We've known each other for a while, so we talk about stuff about your day and stuff, and that's okay. But I'm talking about when there's somebody that doesn't know the topic, is coming in here brand new, and is coming with these ideas about the Earth being a globe, and we have to handle that with uh, the same engagement kind of in the conversation. We want them to realize we don't want to insert concepts in their mind that we haven't verified ourselves, showing them images of the Gleason's map or something, and then saying, "Oh, take a look at this," because that it doesn't serve us any purpose. Because at that point, the guy who we're saying that we're being truthful about things can turn right back around and say, "Well, is this map verified? Where did you get this map?" And upon that, we're going to be trying to give an answer to something that we can't verify. You know what I mean? So that's important. We have to make sure that our arguments are always constructed in a way that's beneficial, and that isn't going to build a straw man. You don't want, that's the last thing you need. Is for anything you present, it's going to build an easy straw man for them to be punching at. Because we, from our previous conversations with the anti-flat earthers, they love when you present something that they can punch a bag at. They just keep punching it. They're like, "Present to me your flat Earth model." They salivate over the idea that we're gonna one day go, "Okay, this is the flat Earth model," and they're gonna be like, "Aha! You see, you guys have a model," and probably do some crazy stuff to kind of pick it apart. But they can't engage us because we don't have the thing that they want. And so we don't give them that. We don't need to give them that.
Yeah, no, I hear that, man. No, and I definitely agree. I mean, I contemplate. When I mentioned with the tested anti-flat earthers, it becomes, well, even with anyone who comes and approaches this topic, it becomes a philosophical question, right? Because if you think about it, modern science, quote unquote, modern math, has hijacked reality, right? And built a facade on top of it, called it math, called it, consensus belief, right? So it's like, for example, like celestial navigation is a big topic right now. But if you look at a lot of celestial navigation manuals, like they built radius on top of everything, pushed the, flat plane down to the center of the earth or whatever, as I understand it. And so then it becomes a question of, well, what do you believe, right? And meanwhile, they're making the small missions, for this we use a flat plane, of course. So then it becomes what do you believe, what don't you believe? So I suppose, your rigor is necessary in that case, right? Because you're already on a slippery slope in the sense that people can accept or not accept consensus, right? So it becomes that much more important, I suppose.
Exactly. Just like to say good morning to Elijah. We got Lunatic, Flatty, Quetz, Red Gamer, who's been in here. I haven't heard you, bro. Car, what's up, Car? Car, the Magic Man. T-Wad, Will Be Flat, Julius J. Let's see, we got Conrad, Cut the Shit, and that's it. Yeah, good morning, guys.
Good
morning.
Elijah, the other day, I happened to be in here before I could talk, and he had a lot, speaking of not flat earth debate, but discussion about chasing the new versus, being committed in a relationship. And I just got to give him a lot of credit because I agreed with what he had to say. It was a good discussion.
He's a wise sage, man. And
no, I was feeling it.
People sometimes resonate because when he starts, just like it just depends, because every conversation is different. So you gauge the conversation upon the person coming in here, and you get a handle for how somebody is, just in a little bit of like how they're responding to you, and just going through the mind of somebody who's kind of still bewildered by like how people could be going against the status quo, and like it's funny, man, because you're like, man, I remember when we were once there, kind of like thinking about things like this and saying things without even thinking about them. And I guess as you, and I don't want to say mature as an age, but maybe mature as in a thought process, it really changes your tone, if that means anything. Like,
Yeah, as you grow, for sure.
yeah. Hey, what's up, Brett Gamer? Yeah,
Hey,
no,
what's up?
it's different, but as you're involved in the conversation, you kind of you glean things, right? You're just like, yeah, I like the way this was said. I can put that in the way I'm gonna do it, and that sort of thing. But everybody has their own style because of the fact that they've been through the conversation, or they're bold enough to go in and just try it out. Go and talk to someone, see how you are. I always think of like these anti-flat earthers now as more of like a training ground for somebody to a critical thinking mind now to engage with, to see how it would play out. And it's not always going to go well, right? Like you might not do the best. You might fail at some parts where
True.
they spin you around and okay, so you could be talking about something, they'll scattergun you, and you'll follow that bunny trail because you're like, you want to prove that point wrong. And it's the art of debate, is what it is. So
Yeah.
and keep your opponent, like, if you don't have the truth, just keep your opponent off into another question. They can't never answer the original. So
That's a popular. I got
Mhm.
one anti-flat earther in mind who's. So I was like, I didn't say that, and it's like, it's always, I didn't say that. You can't hold me to it. I was like, dude, you just literally said that. No, I didn't say that.
All those they used to have the mind of a goldfish, because that happened all the time, man, at the server. Like, and I'm talking about seconds after they said it. It was immediately like, I never said that, dude. You just said it. It was like
Yeah,
5 seconds
exactly.
ago. And we'd have to rewind the live stream and then play it back for them, and then they hear themselves saying it, and we're like, they were still in denial. Like, I didn't say that. Like,
No,
you're
right. Because they're like I'm sorry. Apologize.
no, that's fine. No, I was just saying the recording of their voice was like the they did say it. I don't know.
That's like cognitive dissonance, right? Because it's like they said that, but like that's not what they were thinking, right? That's not what I meant. Like, like, okay, well, what did you mean? Well, boom, next topic, next question.
Yep.
Ad hom.
No, I've been around, man. I've seen a lot of conversations, and yeah. So this India was in here one time, and he said this Globe Earther came in here, and he was like, "Dude, is this server like all the other flat Earth servers?" And he was like, "What do you mean, man? This is the major leagues." He's
Yeah,
like, "This
man.
no peon server. You're gonna come in here with your ideas." And Indio's, I think that guy there, man, like one of the wisest sages. Him, the likes of like QE, and those guys, and before it was like I said, the space was different, but yeah, the Globe Earthers now that I look at as coming in here, they're remnants of like the old war. They're just like the stragglers from a battle. If they thought that it's still going on, but it's really never was. But as far as like how people were challenging the topic, I guess I should say, was at its pinnacle, like really fierce. And now it's more of like, if somebody comes to the point where they're super in cognitive dissonance, they don't want to, they're denying the thing that they said like 5 seconds ago. And we kind of bid them adieu, like, no, that's fine, you can continue to think the Earth's a globe, but happy trails. Have a nice day, and keep on trucking or whatever. Just keep it moving forward. Because at that point, it's like you realize from the time that used to be like, man, I'm not gonna stop. This guy has to get it at some point. He's got to get it. So let's go do something else. And it's like flogging a dead horse, or whatever. But the mind isn't ready to receive, so you have to let it time to absorb the information. So
Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
that's all it was. No, go ahead, Dodge.
Yeah, no, I think about that. The other day I was in whatever the other flat Earth server is, and I think the one, well, whatever Nathan's on, whatever Discord that Nathan is on, and like, it was just a bunch of like flat earthers, like just chewing the cud or whatever, talking about whatever we talk about, and it's like peaceful, it's cool, we're just like vibing, and it's like I call like Zanuck one of the tough guys because it's like 20 minutes after Nathan's signed off, then he comes in and he starts beating up on the new guys or whatever, and it's like it gets volatile real quick. And I tell you, like that's like, although I'm a novice and tell you the truth, my specific skills and debate aren't there yet. It just, I'm not even interested, right? Because it's like a guy like him just wants to, whatever. One part of me likes him because it's like, we're kind of like the nerds talking about a topic in the corner at some party, and normies don't care. But the other aspect is like, well, I'm not going to change. You're not going to change. You're not going to convince me. I'm not going to convince you. I got to drop out. I just don't even, it's boring, at some point.
Yeah, I refer to it kind of nowadays, like if you've ever seen the anime One Punch Man, kind of like Saitama. You're so strong now that it's boring. It's like it's like the anti-flat earther, the globe earthers coming in with their gloves. They got they've been working out. They're did their stretches. They're coming here like, yeah, man, let's get it. And you're just like, dude.
Yeah, like Neo looking at bullets.
Yeah, really. Because of the fact that it's like conversations for DOA, man. Because when you engage them, you're like, okay, I'm going to ask you one simple question because the burden of proof lies on those who make the claim. The claim is that the Earth has a certain size of radius, diameter, and circumference. Now, the curvature that has been measured or not measured has to be presented as evidence. So go ahead and demonstrate how the curvature of the Earth has been measured. Now, I don't even want you to focus on that. I want you to realize that in ancient times, they talked about the Earth being known to be a globe. So at some point, somebody came up with the metrics. So I need to know how back in those days they figured out it was a globe. And then as it proceeded forward to today, that we carry this knowledge that it is a globe. Therefore, if you want to demonstrate something, you're going to have to provide evidence as to how a long time ago they said that it was a globe. So once you do that, demonstrate to us that long time ago they figured it out. And then also, after you do that, demonstrate today how it's being done and how we can replicate that. And therefore, once demonstrating that, you have evidence that the Earth has curvature. Now, if you can do that, then we have a conversation to speak of. If you don't, then you're going to say, I don't know. And your concession will then proceed to tell us that you don't know of the topic. And then you will know that you have a belief.
I remember you got a video that I liked a lot. It was the you showcased Mickey's 3-point takedown, where you two was like, wait, what? real time, like what?
Because like I went through the 3 points with the guy, and it was funny because already we were even discussing it that day. Like, dude, if somebody comes in here, we're gonna lay him down with the 3 points and see how he proceeds. Like, how is he gonna take it? And this guy, I mean, we were talking to him, and he was like, yeah, I could go through the 3 points, and sure enough, the thing about him, he was honest. And I'm not gonna say he wasn't, because during the conversation, he was agreeing. He was like, I don't know. And he was happy to concede because he didn't know how detrimental it was to the globe. That's the thing. He didn't know that it was going to destroy the paradigm. But because of the fact, like, he was just like, yeah, I don't care. I got the truth. I got the globe. I got consensus. And so because of that, it was the pride was the downfall of that, like, whole that conversation. He was like agreeing, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Do you know spin of the earth? Nope, don't know that either. Can't tell you. And then last one, gas pressure without a container, and that sort of thing was how a mind actually starts to reason after the fact. Was like everybody was like, wow, how does a mind happen to like fall into this state of like, wait a minute, do I just believe this? No, I don't. Like, it's and so it's just like trying to catch up with the mind's trying to catch up with itself. Like, So it was.
Oh, that's where I'm sorry. I apologize.
No, you go ahead, Dash. Go ahead.
No, yeah, that I keep on going back to the word philosophy, but I know that's not it. But I guess it's worldview. You know, it goes back to like a debate on worldview, because ultimately it's like, do you want to perceive reality, or do you want to explore reality as it is and perceive it the way it is, or do you want to accept what you're told? It's almost like normalcy bias. You either have it or you don't. You know, and it's.
Right.
It's I don't know what that is, but that's where the debate's at, I think. I mean, oh no, on one level, for certain people, that's where the hinge is, right? Are you willing to take the red pill kind of thing? Are you willing to drop that and perceive things as they are?
Yeah, it's a mad world we live in, Daj. It's a mad world, bro. Because I don't think that people that are running around here are fully convinced that they live on a globe Earth, that they can proceed forward and then discover the true nature of our reality. I don't think that's possible. It's not. Because if I think that I live on a globe Earth and resources are running out, and a big giant meteor is going to strike the Earth, and I'm living in this constant state of fear because I look at mainstream media and they talk about certain things that are happening in the current events, and I'm scared out of my wits. My perceived reality is one of a complete and total fear, and I totally dependent on authoritative understanding. So whatever the teacher told me, whatever the professor said, whatever the mainstream media has told me, then I'm gonna have to agree with that, because I'm just who am I? I'm just a layman. Just a regular dude. I can't go into a conversation and know what I'm talking about. How can I? I don't even know if the Earth is a globe. I can't even perceive that. I have to be told that's what it is. But then I can only go by authority, telling me that, and then the reason why I defend it is because I've been taught it. That's not even a logically consistent way of discerning reality. So if we're not telling people, hey, I see a dog running across the street, then if they say, well, we don't even know, some of these guys, right? They're utter buffoonery. That we don't even know if it's possible that we can know something 100%. I mean, it gets to the point where they will completely burn down the paradigm just to make a point that anything is possible, kind of scenario, so that you can't state a point that reality can have absolute facts. Like we can know something for sure, 100%.
Yeah, well, I think that's one of the reasons for the lie, right? By establishing the lie, you control the narrative, you conflate reality, and you take a person out of their ability to perceive things objectively, right? That people.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
People often ask, like, I've mentioned this a couple of times at different places, but people often, like, the question, like, well, what does it matter? Well, I mean, for me, my ability to perceive that lie has offered me discernment in all aspects of my life, right? And created objective understanding in so many ways. Now I'm open to the fact that okay, what I consider objective today is malleable, but establishing myself as the perceiver and therefore the quote unquote scientist gives me strength and authority, right? Where the juxtaposition is the person that you described earlier, who has to appeal to authority in all cases.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then responsibility that you discussed, like only discussing things that you can prove, right? Because it is important for a person who's not quite there yet. I get that.
They're coming into this conversation locked and loaded with fully indoctrinated ideas. I mean, complete concepts and things that they think that reality is all about. And to them, it makes sense because they were taught it, and they're not perceiving reality. They're not even taught how to. So when you start talking to them, and it's important that when you lay down a foundation, that is something they can pit against their lie. So whatever you say, it's got to have a measure of understanding, so that they're not going to take it on as like, okay, I hear what you're saying, so once I put it against what I know, it's going to be able to like shred away all disbelief, and I will know. And it's utterly important, for that particular conversation, like I said. But in other conversations you can have with your fellow flat earthers, it's different, right? Because now it's like, because we know it's not this, we can talk about other things and in a comfortable space, right? So that's different. That's different. But it always, to the mind who's trying to assess what reality is, you can't then put in things that they can't even perceive, because they're coming from a worldview that's completely an illusion. It's from start to finish, and so it's hard to get them off of that if you can't let them ground themselves first. They got to ground themselves. Once they're grounded and they drop their bias, then they'll be like ready to receive, right? That's kind of how we want the mind to actually start getting a hold of maybe these new ideas that we want to talk about. But like I said, it's difficult. That road to get there might be difficult for everyone, because not everyone's the same. Nobody's just gonna understand that they've been deceived like in one day. Like, it might take them some time to chew on the information, even if it is something that's fundamentally logically consistent. And so you just gotta.
I saw these people flipping coins for an otherwise decided victory for Bernie Sanders in the primary. Now, this isn't a campaign for Bernie Sanders in 2016. I'm just saying what I saw. And at that time, when I saw, oh, not only did he win, but they're going to try to make it look like, oh, they're so close, we have to do coin flips now. And then on camera, you can see it saying tails, but he says heads. Flips it in his hands. Wait, I might be confusing that with what's his name? Was it no, it wasn't Beto O'Rourke. The bottom line is they were flipping coins, y'all. And that was when I was like, okay, not only am I crushed because I thought I could be a part of something bigger and make a change by being involved and paying attention to politics and doing my part, but I realized it's all bullshit, and everyone around is just willing to play the game next semester or whatever. Like, they're just gonna do it again and forget everything that happened the prior 4 years or 8 years, and I was trying to figure out what's going on, and then I got here. So
You were trying to fight the good fight, and then you found out that the good fight was actually one that was bought and paid for.
exactly.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that's I think that's it's such a similar concept, right? Because it's normalcy bias, right? It's a sense that like you think the world is the way they tell you it is, but boom, you see that and you realize, oh no, it's the way I perceive it. It's not the way they tell me, it's the way it actually is, which is logical and in that case driven by human greed, right? So it's not the world they present, but the world that they actually create.
I always go back to the movie The Matrix, because it's symbolic to a lot of representations of things that we say. Like when Neo comes out of the Matrix and he's like trying to open his eyes and Morpheus is standing over him, he's like, oh, man, why do my eyes hurt? He's like, because you've never used them before. So when we're in this conversation and people start saying my brain hurts, it's because you've never used it before. So teaching a mind how to critically think for itself in a world of vast sea of deception, it will make your brain hurt, because you were at first coming into this thinking that you knew everything about everything. And now when you, I use this term, peeling back the onion of like deception, then you start to realize, oh, okay, I don't know this. Wait a minute, I don't know that either. Oh man, I don't know this other thing. So it's really a mind warp, man, when you start to think about how much you don't know. versus how much you thought you knew, at the beginning of like the conversation. So it's a radical change in your perception, and it's not easy sometimes for the mind. And it's also true, like in the symbolic in the Matrix, when they said sometimes they don't like getting people out later in the game because their mind can't handle it. It's too much. They thought about the paradigm that they're in for such a long time that sometimes they're just comfortable in blissful ignorance. I mean, that's the only way. Sometimes when you see them, they're just so hard boiled, just so like indoctrinated, like into the lie, that they're holding the plug that you're trying to pull away from them, like so you can unplug them. They're holding on to it so that you won't, like they're just no, I don't. If I knew if I knew space wasn't real, I'd end my life. I can't imagine a world where we're the only thing in existence. And that it's because they were built up in this whole, fabricated nonsense idea that there's planets and other places you can go, that life exists. And it's the mind, once it grapples with that, it starts to refuse. No, I refuse. I'm not going to believe this. This is too much.
Yeah, I mean, it in reference to the Matrix again. It's almost and you've said it in so many ways today. It's almost like it's almost the beginning of the discussion should almost start with well, here's a red pill and here's a blue pill, like like take the blue pill and I'll shut up. Take the red pill and we'll explore where this goes. And it's almost like that is the because people always ask me, what's the flat earth argument that you can tell your cousin, whatever. And it's like, well, there isn't, right? Because it's like they got to take the red pill, right?
Yeah.
That's the thing.
You got to take a walk on the wild side. Yeah.
Yeah, right. You gotta. It's a little scary.
Yeah, and I mean, there's always you got to tell somebody a disclaimer. Like so long as we're truthful in this conversation, that disclaimer that they know that adherence to the truth is ultimately what's going to reveal whatever it is that they're because it's a curious mind, right? You just said something that opposes their worldview, and you have to make sure that when you do have that when you engage, or just hey, look, so long as we're talking truth with each other, man, that's the thing that's going to be needed here. If you're not truthful, however, because there's a lot of dishonest characters that want to have this conversation, but at the same time, you're like, so do you know, or you just believe? Well, I think know and believe are the same thing, and they'll use it in the instance where they feel that it's convenient to them. But when they say, well, flat earthers only believe the earth is flat, but globe earthers, no, it's not. You know what I mean? Like, so to them, it behooves them to say it in that way. But when you present it to them, they're just trying to conflate it and make it sound like, oh, it's all the same thing. It doesn't matter. Like belief in truth and knowing is the same. And you know what I mean? Like this is this kind of like where it fits the argument for them and how it's convenient to them. That's how they'll portray it. Because to them, they can't let go of the paradigm, and it's always I came back to the point where it's psychological, man. So you're basically kind of showing them that this whammy they have on their mind has been put there by some information that they've received and they thought that was true and never challenged it. And they usually have questions like, well, hang on, before we start, I have a question. What's at the edge? They'll say things like that, or well, how does the season work? Like you're just like, now we can talk about that stuff, but it's not beneficial. We're never going to get to the point where you're going to realize that if I say how this works, it's going to matter to you, because it doesn't matter at that point. You're going to be like, well, it could work on a globe, right? Like, and that doesn't. So when
hey, Mickey, I have a question.
Yeah.
But how did she cheat on me?
Yeah, the motive.
But how?
Yeah. We explore, and have explored all those we've got to engage them, and and the thing
Why
is,
would she cheat on me, Mickey?
going through the conversation and even talking about that, the why and the how, like it doesn't yield fruit. Or what it does is it keep spinning the wheels, though. However, and it might be good for the listener to be like, man, it's kind of a lengthy debate, but I can get into this, man. It's we're hearing some good back and forth, and it's I think we can see that sometimes it is beneficial. I don't know in what respect that somebody would think it's beneficial. I think maybe at the beginning it was because the whole conversation hadn't been dragged out, and we didn't hear every point. But now it seems like we can take what was beneficial from each conversation and just cut to the quick of the conversation. Like, what is so essential that we need to speak of? Let's bring that forward. Have them look at that, let them stare at it, and let them deal with it. Because if they can't, because we're going to be able to keep trying to convince them, I should say, and that's not ever going to do that. You're never going to, in a conversation, this tug of war. Well, I got something better than you do, and you keep tugging the rope, and they're tugging the rope, and no one's ever going to make anybody realize anything in that sort of scenario. But if you lay some truth at their feet and say, okay, there you go, I'm gonna leave this here with you. I'll come back in a few days, deal with this, and if you can't, well, you probably think the Earth is a globe for the rest of your life or whatever. I don't know, but there's the truth. I'm gonna leave it here. Check it out. Deal with that, and of course, if they want to keep going, if they engage you, because like I said, we went back to the curvature, right? You left it there for them to examine. Can you demonstrate this or not? Yes or no? Okay, no. Well, that means that you have to figure that out because the globe Earth having curvature, radius, diameter, circumference is entirely essential to your cosmology. Now, if you don't have that, you got no cosmology. So we got nothing to talk about. But other than that, like once you provide the evidence for this empirically, then we can move forward. But you know what I mean? Like, so leave that there at the doorstep. They got to chew on it, eat it, whatever. And then maybe if they do say, hey, I don't know, well, then, okay, that's great. You're honest. You don't know. And we can talk about like why this has been happening for as long as you've been alive and that sort of thing. But you get the honesty part of it. Honesty is the biggest part of the conversation. And if you can't be honest, because we've heard the dishonest characters come in here and they just kind of scattergun to another question or ask you about the edge or what's gravity. Instead of responding to like, yeah, I don't know what this thing is. Being honest, they're like, okay, well, so then what do you think the Earth is, or what is gravity then, or you know what I mean? Like it just keeps going, it doesn't stop, and so that's kind of what we need them to do is reflect on the thing that's been demonstrated to them as they can't provide evidence for.
Yeah, one more thought. I got to drop off, unfortunately, and I appreciate your time. But yeah, no, I think you're right, and then that's where it just becomes what I would take away if you see me here is in any form really is the edification of the art of debate, right? Like learning to just reason and logic personally. It benefits you personally to be honest and to engage in honest debate because it benefits you as an individual. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate what you had to say about it.
Yeah, thanks for being here, Daj. I haven't met you, so it's kind of cool that I meet some new people that are in the same arena, I should say.
Yeah. I've been observing on YouTube for a while. I just finally, for whatever reason, got into the forum. So yeah, I'm here and I'm looking forward to it. And yeah, thanks for your time, man. I'm dropping off now, but thank you everybody for their time.
Yeah, thanks, bro. Yeah,
he's the man, bro. What's up, bro?
You're chocolate. What's up, dude? Haven't seen you in a minute.
What's good, homie? How you feeling?
Yeah, pretty good. I just we were listening to some old material that I think Vladdy was playing or somebody was playing on the bot. Some old QEs.
Yeah, Indio's just clipped a load of stuff. I think he uses them for the podcast, so I just go in and grab random ones and just play them when it's quiet.
I think some of them had like Jedi in them. Jedi's in a lot of them actually. And QE going over this guy that was just on the last episode that was being played. There was an engineer and his girlfriend. His girlfriend was taking point on the conversation. Actually, it was her microphone that she was speaking on in her account. And she was in here. Elijah came out on it too. He was a part of that conversation. Briefly though, but he was in there.
Yeah.
I wonder how many times my voice gets played without me knowing about it.
I haven't heard you yet. I mean, I've been listening to some of the. I think they're playing stuff from like a year ago or something. Because Jedi was about a year ago, if not more.
Yeah.
I'll drop some newer stuff with gospel in it now and again.
Oh, it's no big deal. I was just one of those thoughts of curiosity.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, you're going to be archived gospel, and they're going to be hearing you yell at some person. Because at some point, I think we all did that, right? We had some shouting matches in here.
I don't know. I'm thinking about that. Trying to remember a time when I actually. I've gotten loud. I don't know about yeah. So there's some people I could never compete with in regards to how loud they yell. Because I don't really get that angry. I get frustrated. I think we all get frustrated with different people, but
How's everybody doing? And we got like kind of getting like the old crew back in here almost.
I'm all right, other than, being at the old financial slavery building.
Oh my goodness.
Has anyone asked Witsit about the court thing yet?
What court thing?
I don't know. He has
South
something
Dakota
coming up.
Filed a notice of appeal. So I don't know. I'm not gonna. They found me guilty and charged me $100 fine for each charge. And then I filed a notice of appeal. I actually have like this constitutional free speech attorney that wants to help out pro bono. He's actually a flat earther as well. But anyway, they won't let him if he's not. They won't let you rep someone unless you're barred in that state in South Dakota, even though it's federal. But in Wyoming, you don't have to be barred in Wyoming. But so it's just all inconsistent, even though it's all the same thing. I thought, but whatever. Long story short, yeah, like it goes to an appeal, and then I have the ability to make oral arguments with a panel of 7 judges about how the judge before me was mistaken in law and ruled improperly on my motion, which I actually kind of, I predicted that on YouTube like numerous times that the lower judge would probably rule wrong.
yeah.
Yo, is that about you and you're speaking freely about flat Earth in public, or is that what that's about?
Yep.
Are you serious? Damn.
Yeah. At Mount Rushmore.
So okay, so free speech is and not constitutional anymore, huh? Is that what's going on?
It's only allowed where they allow it, So.
Damn.
Oh yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, that's
what the fuck, bro? That's crazy.
It's free, but it's not free. You know what I mean? Like
you can think of it as though it's free.
You can think of it like it's free, but it's not.
One of the things I wrote in my motion was to confine free speech to areas where it cannot be heard is effectively synonymous with eliminating the speech altogether.
They might as well, dude. Like, damn.
That's what it is. That's what it is, bro.
Might as well.
Well, it
The
makes
whole
sense,
point,
right?
like,
They just created a ministry of truth, basically. So I mean, why
Oh,
not just go full Orwellian? Why
I
not?
yeah, I seen it, dude. I seen that, man. Dude, I was like, now what's its uphill battle is going to be a little bit harder. Now he's got a ministry to deal with. Like, those guys are going to be like, all right, who's next? And Witz's case is going to come up like, oh, hell nah. Those guys. But you know what? Like, because of the fact that they can't go against what's already been written for hundreds of years, and like, this is where the law is like, is it like on the state level, local level? Like, are you dealing with federal stuff?
the
Like,
feds, bro.
oh my gosh. I can't believe this.
Dude, I know my first trial experience was like in front of a federal magistrate judge.
You know what you remind me of, dude? It's like Paul, and I don't mean to state it like as in that biblical, but he wanted to go before Caesar to take his case there because it was like that's where it was going to get the most publicized, where people were going to hear how wrong it was for the, and I don't know, maybe
Wow.
that's what could be happening here, man. Like maybe, and I
I
know
never even thought about that.
you have a biblical mindset, but check it out, man, because he appealed to Caesar because of that. But what happened with you? It just went straight to federal, like, or was it like managed at
Well,
local? And went to state.
so it's national park, right? So it's automatically federal jurisdiction. But anyway, yeah, like you're kind of blowing my mind now because I've never thought of that, but that was kind of my whole intention. You go appeal to the circuit court above them that checks them, a panel of 7 judges, and then you can write to the Supreme Court.
That's right.
Yeah, the Supreme Court, of course, can decide to take it or not. And most people will tell you that's a pipe dream, of course, but when there are extraordinary questions of law that need to be answered, that's the exact scenarios that they pick. And that's literally what this is. And dude, I wrote my motion for the Supreme Court. I did not write it for some like no-name loser magistrate.
Right. That's exactly, it's synonymous to that, man, because of the fact that Paul understood that appealing to the highest court would get him the publicized view of what the truth is and spoken of to the audience who would be of like, okay, this is the highest level you can go. And so when you're hearing truth at that level, it's either going to stand as truth or it's not. Because if it is truth, you can't fight against it. I don't care how much people you have against it. You cannot fight against truth. It will prevail at the end of the day. Because if it's not truth, then it would be completely a deception. And so they can't do that. They can't live in a world where it's complete deception. It has to be at least some sort of truth. So, like, that's what I'm saying. If it does get to that level, man, which I would be freaking amazed, dude, if it does reach there, and maybe get some media behind it and kind of have people look at how wrong it is, because
Right.
on the one hand, bro, you got these other guys like the far left is doing what they want, and they say what they want, and they're allowed to do these things, and yet we're just talking about flat Earth is, you're basically being, you're fined for it. Not is it?
But look at the times right now, man. Free speech has been under attack, hard body, and it just seems like it's escalating to a crucial point.
Well, yeah, because
Even if we're not talking about flat Earth, like just free speech in general, like it's getting to that point.
With big tech companies, but this is like more egregious. This is like saying that they're going to stop in-person everyday discourse.
Huh.
I mean, that's what that is effectively, right? That's actually why we went on tour. I was like, I'm so shadow banned and censored. I'm like, all right, let's just go in the world. They don't even want you to do that, dude. They don't want you to be able to do that. That's the next step. And they get away with it because no one challenges it. So, like, they just break the Constitution because no one challenges it. That's it.
Yeah.
Like, they wrote this law. This law didn't have, like, a constitutional check. That's not how it works. They just write the law, and then someone has to challenge it before it gets checked. And then if it's completely unconstitutional, only at that point is it thrown out. And all they do is just try to write and get away with as much more as they can. And then that's what happened with this. It's just been sitting there. So the whole trick is that it's not really that free speech can't exist in America anymore. That it can't exist in America anymore. It just doesn't because no one does anything.
That's deep, dude.
Same with the big tech thing. Like that's illegal, right? Like if they're giving a public square, like Twitter and IG and YouTube, that's a public square of information. So they can't censor, dude. Like that's what a publisher does. But publishers are liable for what they leave on there. That's why they're allowed to take things off of it, because they're liable. So of course they need to be able to take things off of it, right? That makes sense. But it's just the fact that that's just allowed to go like it's normal. Now look where we're at. They just pulled off one of the biggest hoaxes in arguably ever, and you couldn't talk about it.
And so in the process of you like talking about flat Earth, was there any bodily injury to anyone? Was there somebody that was like hurt? Why would they kick up a lot of dust on this? Like, was there something that you did that was infringing on something that they would say, oh, that's a no? Like what?
Yeah, just me being on a mic in what's supposed to be a peaceful and tranquil environment of Mount Rushmore, where people go there to pray to the apotheosis of the stone.
Nah.
There to make people think. What's wrong with you? Damn it.
Dude, what's funny is I was actually talking about Rushmore. I was like, let's talk about Rushmore. I'm like, this is George Washington. Did you guys know he was a land surveyor? Pretty funny. He has a lot of maps, and you can go look at the tools he uses. He uses, obviously, everything you would use knowing the Earth is flat. It's the only way any of it would work. But anyway, yeah, I don't know, it's just crazy. And so one thing that the cop kept saying, there's a lot to this, and I put a lot of time into it. It's honestly like exhausted me, bro, and broke me, but it's all good. But there's a lot of layers to it. It's just, if we can get it all the way up, it's going to be so epic, dude. And Chris still has his. So I went to trial. They wouldn't let us go together. The government filed a motion to join the cases together, but that motion was denied by the judge because it was untimely, meaning they didn't give us enough time. They tried to do it like 2 days beforehand. So long story short, I brought in all this stuff that I was going to go in there and argue. I guess I thought I was going to get to go in there and like Suits it. If anyone's ever seen the show Suits, I thought that I was going to get to go. Anyway, the government goes, then they rest their case, and then she's like, okay, I guess we're going to go to closing arguments. I'm like, wait, what? Like, don't I get to go? Like, the prosecutor goes first. Okay, the government rests its case. Now it's my turn. I have a whole folder here. I brought my MacBook in, and they hooked it up. So she got to show stuff. I want to now show things, but they didn't let me. They didn't let me have my turn, bro.
Oh, that's not good.
So technically that could be a mistrial. But anyway, beyond that is like, so now I had these other things written where, because they censor me on a bunch of stuff. Like, for example, the reason that they say they censor me is because I was using a public address system. Well, cool story, man. They didn't charge me under that though, but that's for civil, which again, I have like a pro bono dude that's going to help me out with that. But contingency. But either way, and the civil gets really crazy. But like with the criminal part, they're censoring me with the speaker thing. Well, the Supreme Court's already said that you cannot just outright ban amplification so that someone can be heard. And this was in the 80s, and they said in today's day and age, to be effectively heard in public, basically requires amplification. Okay, that's the 80s. Well, try 2022 when the cities are 10 times bigger and louder, right? Anyway, what they say is they explain that you can control time, place, and manner of speech, and then you can control the sound as long as that's not unreasonably loud relative to the ambient noise or the background, right? So it says outright bans on using sound amplification, voice amplification, unless someone permits it, is unconstitutional. Rather, sound can be regulated by decibel. Okay, this ordinance, the audio disturbances one, it's like it says audio devices must be maintained under 60 decibels. Then at the very bottom of this giant list of things, it says public address systems are not permitted unless given a permit for a special event or whatever. And then you can look at the definition for that, and it says that the superintendent has to approve it. So long story short, the very thing the Supreme Court's already said is unconstitutional is what's there, and that's 212, right? And I challenged 2.51, and they charged me under 2.6. These are all interconnected, though, but they can all be constitutionally challenged. And so now Chris gets to put all those on the record. Like, I get to write them, and then Chris gets to file them, right? So it's really kind of crazy. They don't realize I knew this the whole time. Like, this is not the real battle. The battle is getting this stuff on the record, making them rule wrong, appealing it up, and then you also have civil. So, I mean, yeah, long story short, it's kind of crazy. Like, that's one of them, right? And so, like, if you let the Globers, they'll be like, you could have done it. You were just on the megaphone, you know? I'm like, that's not constitutional, man. And also, the cop thought that I was right. He thought the rule was that it had to be under a certain decibel, because he's heard later on his own body cam saying to the attorney's office that, well, he also has a speaker, and I you know, but I can't, I didn't have a decimeter, so I can't charge him on that. I can't charge him on that. So, like, he said that.
That's big.
Yeah, he also says what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? When he's trying to justify that he's going to tack on a disorderly conduct, he thinks he's like, because, you know, I mean, if we're yelling at people that the world is flat, how is that relevant? How is the content relevant to criminal activity? Articulable suspicion of crime is ridiculous, bro. It's like the creator wrote it, bro. The creator wrote it because that's like scripted for civil damage, and I don't know. I'm just kind of in the movie, I think, you know.
So if 60 decibels is the limit, according to the chart that I just posted, that's conversational speech at 1 meter, and a vacuum cleaner is 70, and cars are 80, and a diesel truck is 90. Like, if the limit is 60, then this Discord gets over 60 decibels in people's ear on a regular basis.
Yeah, like, I don't remember exactly what it is, too. It's like within a certain feet, like 50 feet. I don't remember what it says.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but see, that's what makes my point so strong, right? It's like, if you can play a radio, if you can use some type of equipment, whatever you're using, and it can be that loud. If I can at least be as loud as the background, then I can't be heard. So you can't make my voice less than what sound is permitted in the background. You know, it's like pretty common sense. Like,
yeah,
but they don't care, dude. They don't.
That's the extent of the argument they're trying to bring. They're going after the decibel level. I mean, are you serious, bro?
They're so scared of that
Jesus.
part. They're not doing that. Dude, that's the reason he said he censored me. That's what he keeps saying. That's what everyone keeps saying. But they did not charge me under that. And that's for a reason. They don't want it challenged. But unfortunately for them, I get to challenge it anyway. So it's like, sucks to suck, bro. Actually, everyone in here technically could challenge it. But it's like, this is terrible for them. They have to hear me out, right? Because they brought charges against me. So it's really epic. We kind of played them, and now I have Chris. They think that they have me done, and I got my appeal, and they're trying to not even file my appeal, dude. So it's all so bad for them. They're coordinating together. You know, Yellowstone and Rushmore are working together. They have federal be on the lookout. They've been working together the whole time, filing at the same times. I file in my other case. All of a sudden, entry of appearance of an attorney come over at Rushmore on the same exact date when there was no activity for like 5 months. They're just working together. Everything that they're doing is illegal. And then, so the judge and the prosecutor and the clerk's office, they're all working together this whole time. And they have to account for that. They have to account for that in civil. So it's pretty epic. I mean, honestly, what's happening is really crazy. Also, of course, I filed a judicial complaint against the judge for my initial in-person appearance because they forced me to wear a mask, and like literally forced me to wear a mask or threatened to take me to jail. Anyway, that guy retired, and I filed a bar grievance against the prosecuting attorney, the initial prosecuting attorney for Wyoming, and she left the office. Oh, what a coincidence! And then they got attorneys tagging in and out, and it's just been really crazy, bro. It's been really crazy.
If they were gonna make me wear a mask, dude, you know what I'd wear? An astronaut's space outfit.
Yeah, par for the course, huh?
Nah, apparently the face diaper is more effective though. That's the problem.
Dude, that was a whole crazy story too. It's like that's why I don't talk about it too much because every part of it is just there's just so many details, dude. It's so crazy. Like I want to make I have a lot of stuff documented. I'm gonna put a documentary together when it's all said and done. You know, 'cause it's just
You can't record the hearings, right? Like when you're in court.
they told me that I can't. They told me that I can't. We'll just say that, and they were very specific that I can't release them if I were
Why?
to not listen.
People record hearings all the time. They're with a camera and everything. Isn't that what
the federal ones?
They just make up their own rules, guys. It is federal, whatever. They get to choose on any level. They get to choose to not let you record it.
Yeah.
You have to get their permission beforehand, which is bullshit, dude. That doesn't make sense, man. That's not how it works. That is not how it works. But it doesn't matter. Like it was recorded from their end, right? So then I have to go spend like thousands of dollars on all this stuff. Like I have to, and dude, I've spent so much money on this. I could have just paid a fine, bro. Like I don't think that people really like. A lot of people are like say I do it because I'm arrogant or have an ego and all that. I'm like, dude, this is like literally breaking me. Like I have to go pay for the transcripts. I have to go pay.
Yeah.
Those
Bunch
are
of
not.
weak-minded people that don't understand what it means to have principles.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I try to empathize with them in a way because I see that they don't really even understand the perspective.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, it's really crazy. The behind the scenes is really crazy because like just to go to South Dakota, it cost us like $2,000, bro. Like $2,000, and really we probably spent another few hundred there. So like that's just to go be there, and then the transcripts. You know, they tax on the transcripts, dude. And then there's court costs for civil and filing things when it's like to go civilly. So also the appeal. So you have to pay the fines and then you have to pay the appeal fee before you can even start. So it's like this is why they get away with so much, you know, because it's exhausting, bro. It like literally exhausts you. Like bro, I haven't been making YouTube. It's like, dude, I've just been tired. And everyone
That's probably one of
out,
their tactics, man. That's one of their main tactics.
Yeah.
Exactly.
To exhaust people.
Yep. And people are like, whatever, just make it go away, dude. Whatever.
Exactly. Yep. That's why they think, you keep fighting, and that's ego to them. That you want to stand up for your fucking principles. That apparently is ego. But them standing in judgment of you fighting for your principles, that's not ego. Like these are the clowns that we're dealing with, man. Straight clown world.
Oh yeah, that's what the ego blinds people, bro.
It does, bro.
People self-project a lot, but yeah, I don't know, man. It's all overall a crazy thing, bro. It really is because, but I know it'll all be said one day, you know. So I kind of get contentment in that. Oh, and this is where it gets crazier. So Rushmore, dude, the dude came and told me not to do it before we started, and then I went and did it. Okay. And I told him, well, I read that it says 60 decibels. Do you have a decimeter? And I'll keep it in compliance, which I actually think is BS anyway. But and then he said no. He said, yeah, I have one. I'm like, okay, perfect. As long as it's calibrated, then you're good. Because they'll never calibrate them. Because I've gone around the whole U.S. doing this. I know what to do. They never have them calibrated. And anyway, they almost never have them. They just like to arbitrarily censor you when people complain, which is the exact opposite of what's allowed. Like, that's the exact opposite of what's allowed. If the crowd gets mad, it's actually the cops' like their duty and responsibility to protect you from the angry mob. You see how backwards it is? They censor you based on the mob now. But anyway, so like,
yep.
Yeah, like they never had the decimeter. So I told him, I'm like, well, you know, if you can show me where it's at, I'll comply. And then he said, what I can do for you is I can put you down in the amphitheater. And I'm like,
Okay, well, that's not where anyone is, man. Everyone's right here. So, but I'm like, whatever, dude. If you can set that up, and I can use my mic so that I can be heard. It's way down there where no one can hear you. And I'm like, he just wasn't cooperating. So then I'm like, I have this all on the GoPro, by the way. This is all before the stream. And I'm like, okay, so can you just cite the ordinance so I can read it then? Because I thought I read that there's a decibel limit. And he's like, oh yeah, sure. And he talks to other cop. He's like, hey, do you hear this guy? Will you go get your ticket book? This guy said he wants to be cited. I'm like, you're such a psycho, bro. I know cite. Do you not know how to like what citing something is like?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It was so crazy, man. And so then I ended up just saying, whatever. When you can come back and tell me what it is, I'll look into it or whatever, and then I'll comply. I'll comply to whatever it actually says because he didn't know. Then he just comes up there and arrests me. Long story short, though, he told me not to before we did it. We did it. I went up there and literally pulled a microphone out in the middle of Rushmore, Grandview Terrace, the main part of it, and just talked right there in the middle, right? Like took Rushmore over. In Yellowstone, we were in the RV, didn't even get out. We just pulled into Yellowstone. We pulled into the gas station to get gas, got blocked in. And so when we were blocked in, I started talking on the mic through the RV until the car moved. Anyway, so I got found guilty in both. I got $100 fine at Rushmore for both charges, one of them being a disorderly conduct she found me guilty of, which is hilarious. The other judge, which that trial was actually by Zoom, which seems super ridiculous to me, but so it was by Zoom, and I got a $560 fine or something like that. $560 fine. I'm banned from Yellowstone for a year, and I'm on unsupervised probation for a year. Isn't that insane?
Yeah, man.
That's crazy, bro. I mean,
all that seems very justified. I mean, what the fuck, bro?
dude, a year of probation from the federal government because I talked on a microphone from inside an RV in a public national park. And dude, we all know what I was talking about. I wasn't talking about the earth. I was talking about how oxygen doesn't kill you. And I said we should probably let children breathe. I'm like, and so the witnesses were talking about that the whole time. He was saying, take the mask off children, that's child abuse. I'm like, it is. But whatever. Like, and one guy said he was like a scientist. He was so mad that I was talking about the jabba dabba doos, talking about the jabba dabbas. So anyway, long story short, man, yeah, you tried to call out. If you try to call out the pandemic, you get a year probation.
Mm-hmm.
That's almost more dangerous than telling people there's no curve on Earth. Like somehow telling people to breathe, it's okay because you weren't born with a face diaper. You made it all this time. You don't need that. Nah, that's dangerous, bro. Like,
a year probation.
Terrible.
A year probation, but I haven't said a lot publicly. I'm about to start doing YouTube again, but the whole reason is, for example, that's a good example. Everyone's like, whoa, and they're kind of like, they're like nervous for me or scared for me or something, But the truth is, that's a good thing. Like if he had to put me in jail, that would have been a good thing. Like every punishment, the more severe the punishment, everything that they're doing, they're just digging their hole deeper. It just adds to civil damages, and it's a really bad look for them. Like they banned me from Yellowstone for the 7 months in between when it happened and the trial, and now an additional year. So they censored me, and now they're censoring me in the future. At that, like, there's still free speech, like removing my free speech for like almost 2 years. So it's actually a good thing, right? I don't break the law, bro. So I'm not like really worried that it's unsupervised probation where I can't break any federal or state laws. Whatever. I don't break laws. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I just disregard fake ones.
I just joined in. Are you saying you had your court case and it's all wrapped up? Or is there more?
Well, yeah, that was just the first part that I kind of expected to lose. And I did. Like, but I appealed both, so I just put in a notice of appeal for both of them. But Rushmore's trying not to file it, so I'm actually driving back from the airport. I just dropped Chris off, and then I have to get back to my laptop and see what's going on with that. And it's like the federal government works with USPS to like delay certain things, bro. It's so crazy. Like, here's a story. So I sent in a judicial complaint, and those are big deals, by the way, and I wrote it very well, and it's just irrefutable. And so I sent it certified mail. It's supposed to be there a certain day. It's not there, but it's all on time. Then all of a sudden, we don't have any. Mysteriously, we don't. It's literally like USPS website says like we can't explain what's going on. We don't have any info for you.
I've
So I
seen
called
that
them.
before. Yeah.
Dude, I called them, bro. I called them, and I had to wait forever, and then they put me on hold, and they let you pick what type of music. I picked hip hop instrumentals and just freestyled for like 20 minutes, on the recorded conversation about the earth and stuff like that, about the government lying. And then they finally pick up, and I talked a few minutes, and I'm like, yeah, I'm going to be frank with you. I don't consider this to be a coincidence. This is a judicial complaint to a federal judge who's just now trying to retire, and it's not convenient timing for him, and it just has mysteriously disappeared. And this is certified mail, dude. This is certified mail. And she kind of chuckles a few seconds later and says, okay, it's saying it's delivered. So then I refresh my web browser, and all of a sudden it says it's delivered. This is two days late. All of a sudden it says it's delivered. I'm like, oh, what a coincidence. I'm on the phone with you. And mysteriously, this website, she didn't think I had it pulled up. And I'm like, I already had that pulled up. So they're literally working together to not even let me. And like Yellowstone lets you send in an email with an attached PDF, and then they'll file it. They file it just like all the other attorneys get to use electronic filing, right? Rushmore makes you hand sign it like an ink signature, and then print it off, ink signature, and then ship it in. And then they make it where they act like they don't get it, and then they make it where it doesn't make the deadlines, or it's just crazy, bro. It's all crazy. It's very exhausting, bro. And like, I get why people don't mess with this stuff, I mean, but if I could do it all again, I'd still do the same thing. I wouldn't just have
Props to you, man. Keep fighting the good fight, brother. Definitely.
Yeah, dude. I'm all in.
Good stuff. Hey, what's up to Rakia Life? I haven't seen you in a super long time. What's up?
Boo.
I know, right? A long time no see. Silence.
So what's crazy, bro, is I think, just to finish this up, I think I get to. So if you have an attorney, like the attorney does this, right? But it's not pro se, which doesn't even make sense because you can't represent yourself. That's dumb. But I get to orally argue. I get to present oral arguments with the judges, with the panel of judges, bro. I get to debate my motion with the panel of judges. That's so epic, dude. All right, anyway.
Are you going to say I'm not a biologist? Because I hear that turns out really, really well in your favor.
Yeah, maybe I should just start by saying, I'm a living man. Do you guys know? Can we agree on that terminology? What is a man? Can men get pregnant? So, yeah, should be crazy, man. Just think about this, though. Then that means I have to fly back out to South Dakota, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just so insane. It's like either you could have paid a couple $100 over the phone.
Mm-hmm.
And they offered me $500 negotiable at Yellowstone. And then I turned it down. Then they gave me a more severe punishment for fighting it. Or, so you could just take these little fines and just keep it pushing like it's a ticket, basically. Or you can spend tens of thousands of dollars. Like, I mean, that's like, it's so crazy. Like, who would ever do that? It's like Chris fighting Florida kids and cost him like over 30 grand, and no one can afford that. Like, so, you know, the fact that instead of paying $200, I'm spending thousands and thousands of dollars, and me, no one can do that.
You're roboting a good bit.
You know, so it's like, you get my point anyway.
Yeah. Well, and then the folks that are accusing you of being like selfish or arrogant or whatever, it's like, yeah, not quite logical that they would make those type of accusations.
Yeah. It's the same people that say I talk about flat earth to make money.
Yeah, yeah.
I lost a lot of money to talk about flat earth.
I wonder what the ping is right now.
Am I still roboting?
Not when you just said that, but before you were.
Yeah, I'm driving in mountains, so I have to get to the top.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I asked that question, and then he roboted his whole reply. But it sounds like I got my answer. He still got a debate with a panel of judges.
That is what is going to eventually happen. Yeah.
I just want to say to Witsit, you know, I enjoy the debates, but it kind of irks me that, you know, I think they get cut short. I think they should be a little longer. I think the moderator should do a better job and really let y'all finish making the point because, you know, of course, the knuckleheads you're going up against, you know, they refuse to accept anything and then they keep trying to shift out of it and everything. But if we could just nail it down with them, spend a little longer on it, or like I said, the moderator really finish the issue before moving on to the next thing. Some of them are hard to watch, and I leave it feeling unfulfilled, right? Like, man, they didn't comprehend or understand any of that stuff that you were saying, or they did, and you know, try to wiggle out of it. Anybody with me on that?
I don't know what debates you're referring to. Sorry. On his channel or?
Yeah, like the modern day debates, and he goes up against
yeah.
There's a handful of them. Like, I'm always so unfulfilled. I'm like, they're just not getting it. I don't think they're long enough or something.
Yeah. I'm not convinced that debates are the right forum because debates almost legitimize a potentially invalid like Lucky Charms or Fruity Pebbles, right? All right, debate. It's subjective. There are maybe a handful of objective statements that could be made about Fruity Pebbles and Lucky Charms, but for the most part, it's subjective. You could debate about it. There are certain things I think that when they're in the realm of objectivity, to debate about them is almost a disservice.
Oh, I like it.
Well, I agree with that. Well, that's one of the reasons why just the fact that we're debating about this is a problem, right?
Well,
Because
when we do, I mean, if we're just
like you
educating
said,
somebody,
if it's just objective, then we wouldn't be debating about it, right? If the world was, if
yeah,
the Earth was a globe, it would just be a globe. We wouldn't debate about it. We don't debate about things that we know. Like nobody's debating, do cars exist? You know what I'm saying? Like we don't
yeah.
debate things that we know.
That's the argument I've used for a long time. Is like the fact that there's a debate at all should raise some, questions or. Um, I think though one of the problems is like they ask direct questions and get no answer at all. Right? That's what bothers me.
Yeah, that's a good one for like an honest person though. It's like if it's that, that they put out arguments against it, like even NASA and stuff, and that it's censored. Those two things alone like should make you be like, whoa, there's probably something here, because they do that with everything else that they lied about.
Yeah.
See, I knew pretty quickly, like I put together pretty quickly that that they had lied about the Earth. I didn't know nearly what I know now or all the specifics, but I knew very quickly, like intuitively, that it took me like a few minutes of looking into it. I'm like, oh, they did lie about the Earth, because you know they lied about the moon landing, and I had then just discovered that's the supposed first real picture of the Earth from space, and then there were like decades between that. They didn't even claim a real one. And in fact, that they claimed wasn't it 2015?
Yeah, there's another one, right?
Yeah, like 2015, I think they tried to say that it was a real one, but that's the same year I found out about Flat Earth, bro. That's the same year Bob came out with Flat Earth, and then all of a sudden they come out with a new picture. So I just disregarded it. I'm like, I instantly knew, dude, that makes no sense. Like, if you really go to space, you'd have all kinds of pictures. You wouldn't just have the one from the provably fake moon mission.
It helped my wife. We watched Level together, and she's seen all that stuff about NASA. So, seeing it with her own eyes, seeing all the fraudulent stuff they're doing. Even though she loved NASA at the time, she's seen that, and then she's like, "Okay, I guess I'm okay with you being a flat earther, right?" She won't say that she's came over, but
Yeah.
she knows there's a huge
What's funny?
discussion going on at least.
If you think about it, look at the trajectory. So when we first started, it was like the moon landing was the easiest thing for, I guess, a lot of us to cross over to the skeptic side. Because once you see that, you got to be skeptical. It's like, whoa, what did I just watch? Like, I'd never paid attention to any of this. And then, they're coming out with astronauts going, wow, all types of other stuff. And it's like, I know that there's something here because majority of people don't want to talk about it. They'll deflect by saying, "Oh, so your only evidence against the globe is to say NASA's fake." Oh, no. So they kind of try not to bring that up. Now, then where did it go? Then it went to, okay, well, look at the you can see footage from a plane. Look at these you can see curvature from a plane. Look at these high altitude balloon footages. And then you look at them and you're like, wait, I've never actually even seen the Earth from that height. And I would have been sure that you could see some kind of curvature, and there's nothing there. What's going on? And then fast forward to the Black Swan. Prior to that, actually, so many people came in here with different observations. What about this thing that's cut off? What about this? What about that? What about this? Look at this plethora of observations. I don't need science. I can just show you these pictures of things cut off, problem solved. And then, well, the horizon isn't geometric. How many people come in here with an observation now? Haven't seen one in I don't know how long. Maybe the last person that did try to come in here, Miggy, you were there, was Wiggles. Remember when I was asking him about the moon and he was like, I don't get what you're saying?
Yeah, I remember that.
Wiggles.
Yeah. That same guy. That's the last guy I remember that day. Unless he probably came in another time or whatever. That's the last time I seen someone come in with the observation to argue.
Yeah, I remember when I found out about the whole like the you know picture being from the moon missions. I already knew that it was fake. What I thought was when I started looking into flat Earth, I'm like, bro, everyone's gonna find out about this at one point because no one believes in NASA anyway. Like all my friends already knew NASA lied, like before flat Earth, like just because of the moon. Like just because of the moon. So I was like, dude, this lie's hanging on by a thread. I overlooked the very obvious move that they have since implemented, right? And that's just private. So like a story of private. So they brought in like different sources to try to gain credibility. I didn't see that coming, I guess, really when I first found out about it. So maybe it doesn't. I mean, because guys, the people that believe in ancient aliens and aliens and all this, they think that NASA lies about space and hides aliens. Like everyone that's younger thinks that NASA lies.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really kind of crazy if you think about it that they still maintain this like position of authority somehow. I don't know. Like, I mean, I'm not talking about there are definitely boomers that will believe the moon landing until they die, and not just boomers, but the younger people don't believe in NASA, bro. Like they think they just don't interpret the lie as malevolent. They think that they're hiding the aliens because like they feel like they have to hide these things from us.
Why is NASA clothing so popular then? If that's the case,
That's another great point. This is what I'm saying. It's very interesting to really think about this because the people that wear NASA clothes, like most of them believe in aliens, which means NASA lied about aliens.
There's not just, I mean, no, but there's inundation there that people are just, they're not really focused on what's going on. It's just the wave of clothing. So I'll tell you what I'm talking about. I've been into all of the like basic level clothing stores, and in the front they have these graphic tees out, and they're the cheapest ones there, like $5. That's why everyone's wearing them because they're in front of all of these budget level clothing stores.
okay. Cheap makes you feel cool.
Yeah, it's like
it would look kind of cool if it was real. Like if I wasn't a flat earther, I would get it.
I'll give you a perfect example. I had a coworker, one of the temps that came to my job, and he was wearing like this fresh to death NASA shirt. And somebody else that knows I'm a flat earther, he was just like, "Oh, don't let him see your shirt." Right? And he was like, "Why? What's going on?" I was just like, "Do you know anything about those people on your shirt?" He's like, "Nah, I don't even know what they do." Bro, I was dying. Like, bro, you don't even know what they do. I was like, no, I have no idea what their purpose is. What do they do?
That's awesome. And telling, I don't think that he's the only guy that would probably have that answer.
No, I know he's
No,
not.
he's not. He's not. Definitely not.
What Chris and I did, and Kai and I do it too. Like when we're ever in public, if we see someone wearing NASA, we just say NASA lies, or NASA lies, right? And so when Chris and I would walk around, we would just we would in unison say NASA lies, like kind of loud to whoever we see spotted wearing NASA memorabilia. Most of them look so confused. It's like they don't even, it makes no sense to them that they don't even remember that they're wearing NASA or what it means or anything. It's really crazy. And then when I buy my clothes from TJ Maxx because it's like everything's pretty cheap. Dude, it's just TJ Maxx, any place like that is just flooded with NASA gear, bro. And it's some of the freshest shirts or the freshest hoodies. And they put astronauts on there with space. And It's like it just looks kind of fresh. Also, another thing, MGK really blew up in the lockdown moment, the quarantine moment. He dropped a bunch of freestyles on YouTube, and one of the big ones, when the whole world's looking at him, he has a NASA jacket on. Russ just dropped a banger NASA jacket on. So they have like these rappers wearing them too, right? Which kind of lead the culture. So people just see that other people they think are cool have wore it, and then they see it at TJ Maxx. I don't think it's any deeper than that.
Yeah,
exactly. Looks like an intellectual or something, but obviously not if they don't even know what it is or what they're doing there.
Somebody should do like that. Would be an interesting. That would be an interesting, quick, like little video piece. Where we detail and go through exactly that, like, because it's like, could you imagine coming across? First of all, this sucks what YouTube has done because, like, everyone was a conspiracy theorist. You know what I mean? At like the 2006, 2007, everybody's like, I don't know what the fuck's going on. I just know they're lying. You know, and so when it comes to these graphics and these shirts, it's like if you were to put like a video together and just ask the question, hey, don't you remember a time where it was quiet for NASA and they were basically saying like, oh, NASA didn't exist, da 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 da, they didn't have enough funding and blah blah. When did this like massive emergence of NASA paraphernalia pop up? Everyone's wearing these T-shirts, and I'm wondering what started all this. And then you can go into like the whole conversation about flat Earth, and then how certain influencers are wearing it, and then you can spin the narrative because it is a narrative where when people see their favorite artist and then they walk inside a Jimmy Jazz or whatever it is, and they see that cool looking NASA hoodie, they're like, fuck yeah, $15, can't go wrong with that.
Yeah, exactly. And also, people think it kind of like the guy said, like they're like pseudo intellectualism involved as well, right? Like they think like, oh, you know about space, and then like it's just kind of cool shirts. Like I saw a shirt I thought was pretty hard the other day, and it's like an astronaut, but it just was it was a dope graphic, and it says like, give me my space. I bet they've sold so many of that shirt. It's just they just got people because the reason that it's valuable is because if you see NASA gear in all kinds of groups of people, like because if you travel or you go to a city or whatever, you're gonna see NASA a lot. It's just like the idea. It's the idea that all these people kind of believe it. But what I will say,
it's just like the idolaters. I don't think you've heard me rant about how the Glovers want to marry in their idea with thousands of year old ideologies when their ideology only started 500 years ago, with the presupposition that the earth moves against the theists that proposed it, the Roman Catholic Church, ideology and theology. And then there were other Christians around asking, hey, why are you teaching this stuff? To the point where they started leaving the church, to the point that the church then banned it after having put the model in place, after having given us the calendar that we go by today. So you only got 500 years, my man. And it's like,
if that,
it's the same thing with them.
If that, bro. I'm not even sure if I buy that 500-year thing, to be honest with you.
I'll give them 500 years, but I was trying to tie it into like the whole the influence thing right under your nose kind of thing, and you're like
misconception serves the purpose.
Oh, idolaters, right? They're sitting here where it's really funny that the church really brought us NASA, and everybody's out here wearing NASA t-shirts, NASA this, NASA that. But they've been idolaters all this time, wearing crosses, wearing all this skull and bones. Anything that you could possibly think of, they've done. They've put it on a t-shirt. They put it on a chain. Because that's what they are, idolaters.
Yeah, it's crazy because like you know, if even if you don't realize it, it doesn't mean that it's not idolatry, just like you're saying, and that's why it works, I guess, right? But I will say there are definitely people that wear NASA that believe it. You can normally tell by how they wear it. I know that may not really resonate with some people, but I can tell how they're wearing the NASA gear, like what they think of NASA, like
If you got
how much
khakis on and
tucked
glasses
in,
and
pulled
gel
up,
in your hair, oh boy, yeah.
bro. That little threaded belt, you know, and then like Skechers, it's just tucked in, pulled up, bro. NASA hat pulled down, matching NASA gear. If there's more than one piece, you know this guy believe that. That's the guy you want to go be like, you know, NASA lies, right? And he's like, how dare you? Like, but they're very rare, dude. Out of all the people I see wearing NASA gear, I think that type of person is like 5%. Out of the whole U.S. I mean, I've seen a lot of it. Again, Chris and I said NASA lies to every person we saw wearing NASA gear for a year. You know, it's just, I don't know. It's really crazy, bro. It's really crazy because, again, my bigger point that makes it so crazy to me to think about is those people also believe NASA lied. Like a majority of them, because even if they believe in aliens and love space and all this stuff, NASA's hiding the aliens. Like NASA's hiding the aliens, right? So they don't even realize that.
It's okay if they lie. If it's just got to be the right type of lie that supports their narrative continuously.
But if you know that they lie, right? Like, and if you think there are aliens and they lie about space to hide aliens, why would you trust them or wear their stuff? Like, it's so stupid. Like, I guarantee you that no one wears it ever actually thinks of that. That's my point. It's a very interesting spell because everyone that's younger thinks NASA lies, bro. That's the crazy part of this whole thing.
They think they lie, but they also provide them with a bunch of pretty pictures of stuff they like to look at, right? These beautiful galaxies and all this other CGI stuff that, you know, they can kind of put that aside to deal with the nice thing that they get out of enjoying NASA.
Yeah, exactly. They're little cartoons.
Yeah, but that lie protects the narrative, right? So if NASA lied because, let's say, we never went back to the moon because they saw aliens and they're lying about that. Well, that protects their narrative of, oh, we got aliens that came from some outer region of space and showed up on the moon. So you might lie about the aliens, but our whole heliocentric nonsense, that's real. You can believe that.
Yeah, of course.
That's why they'll accept that lie. But when we tell them they're lying about everything, about even going to the moon, oh no, we can't accept that. It's crazy.
Yeah, but they don't even intellectualize that. I guess the part that's very intriguing for me is like the spell aspect of it, like to think someone is a liar, like to believe someone's a liar, but simultaneously hold them to be like a credible source. Not only that, but the sole credible source is really crazy. Like the sole authority, and you simultaneously think that they lie. No, it's really crazy.
I'll tell you, man, I think they're holding out for when they stop lying. They're like, you know, we know NASA's lying to us and there's probably aliens and all this, but one day they're just going to come clean and tell us everything. So I'll just keep fanboying until that happens.
What do you guys think that they scrap NASA though? Like, I think that's kind of where in steps SpaceX or something, right? Because I guess that's what I don't get. Like, I don't get how they could transition without scrapping NASA. It's too risky. Like, because even if they come out and they say everything, they're like, oh, see, we knew it was aliens, we can trust NASA now. Like, that's too risky. They may be like, so let's just ask Elon about space because these people lie. But I guess wouldn't Elon be hiding aliens too? I don't know. It's all just so dumb. Yeah, you're right though. The spell puts people in such a stupid state of mind. All they have to do is come out and say aliens are real, and then that's all.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's you're right. Like NASA isn't even like they almost make NASA out to be a joke because NASA kind of doesn't even matter because the kids still have this religiosity about space. And that's all that really matters because they'll be like, oh, that moon landing was like, oh my God, that was bullshit. I've never seen it. That's fake as fuck. But then they'll show you a video of the Earth and then the sun next to the Earth and how many Earths can fit inside the sun, and then the next biggest star, and then the next biggest star, and they'll go to sleep to these videos, and it's very weird.
Yeah, that's a great point, actually. Like, they don't need everyone to worship NASA. They just need everyone to worship, like, outer space. It's an exhilarating idea, right? Like, I never was too much into it, but I was never, like, opposed to it either. I think a lot of people in here probably can admit it's a pretty captivating story.
I wonder if outer space has any connection at all to the mystery school religions of Babylon. Huh.
Sarcasm.
Of course.
Outer space feels depressing and cold.
Did you guys know that NASA codes their computers with Sanskrit? Literally. That's pretty weird, bro.
I think it's like Winston said, it's real captivating and people really enjoy learning, you know, like when we all delved into flat earth, there was so much to consume. It's the same thing with, you know, what NASA puts out there. And they're still doing it, you know, with all the ridiculous shit. They seen some ridiculous object doing some ridiculous thing out there. Check it out, everybody.
Yeah, I used to watch Vsauce. Like, I watched, once I got a hold of Vsauce's videos, which was probably like in 2016, like I binge watched like hundreds of his videos. And then he came out with like the Minefield series or whatever, which was kind of boring, and I stopped watching it. But then I got into Flat Earth and then saw his gravity video and was like, you know. So people love that shit. They love going to Smarter Every Day and Vertasium, and they're like, you know, I'm having a good day. I got my mocha latte from Starbucks, and I've watched like, you know, 2 clips from the news on YouTube, so I'm informed and up to date. And I watched my 2 science videos, and I found out that there's a meteor heading towards Earth, and scientists are unsure about the trajectory and whether it will collide or not. But hopefully, it's another near miss. You know, like
Yeah,
that.
like
Yeah,
That's the
hopefully.
normie brain.
We've had
That's
so
the
many.
normie brain. Like,
Hopefully it'll go between us and the moon again, because that seems to always happen, right? Every time. Oh, it just happens to grace right by us and the moon, right in between. Yeah, that's great.
I
We're
posted
so
these the other
lucky.
day. These are like supposedly this is debris on Mars. But anyway, now we look at these and we know that these are obviously stupid and laughable. But just imagine the story, right? Which is that we sent
how do I
this rover like 34 million miles away and landed on Mars and did all this study and trying to, you know, it's the next step of advancement. And then we sent something back out there that caught all the debris. And here's the picture. So people get really into this. It's like a captivating thing for them. They go look at the rover and they think it's like, wow, I'm alive when humans are using a rover on Mars. It's like the lie so captivating that they don't want to acknowledge that the source is incredible because they want to believe the lie. That's why I use the girlfriend cheating example a lot, because it's a perfect example. It's like you can tell that your girl's cheating, but you want to believe she's not, so you won't look at it. You'll just focus on the stuff you enjoy doing with your girlfriend.
Yeah.
At least I've made some kind of impact here in the realm of metaphor and analogy.
I mean, I think it's very interesting, like human nature that we have, like
being afraid. It's similar to, I think, like one of the biggest tricks is that death is bad. Like death is bad. So it's like the same thing, right? It's like no one really examines it or the importance of it or what comes after it, or if something coming after it, what importance does that have with your life while it's here?
Would you say that preservation of life is a naturally occurring phenomenon amongst all living things?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like we are naturally inclined to preserve our life for sure, but it's just like it's the fear of death, like as if death is basically a certificate of completion. If viewed that way, it's like enjoy your time in school, but you get a degree or whatever. I hate even using that ever as an analogy because I hate degrees, but you see what I'm saying? Like it's not good or bad. It's just like a thing. And my point is that since everyone just automatically is scared of it, and I understand why, of course, but they never look at the bigger picture, so it keeps their eyes off of having to maintain accountability in this life. You see what I'm saying? Like if you really thought, okay, the reason people scared of death is because they don't want to have accountability here. They don't want to accept that. Like, am I making sense? It's like a very interesting thing that the mind does, that us as humans do, that I'm very fascinated by. Like me included, right? Like we hyper focus on the positive, even though we subconsciously know the other parts of it that are there. We'll call them inconvenient to our current paradigm. Like I think even we do that. Like I think even flat earthers do that. I think they're probably like some of the best people in the world at not doing that. But I think that's the big thing is always trying to not let that happen too much. Like if we found some information, I don't know. I can't say, okay, there are some people that swear up and down they know for a fact that Antarctica is a circle drawn around us, and they know where it is, and they know a dome touches down there. And if they were to find out that that wasn't the case, or they were to see some evidence that goes against that, some people would like not really examine it. You see what I'm saying? Because of their misinterpretation. For example, like if someone thinks that the Bible says that specifically, and they're like, oh, this would mean the Bible's not true. The Bible's a good example, or just any religious book. Like people's religions are the best examples. Like they just wouldn't want to see the new evidence that there's land outside of Antarctica or something, right? If they interpreted that that would mean the Bible's wrong. Which it doesn't say that, of course, but I'm just making a point. Some people think it does. It does not say that. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm still stuck on your first point, the fear of death point. I'm still thinking about that because it seems to me that if you didn't want accountability in this in this life, fear wouldn't be the natural response. It would be negligence and apathy, wouldn't it?
Sure,
Well, that's how people live their lives. So, regardless of what they say, if you read them by their actions, that's exactly how they live. I say that's exactly how I live, like a sinner, like the rest of us.
But would the apathy be applied to death, right? Like, yeah, materialistic people that don't have moral accountability, they definitely are apathetic to. But are they apathetic about death? Like, they may say they are, bro, but are they? No, dude. There's not a human alive that's not impacted by death.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like this: you can lie all you want. It's just like I don't think atheists exist. I think they're lying. I think they're literally lying.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever, like.
Yeah, they are lying. The Bible is pretty clear about liars, and unfortunately, it doesn't differentiate between that and a fool.
Well, it kind of does. Like, there's willful ignorance, and then there is just ignorance, like that's allowed, because sin and ignorance is not the same as willful ignorance. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's like willfully ignoring things. It's kind of like when you find out about flat Earth, you turn your head from it. That would be willful ignorance, of course, right? That's when it's bad. I think that it does actually distinguish between that, and so that kind of ties in here.
That's why I started talking about heliocentrism and its conception, because this is when the lie began. And then, if you really look somewhere in the 1600s, now I have a very vague, very not researched idea surrounding this whole era, but 1600s, 1700s, or whatever is the age of information. Ultimately, everyone today that is a result of this entire 500 years thinks that gravity is like the linchpin to all of physics. So they're like, if the Earth is not a globe and gravity isn't real, then all of physics is wrong, because all of their idea about how everything works on a fundamental level is a religion. So you just go back there and you go, well, what was the justification for them saying that the Earth moves? And then they'll give you a bullshit answer, and it's like, well, it's not exactly like they had evidence. And I don't see any, like, they just did it, you know. I don't see why or what the motivation was. All I know is they were people of the church who, well, yeah, peoples of the church that just decided to go against their cosmology openly, and there was conflict about that people like Martin Luther spoke about. And so then you realize, me and Chocolate was talking about this the other day, actually everything that they think about the cosmos today is less than 100 years old, because Hubble and Georges Lemaitre discovered that there were other galaxies, right? So, and then you begin to realize, oh, everything people believe today is really birthed less than 100 years ago, duct taped together. And so once you understand all this, and you see the quote from Hubble where he says, there you can't, and I think that the terms are a little loose here, but if he says that the hypothesis that the Earth doesn't move can't be disproven, therefore, however, to avoid a special position or whatever, and he gave an example of the special position. So the full context of that is the ancients who believed that the Earth was stationary and that the heavenly bodies moved about it. That was the context. And he says, we don't know which is which, but we're avoiding the middle. And that goes back to, okay, why are we avoiding the middle? Who's we? And who began this entire conversation? It happened 500 years ago. Okay, what was the justification? There was none. But the result is an atheist,
Well,
which is
Elijah,
ironic.
I think it would be appropriate to acknowledge the fact that any group of people could become corrupt, but not corrupt absolutely. The existence of the Jesuits is somewhat mutually exclusive of what the church always was, and you can know that by examining what the church was historically, and acknowledge that corruption came about in and through these different groups, these secret orders, and so on. So when you're attributing some of these people, like the Jesuits that came up with these different systems of belief, and I'm referring to Copernicus and Newton,
Yes, I'm
and
usually very specific. It's very specific people, very specific popes, very specific letters. I'm not speaking generally about the church,
yeah.
just so you know.
Wait, real fast, Gospel. I just want to make sure you get what I'm saying. Right. Like, because I think it's important, dude. Like, because when fear of death's a big deal. So I'm saying I can guarantee you that all atheists are more afraid of death than I am.
Okay.
And this is
And
they think there's nothing beyond that, dude. They think that that is the end. So that's why, right, to maintain the lack of moral accountability, nothing comes after, and therefore you're scared of it. Does that make sense?
I get what you're saying. You would be afraid of finality. Yeah.
That's also ironic, isn't it?
There is a
Because
lot of irony in that, though.
yeah, because I think, and you guys can correct me, but according to scripture, like it is the wages of sin are death, right? But then the second death is death, like as in you don't exist at all. You're not going to be burning eternally. You're not going to be here forever, suffering. No, you're going to be gone, period, completely. So it's ironic that they would try to make morality subjective and not the understanding that that our morals come from the person who constructed all of the laws of this place,
Well,
and
yeah,
their
it is very.
rejection of that will ultimately lead to their literal death, which is what they're afraid of.
Well, it's very ironic that, like, if their primary fear is ceasing to exist, that, as you say accurately, the scriptures say that their very fear will come true because they didn't have moral accountability effectively, right? You see, it is ironic, but the reason there exists irony is because it is an intrinsically contradictory worldview. Like, the contradictions within the worldview create the irony here. You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it's ironic. It's stupid. Like, it's contradictory, but like, nevertheless. So, like, yeah, they're the most apathetic, but truth be told, like, lie detectors, which you can fake those, but they're more scared of death, like, than me. And like, I mean, parts of death make me uncomfortable, but like, I'm not really scared. I was like, in the moment, like when I've had a crazy car wreck, like there's a moment where I'm like, like really grasping how like your life can end in like that fast is kind of a scary idea, certainly in the moment.
Well, here's what's scary. It's when you're married and have children, and you're like trying to think through all, and I'm emphasizing the word all because it's immense, like all of the things that the people that are left behind after you die have to cope with, not just emotionally and psychologically, but on a practical level. So as a father and a husband, I'm ready. I'm ready for Jesus personally. You know, that's where I'm at. But in regards to practicality, that is a daunting and overwhelming thought. Oh, that's what you have a will for. And it's like, yeah, okay. Yeah, that'll really line out all the instructions for how to, when you actually think about all of the necessary components when you're a unit and the unit has been broken as a family.
Yeah.
It's that sort of stuff is inescapable. So
Can you bottle up a little love and compassion?
All right.
And can you bottle up a little love and compassion for when you pass on, so that they can get a little of that, you know?
Yeah, can you teach your son to respect women in your will? But like, I get where you're like, yeah, I actually resonate with that the most. That's the part that makes me uneasy. That's usually the first thing I say. It's more so if there's any fear, it's fear of how it would impact the people around me.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, like even like thinking about it from their perspective, like hurts me, you know, and stuff like that. Like it makes me feel bad. And I'm like kind of like I'm an empath, so like I don't know if that's fear though. Like maybe I can see why it could be.
I think it's called grief, and or anticipated grief. or
Right.
empathic grief or something along those lines.
Right. Like I'm not. Yeah. See, fear is an individual thing. Like you're individually afraid. Like you can. I guess you might experience fear through them, right? Like you're fearful of them being in that position, but I think that's noble, right? I mean, that's what you're supposed to do as a man, certainly. So, yeah, I don't know. And then the other thing that I say, I've been bouncing around people lately is evil, and you've probably heard it. Evil cannot create; it can only imitate. Does anyone agree with that? Like, and I don't mean literally create. Like, yeah, someone evil can make a sandwich. I'm saying that evil, it does not possess ingenuity or innovation or creativity or originality.
Well, I'm a stubborn autist on the word create. I only think of the word create as ex nihilo, which is the Latin phrase for out of nothing. I only believe that create should be reserved for what only one entity could do, and that is the creator. And everything else is a colloquial appropriation of that word that should be replaced with the word manipulate.
Okay, well then, how would you explain the idea of creativity? Like when they're like an artist.
That's the problem. I agree with you 100%. Now that everybody's running around calling themselves creatives, is the
Content
word blasphemy? I
creator.
don't know. It just feels.
I think
because it's more appropriate to say something other than creator, because this word is reserved for kind of the one thing that's presuppositional but also necessary.
All right. So to answer your question, what's it? Bump 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 bump. What a song that didn't exist before! Yay! You created that little melody all on your own. Yay! Everybody loves it. $1 million. Here you go. Whatever the case, I don't think that should be called creation. I think that the English language is lacking. The colloquial understanding of the word creativity has merit, and I appreciate that. I think that there should be a word made up for that concept, because the word creation and create are not originally that, and it's just the limitation of the English language. Maybe there's some other languages that handle this issue really, really well, and create is a mutual, not mutual, an exclusive concept that it doesn't mingle with any other. Like it's reserved for ex nihilo. If there's another language that does that, pat on the back to those guys. But in English, it's just bad, and it just annoys me that there's not a better word to represent those concepts.
Yeah, I mean,
or miracle, in other words,
on
miracle.
So here's
like I said, presuppositional, because what you're saying is a concept or something that we all, I guess, have to say would believe is a thing, because matter had to have been created at some point. How do you create it? Like, we've never experienced that yet.
Yeah.
Here we are with matter.
Because of the way that this word gets used, okay, and because that there is this other concept that most people don't think about on a daily basis, that being the concept of out of nothing, or ex nihilo creation. Most people don't think about that. They think about this word only in terms of the colloquial meaning, and you'll get people saying these words: my parents created me. And then they'll double down on this statement: my parents created me, God didn't create me. And this is the statement that I've heard many people make, including young people that are early budding atheists, or whatever you want to call them. And they'll say that, not understanding the distinction and separateness of this word in its original ex nihilo meaning versus its more metaphorical meaning that it gets used as, and they blend the two and basically don't even know what they're arguing. It's like a straw man of sorts. They're straw manning the word creation in regards to their conceptualization of the creator, and it's all just so tedious and annoying to me because you have to go through the process of teaching them what ex nihilo means and what manipulation of matter means and what what a sperm and an egg do, and that sperm and egg are pre-existent, and it's their mere combination that causes a new human to come about, and they the parents are not responsible for the existence of the sperm and the egg in the first place. Therefore, you can't attribute the creation to the parents, and so on and so on. And I've gone through this, and yet I still get, well, no, but my parents created me. It's like, wow, you didn't listen.
Well, normally
Yeah.
you try to go back to the final cause. The parents wouldn't be the final cause because they didn't make the materials and they didn't set the materials in motion. And so they're an immediate cause, but there appears to be a more final cause beneath all of the parents and stuff like that that needs to be explored. A route that we need to get back to get to the most final cause possible, something a bit more further back, if you will. What's it you were saying?
Well, yeah, like humans are inherently limited to like a mediator position, and I get what you're saying about the word, but I'm just saying the idea, right? So I just don't like innovative enough or ingenuity. I don't know, but it's like I look at it like there's nothing new under the sun. So pair that with the idea of a human being creative, right? That doesn't really make sense, but I'm just speaking like you say colloquially and not in any attempt to usurp the real meaning. But
Sure.
you could say innovative, I guess, or whatever. But just humans, I think that what we do is we're just kind of grabbing information that's already there. Because then you look at, well, what is information? How do you perceive information? What is the background? How do you talk to the creator? What is the third eye? What is your spiritual antenna effectively? What's it receiving? Where do you get information from? What's intuition? What's memory? What's telepathic ideas, or how you can feel someone, or how you can think of someone and then they think of you, and all these things. What exactly is that? You're just tapping into what's already there. So accepting that like inherent limit, that there's just an inherent difference, right? Like the creator is the creator, and right, and the creation or the creativity of the creator is obviously unmatched. It's like a subset, and we can use the word innovative or whatever, but I just don't think that evil possesses originality. Maybe is the best way to say it.
Yeah. I agree with your premise.
It's crazy too, because if you start looking into it, like we were having this conversation in another server, and it's like, well, what about the gun? I'm like, I don't know. Who really first made the gun? Like, what about the cannon? They knew what they were using the cannon for. I'm like, okay, so if you had 50 psychopathic men converging on your town, and they wanted to take all the women and children, and you shot cannons at a distance to keep them back, would that be evil? You see what I'm saying? Like it's like, so go look into it and you'll find out. It's just almost always some random person that was trying to do good. Like the military uses technology for bad purposes, but they go get the 22-year-old with the genius score that got pulled out, and they tell him, look, you're a genius. We got a special job for you. He takes it as a challenge. He thinks he's helping people out. He's making a step for mankind, and he's the one that can actually come up with it. The people with the evil intentions can never actually come up with original ideas. Like, yeah, you'll be hard pressed to actually find one. I think that's a big part of all this. What that means is we need to, like, if we can, as people, fully understand that, then understand they're always just going to try to harvest your energy and your creativity, or whatever you want to call it, your ingenuity, your ability to be innovative. Like they're just gonna. That's why they trap like these artists in dills. Like they don't tell them make sure you keep pushing the pills because we sell those pills, and push mental illness because we prescribe those pills for mental illness. So glorify mental illness, push the pills, the Percocets and the opiates, and also push violence because we own the private prison complex. They just give them $3 million in a 360 deal, and they encourage that type of music, and then they say that that's what they'll allow effectively. The person still has to be detached from the overall evil plan, or they wouldn't be able to be innovative. You see what I'm saying? Or like the another analogy I use is like a girl like sings this ratchet song, right, about being promiscuous or whatever, but then she sings a song about being in love, and say she really is in love and she really means the song, it's going to resonate, and she's going to be more creative with that song because it's real. It's coming from pure intention. Like, I hope I'm kind of making sense. Like, it's a spectrum of purity of intention and quote unquote creativity.
Mm-hmm.
You think I should replace the word with
only in certain settings? I don't think I'm not an anti-colloquialist. I think in certain settings,
I think you might be. I think you.
it depends on the context. So if I'm just having a casual conversation, well, even with my own children, I'll be like, "Oh, that's really creative." I'll use words colloquially, but of course, that's creative is a different like an adjective there with so.
Well, yeah, but I mean, your child didn't make anything. But I actually love that you do that, though. I think that words are very important. I think it's important to know them, like the etymological. Is that a word? Etymological.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, I think that holds a lot of value for sure. Like, certainly when you look into the science of vibrations and the power of life and death in the tongue. Well, okay, I'm just ranting right now. I'm sorry, guys. But also another thing I think is pretty profound. I think about, so the Bible says there's power of life and death in the tongue, and he who believes in it will eat of its fruit. I think that means, and I'm curious as to any feedback. I think it means that, like, if you believe what you're saying, like if you say it with conviction and belief, then you can manifest it, life or death.
Yeah, and I disagree with that premise, but
well, what do you think? So there's
I've
power of
certainly
life and
heard
death
it
in the
before.
tongue, and he who believes in it will eat of its fruit. What does it mean?
I think it's like we can give people the gospel or not in that sense. Like if you're talking about manifestation, that leads to the law of attraction, and that basically makes us into Christianized witches. But I get what you're talking about, but I think it's in the sense of, giving the gospel to people and giving them hope and the true words of God versus becoming, Christianized witches trying to exact their own will on people by the tongue.
Well, the Messiah literally spoke with his tongue and killed a tree.
Those who love it.
The almond tree or whatever. I
It's
thought
a fig tree,
that
right?
was
And
a typology. Fig tree. Sorry, I thought there was a typology for some sort of type of that pointed back to the nation of Israel and how they weren't bearing fruit. So I think that
everything he did was definitely like a layered spiritual metaphor, but he physically walked up to the tree and said, "Give me fruit," and it did. And he said, "Since you didn't give me fruit, you'll never get fruit again." And then when they walked back by it, it was dead.
But I think it was to presage the nation of Israel and how it didn't proclaim Jesus Christ and didn't proclaim the gospel and was cursed in that fashion only.
Sure, but I'm saying that physically happened. That physically happened, and then they were like, "Whoa!" And he's like, "Dude, how long do I have to be with you, bro? You can do everything that I'm doing and greater things. You can move that mountain to the water." So I think
that was just a sign for the nation. I don't think it was a form of Christian witchcraft, though. I think it was to warn Israel, hey, you haven't borne any fruit, so you're going to be cursed.
This has quickly moved into more of a biblical discussion, obviously. I would like to address the original question, then we can move on. But I would take issue with the translation you're referring to, Witsit, because the original word is ahav, which, if you're familiar with the Shema Israel, hear, O Israel verse, right? The ahav word, is in that verse as well. So ahav is the word for love, and it's not believe, it's love. So I would just look in. That's why word studies and etymology and root words and stuff is so important, because if you have a bad translation or bad understanding of the root word, things can happen. So,
He who loves it will eat of its fruit.
yeah. What does that mean? Is a fantastic question. I'll have to think about it, and I'll probably just DM you my thoughts on it later on.
Yeah, and I don't want us to get all the way in it, but I think it kind of comes down to the same thing. Like, if you love it, I mean, yeah, like you have faith in it, you believe in it, and therefore that power will be of conviction. I don't know. It wasn't really to get into the Bible. It was just the principle of it. I think that we do have power in our tongues, and that goes back to the etymology. And I think it's much more about your intention, though. Like, it's the words with the intention have some type of effect in the world. Like, I don't think that you can control other people or any magical nonsense. But anyway, it was just, those are the three like principles I've been bouncing off people. That's the only reason I brought it.
It's teaching that the words that come out of your mouth have power, and you should be careful and use that power in a good way to glorify instead of to break down. It all's good. Everything is good and evil. So even the words that come out of your mouth, you need to be careful not to use for evil, use for good.
Right. Do you think you could walk up to a tree and tell it that it's not going to grow fruit anymore and then it die? Do you think that we can physically do that as people?
No, but we can inflict negativity into that and cause someone to have thoughts that they shouldn't, things like that with our words. So that's what I'm saying about be careful. It's not like we can do it on command, but we need to be careful about the what ifs, what's going on, the things we can't control.
Well, I agree. It's definitely a cautionary verse. Is like it's giving off, it's telling you to heed caution. But like, I don't know. I mean, if you go look at studies, you can talk to plants and you can like say things of love to one and say things of hate to one. The other plant will die.
That's what I was saying. Don't be negative, because you have that influence. The words that come out of your mouth, their frequency can affect, objects and people and personalities and feelings and all that. So we need to be glorifying, building up instead of tearing down, even with our words.
I agree. Like, and I think that, yeah, exactly. I think that's the whole point is like, it's kind of like saying, I know you little humans are bumbling around over here sometimes, but really pay attention here. What you say is important. Like, it has power. So.
Right. So he would do something like traumatic like that to just make his point. And so when he knew people, 1,000 years from now would be reading it, as stories, going, yeah, I can relate to that. I need to be careful with my tongue.
Can I ask a flat earth question?
Oh, yeah.
Please. Go ahead.
Oh, so like I've heard like theories from like geocentrists about how gravity works and it's just buoyancy, but there's still like a mathematical accuracy to like it, right? There's still like a mathematical principle involved, like the inverse square law and all that, which is observable, right? So what exactly do you think the mechanism for that is?
I don't think it's just anything. Like, it's not just one thing. I don't think. Can't really explain.
Inverse square law. What do you mean?
It is basically there's even more abstract. It's basically that there's like for example, a center of mass, just the speed with which something falls, like the gaining acceleration that it gets when it like travels like from a higher distance towards the earth, whatever.
Yeah. Well, everything for starters, like where you get that relationship is the electrostatic relationship. Like, if you heard of Coulomb's law.
Well, I just heard the word. I don't know what the fuck it is.
I was gonna
Coulomb's
say it
law,
was
yeah,
non
man.
sequitur. things falling and mass attracting mass, there's no correlation there to begin with. Because
Yeah, for
the
sure.
mass
I'm not talking about.
attracting mass is the thing to prove things falling down. Well, yeah, we have
So I'm
like
not. I'm not talking.
everything that we can.
So I'm just to clarify, I'm not talking about the mass attracting mass thing. I'm just talking about like in a very like almost like a basic downward force, like a regularity or something. I don't know, like
Okay,
something.
so here are a couple things to cover. Okay, so the Earth is electric. Okay, and we have atmos electricity. Okay, they call it atmospheric electricity, of course. So we have an electric field, and it has a downward current, and because there's equipotential lines that increase in charge as you get higher, it results in a downward current. So we have the electric downward current. Everything's electric. All matter's electric, and so that has to do with what the density is, because density is compactness of matter. So the charge brings in the matter more compact or less based on how strong it is. And then things always seek their equilibrium based on these factors: the density of the matter and the density of the medium that it's in. Buoyancy was a principle that long predates the idea of gravity. Density and buoyancy were known about for a long time. A mathematical equation with the little letter G in it didn't change anything. It was just an idea that isn't real. But that's the answer. And those are all the things that can be proven. Like you can manipulate charge and make things go up or down. You can change the structure of things by manipulating charge, and you can also manipulate what direction things go by changing the density of the medium. And these are just the facts of that. Everything
Yeah.
else is just geoscience.
These are things we know about. We can feel, touch, smell in some cases. They affect things. You can measure them. They have an obvious degree as far as distance, upwards and downwards, pressure wise. It affects temperature. You add in the thermal, with the sun and moon, then you really can start using your noggin to see how things would be moving and being influenced. But the downward direction, just like the current of a river flows with its banks, right, and the way it's sloped. Just think of that current of whatever it may be, electric current, any type of current, water, electrical, magnetic, it's going to flow in the direction that it's contained in or influenced by other factors.
Right. It's electric because you can prove it, right? You can take a little generator and you can put a string on it, and the higher the string goes up in the air to attach to a balloon or whatever, the more charge it gets, the more current it gets, because the current goes down the string to the little motor at the bottom, the corona motor at the bottom on the ground. So it's like we have a little bitty electric current.
We did that when I was young. You can, like a balloon, like you said, you put it at one level and it turns the motor at one speed, and you increase the altitude and it picks up more current. However it's doing.
Yeah, exactly. And that's because it is fascinating. It's the one thing that everyone should know. That's the crazy part.
Just think of,
It's not taught at all. Like it's static, like some rubbing the carpet BS is taught, but not about the altitude difference in the atmosphere.
I'm just thinking about even like really basic shit like center of gravity, right? Like that's still like a macroscopic phenomenon. How is that? How is that tiny?
That's not a real thing, dude. What is center of gravity?
Oh, sorry, center of mass, whatever you want to like. I don't know, like.
Well, okay, then what is mass?
I really don't know, like.
Right.
Dude.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. These are all just pseudoscientific ideas. Density is actually about electrostatics. Density is compactness of matter. Mass. Some people think that means to try to count matter, quantify matter. It doesn't even have an agreed on definition. It's just conceptual, and even Harvard and Stanford don't agree on what the definition is. They don't agree on what the definition of mass is. Mass is just an idea. So we don't have to come up with explanations for ideas, because the ideas don't even have adequate explanations themselves.
Sure, I'm not trying to use. I'm using the. I mean, I'm just struggling for words. It's not that I'm subscribing to any of their.
I know, man. I know. I'm just trying to make.
Don't beat yourself
up.
What
I mean is, if I have like a strong base and then I stack shit on top of it over and over, at some point it's going to topple over because of some regularity in macroscopic reality. irregularity or some imbalance, right? Like basically, there's only a certain level to which I can stack things before they topple over. Something as basic as that.
Whoa. Okay. Yeah. So what people call gravity, it comes from the word gravitas, which means like effectively means weight. It means heavy, actually. Like, so how heavy something is what we call weight. That's all gravity is. And weight is the density relative to its surrounding. And the density is about electrostatics. Everything's electrostatics. Like when I scrape my foot on the ground, touch you and shock you. Electrostatics, you take the balloon, rub your head, stick it to the wall. That's electrostatics. That's in everything. And so anything that you call weight, it's just that it's going down relative to its environment and its charge. And then we measure the pressure that's pushed down on a scale. And so that's all that, yeah, you stack a bunch of, weight on top of each other. Eventually it's gonna not be able to maintain its equilibrium and balance. Depending, really. I mean, in theory, you could go forever.
Why in theory could you go forever? See, I'm really I'm noobish both at like fake physics and alternative real physics. So I don't know. I'm just trying to figure it out now. Like,
yes,
why?
the fact that things go down sometimes isn't because there's some ball where things pull down to the center of it. Those are two different points. I think that's what we're trying to break down to you. Like, the trick was that everyone thinks that's the same thing. The fact that things that are heavier than air go down, unless you introduce charge, you can make things that are heavier than the air go up. So things don't even just go down. It doesn't even make sense. But that doesn't mean it does. Like, that's just because that's what happens, and that's what should happen, and we know why it happens. But when you want to claim the Earth's a ball, for example, you have to add different claims. You have to say there's a ball and there's something called gravity, and it's at the center of the ball, and it pulls everything in all directions to the ball. Right now, if you're not trying to explain how the Earth is a ball, you don't have to make up that pseudoscientific idea. But right, so that's it's pretty useless. It's because it's not real, and you can't test it. And everything I said can be proven, and everything that they say can't be proven. So it's like the trick is they got a bunch of people that want replacement answers, but they need to realize that the only reason those ideas even exist is because they had to come up with something to say the Earth was a ball that spins. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I'm not even thinking about it from the ball thing. I don't give a crap about the ball. I don't believe in that anymore. Like, just based on the laser experiments. I was trying to understand like alternative, like a real understanding of the shit, like what I was just talking, stacking things on each other and things fall over. Why?
Yeah, well, because those things have matter and different densities, and eventually that weight's going to build up. It's going to get so high it doesn't maintain equilibrium anymore, and then it's going to fall over. So is the question, why does it go down when it falls over? Well, it's because it's more dense than the air, right? It's like if you can't stack helium balloons on top of each other and they fall down. You see what I'm saying? Like,
true.
Yeah, so things go down when they're more dense than the air. The real question is, what is density? This is the question that a lot of flat earthers don't love to talk about, but the question is, well, then what gives something density? And the answer is electrostatics. So simply put, everything's electric, dude. The Earth's a plane; it doesn't move, and everything that exists is electric. And we have electrostatic attraction all over the place, and it's one of the strongest forces. Or it's incredibly strong compared to what they even claim gravity is, but it's actually a very, very weak force. Right. So it's like, but it's everywhere. It's everywhere. So that's the answer, bro. Everything's literally connected, because everything connected, like when you plug a phone in, connected, everything is literally connected because everything has electrostatic charge, and that's all there is. And that's
the Earth is kind of like a circuit then.
10 to the 26 power stronger than gravity even claims to be.
Okay, understood.
Yeah, or 17th. I can't remember. Maybe 10 to the 17th.
Yeah, I don't care about the number. Basically, it's stronger than their theoretical construct of gravity.
Way stronger, like 20 stronger, right? Like, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. That's the whole trick. Everything's electric, bro. Everything's electrostatic, and that's the answer to all your questions. And it requires some nuances. And then you start trying to look it up. It's hard because people say words like mass and stuff like that.
No, so like all I'm saying is like, so I know they've shoehorned gravity into like all of like mechanics, basic macroscopic mechanics, right? Shit about like centrifugal force, centripetal force. I know they've shoehorned that constant G or whatever in there, but those mechanics, right, still exist. Like they need not have been that way. There's a certain arbitrary configuration to the way things act in the macroscopic world. Right? Not fully arbitrary, but like I don't know exactly what word to use. They could have been some other way. They could have been some other way. We need not have had like even taking into account all this density and electrostatic force kind of stuff. We need not have had like something approximating the phenomenon of centrifugal force, something approximating the phenomenon of centripetal force, all that kind of shit. Right? There's still like a order to the macroscopic world beyond just.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, it depends on what scale you're talking about. Like all molecules, like all intermolecular bonds are electrostatic attraction.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what do you mean by microscopic? Everything is electrostatic. I mean,
macroscopic. I mean, like so.
Oh, okay.
If you look at like, for example, the action of like coiled springs, the action of like, you know, like a seesaw, merry-go-round, like all this stuff has a certain like there's a certain way in which macroscopic forces work, right?
Yeah, but full macroscopic understanding is a futile pursuit. It's like we've been brainwashed to think you can step outside the earth and look at it, but that's not reality. It would be foolish of us to think that it didn't have electrostatics because everything we see does, but we have no idea, man. Like macroscopic would mean like outside of the earth, like the biggest scale possible. We don't even know what the scale is.
I'm talking about human scale. Let's talk human scale.
Would be the earth then, right? Like that you would have to account for the earth then.
I was talking about like plates, balls, dogs, buildings, bridges, like that. There's forces that act at that level, right? And currently in mainstream physics, they've used the constant G, which is or gravity, which is basically according to flat Earth theoretical, right? So now
no, not according to flat Earth. It's theoretical. Okay, like downward acceleration is real. Okay.
Yeah.
That happens sometimes. 9.8 meters per second squared. That's what the constant is that you're talking about. That's just an agreed upon that's an agreed upon average. It's an average. It's an agreed upon average, dude. It's just that's it. And that number is used for stuff like engineering and stuff because it's accounting for things, what things do based on their weights. But that has nothing, and that's all electrostatic. That's my point. I gotta take this call.
Sure.
Yeah, so the 9.8 meters per second squared, like you said, is an agreed upon average, right? And this is used in something that's commonly referred to as the universal law of gravitation. Are you familiar with that?
No, I'm not. I've heard of all this stuff. I don't remember anything like properly.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, there's also something called Coulomb's law, right? Which deals with the electrostatic force.
Okay.
Which in Coulomb's law, that is what we would call coherent electrostatic acceleration. And what's referred to as the universal law of gravitation is incoherent electrostatic acceleration.
Okay.
Right. So when you have a magnet, or let's just say a piece of neodymium iron boron, right, before it is charged to become a magnet, right? When it becomes a magnet, has any property within that piece of metal changed, right? Does it still have the same weight?
I'm guessing the arrangement. I mean, by what definition? Weight is just the acceleration of the so-called mass. Then it would have the same weight.
Let's say you take two identical pieces of neodymium iron boron.
Yeah.
One is magnetically charged, meaning a current has been put through it to make it a magnet, and the other is not that way. You place them on a scale, they weigh the same amount.
Yeah.
They have the same volume and space, right?
Yeah.
They're the exact same things. They will act the exact same way, right? Unless the magnetized portion comes into contact with something that it is attracted to based on the way that the charge has been structured within it once it's been magnetized. So then you have a coherent acceleration that would be experienced where you would use Coulomb's law to measure that as accelerative force. Now the other piece, when it is lifted up and dropped, it will adhere to the incoherent electrostatic acceleration, which would be what is termed the universal law of gravitation. Meaning you have these charge potentials within these inherent objects. Everything in this world is inherently electrostatic, like Austin was saying.
Okay.
So when it is incoherent, meaning the molecular structure or the molecular charge structure hasn't been coherently processed in a way that creates what we would call magnetism, then it'll adhere to the universal law of gravitation.
Okay.
The only way that's affected is when it becomes magnetized, or you have this electrical component within it. Not really an electrical component. That's not really a good way to state that. But you understand what I'm saying, right?
I understand. So now, like, I just have so many basic questions. Like, what? Okay, I'll ask you, what would you think would be good resources to actually learn like a decent non-garbage physics, right? Because I want to learn, like, let's say, classical mechanics, but without all of these theoretical constructs inserted, right? Is it even possible that something like that even exists?
I mean, you'd really need to go on your own path of inquiry, right? And when you come across somebody who's trying to teach you something or something's being taught to you, try to figure out if there's any assumptions made within what's being put forth, right?
I mean, that's the problem, because there's assumptions and then there's induction. But then, for example, a behavior which you see across time, right, which someone has seen across time, but then they've then postulated that as like a universal principle. So like it's kind of difficult, right? Because like, just generally speaking, thinking of the downward acceleration, I can see that happening all the time, just as much as I can induce that magnetism is a thing. What you're talking about, the coherent electrostatic force, or whatever you're calling, right? So that's
right.
all.
So the thing within the downward acceleration, right? The only thing that's really in contention, as Austin was saying, most everything that we experience can be explained with relative density or specific gravity, right? Things moving up or down based on the medium in which they are and their mass or their density. So the only thing that's really in contention would be what sets the downward and upward vector.
Yeah.
That, because you have a helium balloon, which isn't moving sideways, it moves upward, right? So it's moving opposite to the downward force, right? So we have this up and down vector. That's the only thing that's really in contention. What sets that upward and downward vector, meaning what puts things in those directions, right?
Exactly. The sideways movement is a good question, because, like, for example, I could place something really dense next to a helium balloon, and it's not going to start randomly gravitating towards the dense thing. It's going to gravitate upwards, not. So
correct.
There's a directionality that's like set in place.
Correct. So, like Austin was explaining earlier, I think he's left the room, unfortunately. But yeah, we can do some experiments to show that up and down can be caused by this electrostatic acceleration. Meaning you can manipulate certain things to make them rise and fall based on their charge.
Okay, and that would just be a behavior, a property that they would have. That at some point, ostensibly, there's not going to be any real answer. It would just be like, well, when things are in this configuration, they go up, or when they're in this configuration, they go down, right?
Yeah, I mean, most of the stuff you're talking about is really just going to come back to relative density.
I mean, how do I even put this? So,
because it's medium specific, right? So, first of all, if I see an apple on the ground, that apple is sitting there in its equilibrium, meaning it's at its state of rest.
Yes.
So it is naturally going to rest on the ground. So if I exert energy and I remove that apple from its natural resting state, and I hold it in the air, right? It's going to want to naturally seek back towards its equilibrium and its natural resting position, which would be towards the ground, right?
Yeah.
So if I hold that apple over my pool and I let it go, it falls down. Now, when it hits my pool, what does it do?
Yeah, obviously, because it's going to float there because it's not as dense. It's denser than the. Sorry, it's not as dense. I don't know actually.
It's less dense than the water, right?
Is it really?
So yes. So it's going to float. So it's going to float on the water. Now, if I take that apple,
how do they measure that? How do they measure that? How do they measure that density, like of a substance, right? Where it's not obvious. So obviously, air is less dense than a solid. How do they measure like when a solid is less dense than liquid?
I don't know the actual equation off the top of my head for that, but let me finish my example here. So if I take the apple and I take it to the bottom of my pool, right? It was naturally resting in its floating state at the top of my pool, and I take that apple and I take it all the way down to the bottom of my pool and I let it go. What does it do?
Yeah, it goes back up.
Yeah, it goes upwards to seek its equilibrium, which would be at the surface. So most everything you're going to talk about is going to be explained very simply with that notion.
Yeah, but at a macroscopic level, right? But there still seems to be a jump in physics between like macroscopic, and when I say macroscopic, I just mean human scale, like things that we can see, blah blah, and microscopic things. Because, for example, where does the boundary of apple end, and where does the boundary of air around it start? Where like those are like almost like objects in a language which are just specified or something at some level.
Well, there's the physicality, right? The physicality of the apple. So you would know where the apple ends and the air begins, right? This is pretty obvious. I don't think that needs to be stated.
Through perception, but I'm talking about in principle, like because it's yeah. Go ahead.
So think of it this way: what is everything comprised of? So let's take the apple, for example, and you want to go into the microscopic. What is that apple going to be comprised of generally?
No, they would say molecules.
As you drill down, as you continue to drill down, eventually you're going to get down to atoms, right? What they claim are atoms.
Yeah, that's actually what I was leading up to in my question. Like, actually, like, so what was ostensibly like? I've asked this to a bunch of people. Obviously, I'm not going to get it from any blue pill person, but like, have they actually ever like? So when they say that a certain thing has a certain molecular structure, let's not even talk about atoms right now. Like, I mean, I guess it's inevitable. When they say like this has 3 carbons and 1 hydrogen attached, have they ever actually visualized this, or is it theoretical?
I'm not 100% sure if everything has been visualized to make these claims. I don't know. I haven't done it personally myself, so I don't know. But for sake of conversation, let's take their word for it, right? And if we take their word for it, as we continue to drill down into the structure of things, and they have these components that we call atoms. What do they say atoms are comprised of? What makes up like an atomic mass? How is that set, and where do they determine that? What is the determination of varying atomic masses of elements?
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's their whole periodic table or whatever the fuck they call it. Basically, it's ultimately when you drill down, they say it's some quantum probabilistic field or cloud or some shit, right?
Well,
So
before we get to quantum, what is even the claim, right? Like what is an atom comprised of?
I mean, that's what they say currently, that it's just a probabilistic field of whatever. God knows what
they say there's protons, neutrons, and electrons, right?
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, go ahead.
And the atomic mass is based on this idea, right? These structures, and what are protons, neutrons, and electrons? Really, it's the amount of protons, and protons are based on charge, right? Positive charge. So you have these positively charged particles And then you have these neutrally charged, meaning neutral particles, and then what they claim is an electron as well is involved in the equation. So really, when you drill down to it and you think about it, so let's take a step back and think about what things are comprised of, or what we're led to believe things are comprised of. Really, what it boils down to is a variance in the amount of charge.
Molecular charge. I'd like to add something about the periodic table. It lists it. They quantify the charge of each element, so you can go look at that on the table. Just put that into what we've been saying about how everything's, dealing with charge and current and flux. How magnetism might play a part into that, in its direction or movement. I mean, the compass to me is one of the most amazing things in the world. I mean, you can hold a small little 1-inch compass in your hand or get one out of a cereal box and it points a certain direction because it's being that needle is being pulled that way. Well, you don't think that's affecting anything else, right? Like,
I'm inclined to believe all this. I'm just saying, actually, at this point, I was actually just more curious. You described all of this just assuming that postulation about these protons, electrons, and neutrons. But I don't, as far as I can tell, they've never actually seen these things, these protons, electrons, neutrons, and all this shit. So what actually could be the actual mechanism? What would you think are the actual, these things are actually comprised of when you break it down, as far as we can possibly perceive?
Well, I don't necessarily have the means to do that, right? But I think what is claimed is, whether it's 100% accurate or not, it seems to work, meaning we can work with these ideas. But what I'm trying to get across is you can't remove that electric component or the electrostatic component to all material within this realm, right?
Yeah, but even they don't claim.
So
even they don't claim it,
when we're trying
they
to
ultimately believe everything is.
When we're trying to figure out the cause of the effect that we see, meaning the up and down vector, what people are not doing is they're not taking into account that all matter is inherently electrostatic, like Austin was saying, right? They're trying to prove the cause of the effect without manipulating specific variables that are inherent within everything.
Yeah.
And there has been no demonstration scientifically of this mystical word that people use called gravity being the cause of the effect that we see. Because many times people will not only say that gravity is the cause, they will also say that gravity is the effect as well. And you can't have something be the cause and the effect at the same time.
Sure.
And many people refer to gravity just as 9.8 meters per second squared. That's like saying speed limit causes cars to move. It makes no sense.
Yeah, of course. We're just talking about direction.
No, but
the fact that things only either move up or down.
Yeah, some things go up. Where's gravity then?
Yeah, and I'm just talking about. So instead of talking about gravity, we can talk about direction, up and down directionality. That's the question, which I suppose has to ultimately be answered.
Yeah, and like Austin was saying with the Corona motor, if you run a line and you have a string with like a needle on the end of it, and the higher up that goes in the atmosphere, the higher the charge is in the atmosphere, meaning the more current that is going to flow down to your motor, right? So we have the ability to understand that we have a higher charge higher up in our realm, and current tends to flow downwards. Think of like a capacitor, right? You have you have a current flow, and then you have a flow of electrons, as they say, that really moves in the opposite direction. So you have two different vectors, both in the opposite or same vector, but you have movement in these opposite directions. So if we're living on something that is synonymous with being inside of a capacitor, where we have different like, are you familiar with how they measure like Gaussian fields?
No, it's just a word to me.
Well, within a capacitor, you're going to have different ranges based on you can use what they call Gaussian fields. So if we have that noticeably, and we measure that within the Earth, then it stands to reason, and we can work with the fact that we have these flows of energy, right, down and up. That's what sets our up and down.
Sure.
And it's all relative to this stationary plane that we live on. So when we're discussing this, up for me and down for me is the same direction as it is for you, no matter where you're at on this plane. Up is up and down is down.
I agree.
There is no curving ball that is magically attracting things towards it, or some people say that things are being pushed down to it based on its warping of space-time. Like, all of these conceptual ideas and theories that have been put forth to explain how things would stick to a spinning, moving ball. All of those theories become unnecessary when you understand that we live on a flat, motionless plane. Obviously, we have topography, but overall, flat.
Yeah, I understand. I like I said, the laser experiment at some level just explains that. But the other stuff is still, there are more pieces that need to click together in my brain, I suppose.
Yeah. So just take some time to ponder on what Austin said and kind of what he's putting forth, and look into it, do a little research into it, and see if it makes sense.
Yeah.
Because I think the problem is everything within this world is really pretty simple. Humans are just really trying to overcomplicate things, mainly to fit unsubstantiated theories.
And it seems clear that that's the case, right?
And the more complex people try to make their explanations, it's much easier for people to just check out of the conversation and say, I don't know, this is too much for me to understand. These people are smarter than me. These people are the experts. They must know because they can understand all of these concepts, and I'm just, I don't know. So I'm just gonna check out, appeal to their authority.
That was me with physics, generally speaking, because of the barrier of mathematics. I was never that way with anything else, so I never really believed it in other realms like medicine, biology. I knew it was bullshit, a lot of it, simply because of there was no math wall to block me. But math, I know that math is a real thing, and there are some, let's say, counterintuitive facts in physics. So basically, because that phenomenon exists, anything can be counterintuitive, and therefore, I could possibly, it's just whatever, exactly as you said. I just like, fuck it. I'm not gonna look into this. My bike works, the computers work. I must know what they're doing, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it gets so far down the line that most people say, the minute you start questioning, let's say, an institution like NASA, the average person will kind of go to ridiculous arguments as like, well, we're having this conversation on a cell phone, so obviously science works, and you wouldn't have your cell phone if it wasn't for scientists in NASA, which is a completely ridiculous statement on its face.
Yeah, obviously, but what that's just like, but that's actually what they're saying is actually how like people process information, because you can't just like get into all the facts of everything. It's just like, so what people do use are like filtration mechanisms and heuristics and all kinds of like proxy reasoning, right? I mean, and that's necessary for you to make sense of the world. But then ultimately, you can't establish a theory or an argument based on that sort of reason. It's just an initial filter or initial like, I don't know what you'd call it. Just like filter is, I guess, the word. Like if I go into a field, I'm not just gonna like start learning everything off the bat. I'm gonna like look at a bunch of shit. I'm gonna like use my intuition. Like maybe I'll look at this and look at this, and it's like kind of reasoning like a detective would, abductively.
Yeah, I think we've been convinced that we're not intelligent enough to understand certain things, but I don't think this is the case. I think people are intelligent enough to understand and think about these things, and
It's just that, like, for example, you can understand basic macroscopic physics without the mathematics. The mathematics just adds the precision and the manipulability there. But you can understand the mechanisms just with words. But with the kind of physics that they invoke, basically, they can't even describe it with words. So they put up a barrier saying you can only understand it through the mathematics, right? Because when someone says warping space-time, that's not anything other there's an nth dimension or a sixth dimension. Well, at this point, your words don't, you can't understand it intuitively anymore. It's just something that you only have to, quote unquote, understand through mathematics. So that's the barrier, right, for someone like me in physics. It doesn't exist in all the other fields, though, by the way. So all the other fields have to use basic common sense, intuitive logic. But once you're talking about bending space time, what the fudge does that even mean? It doesn't mean anything really intuitively.
What's so hard about bending a concept?
Yeah, it's easy. Anyone can do it. You just do it in your mind.
No, but it's like, for example, like you start to ask yourself, okay, so if space time is bending, why does that generate force? Like, why is that like what is the inherent link between bending of space and time to like making something stick to something else?
Right.
Like I can't really make sense of it. So it's like, well, if you know the math, yeah. So then they'd be like, so when I was following like mainstream science, right? I mean, listening to like, you can't understand it. Well, like the math explains it.
All those ideas are true dichotomies. Like they're. That's why they come and tell us. That's why they come and tell us in here like one thing, and then the next moment tell us the opposite, and then claim that they didn't say what they said the first time. It's amazing. Yeah, what a clown world. Crazy stuff, man.
Yeah, you'll find lots of times with gravity, people will try to use the term gravity to either explain mass or try to use the explanation of mass attracting mass, or the bending and warping of space-time, depending on how it fits their argument. These are two totally different things, right? And the bending and warping of space-time is, those are two concepts. These are two things that do not have a material nature and thus cannot be bent, right? It would be like me equating the apple falling to the bending and warping of inch shadows or centimeter shadows or meter shadows, right? Because the meter shadows are bending, that's why the apple is dropping. It's just as absurd as saying space-time.
Also, like their physical theories completely invalidate every other theory that they have. For example, their theory about the relativity necessarily needs the B theory of time, right? That everything is just static, fixed in place, and you're just subjectively experiencing it now. But it's all already laid out. Well, if that's the case, you don't have potential, which is like potential energy. Like you basically don't have anything that could possibly change. If nothing is changing, you can't even make sense of anything at all. Like you couldn't even have a basic physical equation saying, well, if I do this, then this would happen. Because that makes no sense, because there's only one thing that is going to happen. I don't know if I'm expressing that properly, but like
fuck equations, you have to change your mindset. Now the base axiom is the earth is flat, stationary, and enclosed. So if you have that mindset, everything falls into place.
I'm not in disagreement with that. I'm saying if time is completely laid out, like they say in relativity, like there's no, everything is basically fixed into place, then you can't even have logic, because you can't have change, you can't have rationality.
Well,
if you think of this as like from the heliocentric perspective, then you'll never get it. You have to change your ways. It's like Master Yoda said, you have to unlearn what you learned.
Yeah, I mean,
you really have to change your mindset.
They claim within relativity this time dilation, and they claim to have experienced this, but there's been no, at least in my opinion, no satisfactory evidence for this idea of time dilation at all whatsoever. That was time dilation, and the Lorentz contraction is it's a plug. It's a plug number in an equation with no actual empirical experimentation or evidence. It's a number that's plugged into the equation to get the outcome that they want. So, and when I say plug, I'm just using a term. I'm an accountant, so when we're dealing with accounting things, if we're out of balance by, let's say, $1, which is an immaterial difference, we will plug $1 in, meaning that dollar doesn't exist, but we're plugging it in to make the equation work, to make our books balance.
Yeah, gotcha. I understood that.
And that is what time dilation is to relativity. There's no actual physical evidence for the dollar that I put into the books, but it makes our books balance. There's no actual physical evidence for time dilation, but it's added into the equation to make the equations work in the way that they want them to for the outcome that they are looking to get.
Didn't they use airplanes to try to say there's like a 0.2 second difference or something for time dilation?
Yeah, the difference was so nominal that I don't even know if that could actually be measured, and it's within a range of
basic error.
Yeah, exactly. And there's so many different factors there. You're dealing with cesium atoms, and you'd really have to understand the nature of those cesium atoms and how they decay. All this, I mean,
I'm actually now very curious as to like about the whole thing about the molecular structure. Like, how the hell did they establish that actually?
I posted a video that answers how they established that. has its origins in the mystical religions of Babylon.
No, but because there is like truth to like the fact that different substances at least exist and they react differently, right? So what exactly is the difference between these things? If it's not molecular structure, then what is it?
I don't know. Check out atomism, the occult origins of the atomic age.
Well, atomism doesn't explain it definitely for sure. Like molecular structure doesn't explain it because, as I used to ask my teachers in school, well, if everything is just made of atoms, protons, and neutrons, why do you have different things? Wouldn't you just have a combination of the same shit over and over again?
Yes, and this atomistic belief leads to why there were a group of people seeking to do alchemy. Right? Because if everything is made of the same, electron, proton, and neutron, and it's just a different number per one, then it stands to reason that we ought to have some means of causing those to drop off or to be added to, and therefore alchemy is perfectly plausible.
I mean, here's the problem though, right? Because like, I'm not a Christian. I used to be, but some things do share something common that they can morph from one form to the other. For example, carbon, graphene, carbon, diamond, carbon. This like isotopes, fucking all this kind of shit. Right?
Yeah, amalgamates. Like where you're mixing things.
Yeah, but not even mixing, just the same components and things can morph from one thing to the other. So molecular theory, I actually tend to believe that whatever they teach us is wrong, but like there is something to it where some things share something similar at a, let's say, lower level from where they can morph from one form to the other without any change in the underlying constituents, just the arrangement. So.
There's no culture, no spin, no gravity. So the Earth cannot be a globe. In the story.
Yep. Literally only exists on the television screen and between your ears.
I think everyone's cool with that.
Betwixt, should I said betwixt your ears? I don't know. That's not correct. Never mind.
No, the majority of people who believe in the globe, want the Earth to be a globe because they love outer space. They love
That's right. That's
space
right.
fantasies.
We are literally dealing with a romance with this space thing. It's akin to a love affair.
Also, you have to think, if space was indeed real, then they won't make any mistakes. NASA won't make any mistakes. If those footages from the ISS, for example, are real, and they need to fake it. It will be real as it's presented. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. It's presented as it's easier than catching a bus. So let's say, like, here's the thing. They never make any mistake. That's a great statement you said. Yeah, exactly. So they didn't have any radius measurement. They just shot it up there. Now, if such a thing was real and it was that easy, by now, 60 years later, everybody would be traveling around up there. Face it. Come on. Who's going to avoid profiting from that kind of thing? If it were real, they'd be profiting from it right now.
Yeah.
This very moment.
Yeah. Not to mention the sponsorship deals as well.
Come
So
on. Yeah, exactly. Can you imagine what those halftime shows would look like if it was real?
Exactly.
Come on. People are that dumb that they just are still going to go along with this stale joke that was done 500 years ago. This joke was pulled off 500 years ago by two princes making a pinky test, a pinky bet. Come on, let's see if we can pull this off. Just go with it. I know it sounds ridiculous. We only just invented the telescope. Yeah.
I mean, I think it was postulated like 500 years ago, but I don't think it was implemented, because like there were court cases against Globers like during the beginning of the 20th century, so I don't think it was implemented 500 years ago.
No, it was around about 500 years ago. It was started to be taught, and then shortly after that, it was a compulsory thing that you learned at school through the Christian religion.
When they made school compulsory, then it was compulsory. The sleight of hand.
They were talking about that in the Next Level movie I watched yesterday. Thanks, Quetzalcoatl. Yeah, they were saying some people were being taught that flat Earth in the 1930s, and some even mentioned being taught flat Earth and globe Earth in the 1960s. Like they weren't opposed. Yeah.
We've seen articles from the 20s from the like Tennessee, Kentucky, down in those places, where the whole community was up in arms about them teaching this globe thing in their schools. I think it was from 1928 or something. I've seen that
There's a teacher in the Philippines that teaches flat Earth in the Philippines at school. They learn at school.
I might be hearing something from the school soon because I watched that with my 8-year-old daughter yesterday, and she was a little more pissed off about Santa Claus than the Earth is flat, actually.
Well, the thing is, you can't deny reality. That's the crux of it.
That's right. You can only willfully deny it. That's what's going on, because it's not difficult to understand once it's brought to your attention, And the main crux of the situation, is that you or the individual has not checked it for themselves. They learnt it from school, and they were not given any proof at the point of learning, at the time of learning. They were not given any evidence. They were only told it was a globe spinning in the vastness of space, but they were not shown it. No evidence was given. So there's the first clue. You weren't given any evidence, and you haven't checked it yourself. And once you actually start to look into this and check it and investigate whether this Earth is a globe or not, that's when you learn that it's not. And that's it. And once you've learned that, that should be your motivation to tell others. Really?
Yeah, I mean, it's like gravity has never been proven.
That's right.
The Big Bang has never been proven.
That's correct.
Evolution has never been proven.
That's correct.
Yeah, it's astonishing that an entire culture of almost the entire Earth has been hoodwinked like this to believe things that don't exist in reality and that no one experiences. What a trick that was.
Well, yeah.
You know what I think about a lot?
Exactly. It's an easy trick to play at your childhood, but then it's that they've used the technology, especially the TV technology, music and things like mediums like this, making films to reinforce the globe.
So here's what I think about most often now is they must have known we would find out. They already knew this. They were, they probably known that we were going to find out 50 years ago before we all started finding out. So That's what I
think. You know, NASA they also have like they make deliberate mistakes. They want to see if the sheep will get it. You know,
or something like that. It seems so blatant.
Well,
With
that's
some of it, you look at,
correct. That's right.
just
They
right
want to
in
know
your
those who are
face
awake.
stuff.
They're looking for those who are awake. You see.
So what's the
And then they get
deal
a
with all that?
gauge.
That's just
That's why they ushered in the jab and the wearing of the masks to stop
all of it's
everything, because
part
we
of
were
it.
waking up rather quickly.
I
So,
truly
to be
believe
honest.
it's connected to us in the truth community.
Definitely. I mean, they said it themselves. We're going to flatten the curve. They said the Earth is not flat,
Yeah, what a joke.
and we're going to beat this pandemic because the Earth is not flat. Was said. They said that.
So that's why all those people just fell like dominoes, like little
Here's the
cuts
thing.
they are.
They couldn't necessarily, well, they couldn't go, right? So they couldn't do the most real looking thing possible. And they knew that no matter how quote unquote well they faked it, eventually we would have found out anyway. So they kind of just did a shoddy job. They didn't really care. They weren't going to spend a lot of time and money on faking it, because I think by the time we figured it all out, they got a bunch of other shit going that just, it won't matter at that point.
Yeah,
They're
sort
well
of,
ahead of
pretty
us.
much.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. They're ahead of us. But they are leaking it out deliberately to see who's awake or not. I'm sure that's what they're doing to see.
Yeah, it's part of it. Yeah.
They have to.
Yeah, but what's the end game? That's what I wonder. Is what would be the purpose of that? So what would be next if that was the case?
End game, part of the end game is the culling of the people, perhaps reducing population.
Well, they want to. It seems they want to reduce the population, but at the same exact time, they wouldn't have a world to play in if all of us weren't here making that world for them. So,
true.
Yeah, correct.
I don't know.
So yeah, what?
Also positioning themselves in high places and keeping those positions.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, keeping that legacy going for sure. But
And
I
they
mean,
have
they're
a place
already
to
in those
hide.
high places, so they just
The whole-
staying in.
The whole idea of like depopulating the world, I mean, yeah, maybe to a certain extent, but no, I think it's more about eugenics. I think it's about controlling the programming that makes you and programming you to serve them better.
Yeah. Okay, that's good.
Louis right about this because
real
these
control of the slaves. Yeah.
these people they're not gonna clean their own restrooms. They want you to clean them.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's good control of the slave. And then you also have these programs, right? So you have you have wars that need to be justified by taxpayer money, right? Not necessarily justified, but it uses taxpayer money for these war machines, right? Not only does that garner them more money and power and influence through that, but then you have like a space program, which also gets more taxpayer money, right? So it's more justifications for continuing
more reinforcement of their narrative. And for us to believe in, and for us to be scared of. I mean, wars are fear mongering anyway, so they make money from war. They push the population into fear. Space is a belief.
Yeah, there's multiple layers to this onion, right? So there's the fear-based component of control, the mind control aspect of the space program, and then you also have the fact that they're trying to justify taking more money away from the average slave, right? And keeping people in this, slavery.
Debt slavery.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So there's many different layers to the onion.
Yeah. And it's all part of that. And they've got that planned very well so far.
I don't think there's
their plan is working. Their control is working at the moment.
They have so much money, power, and control right now that even if everybody found out everything, they're in a position where it won't affect them at all, right?
They have a place to hide. Yeah, they have.
Yeah, they'll have a place to hide. But once we have the military machine on our side, that would be the Air Force, the Navy, everything. Once they realize that all they've been doing has been used as a tool to imprison humanity and kill innocent people, Once that realization kicks in, that's when it's going to be the end for them.
Dude, it's gotten to the point. It's gotten to the point where they could pretty much come out and tell you exactly. I mean, they already have pretty much come out and told you exactly what they're doing and why. And the people are so pacified, they don't care. They basically support it. They're like, yeah, it's okay. Let's do this.
Like the chemtrails, it pretty much it's out in the open. Everybody knows that they're doing it, and now they just seem to do it more and more and more. It's like it's increased.
Stupid fucking what? I mean, the individual. What is motivating the individual to do that? It's just unbelievable.
That's
Especially
interesting.
if he or she knows.
They did all the NASA stuff under the assumption that we would all find out one day, and we know they have like contingency plans for their contingency plan. So it's interesting to think about what might come next.
That's probably what Space Force is for.
Yeah.
It's the battle against us. That's what Space Force is. We know they have agents in place. They come in here every day.
Well, most of the areas they're hiring for within "quote unquote" Space Force is cybersecurity, right? So you're exactly right. It's against us. It's how much data and monitoring they can perform on the average citizen, right? Orwell's wet dream.
Pretty sure.
So I don't know how they.
Pretty
think
sure
they
they're
can
also
stop
they've got
us.
programs like the Army has, and like every branch of the military has a disinformation campaign like going too, where they are military trolls hitting the internet, commenting along with AI bots and stuff.
Yeah,
I'm afraid they might start singling us out. You know, they have, they observe us enough to know like which accounts all tied together.
I think they are.
But Austin pointed out one day they're not even fucking with us anymore, right? Like they don't mess with the truthers really. They have the wool pulled so hard everybody else's eyes that the people they're targeting right now, they know we're not falling for none of this shit anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, they know because they send us little signals, don't they? Little signs flattening the curve, and
I don't know. I'm in it for the long
they let
run.
us know. Do you remember when they planned to go to Mars? Their recent mission to Mars, just before they went, they had this what do I call it? Explanation program of the mission and the steps. And at the beginning of that program, the jingle was from Generism. They took Generism's jingle and put it on there and used it.
The more they clamp down, the more of us are outside. Like I think, I don't know. Like I get outside and start. Like they're not going to stop me. Like the more they start clamping down, I'll be more vocal and I'll be out in the public and I'll do it everywhere. Like see if they like take my money away from me, take everything from me. Try to. They already are actually. They're stopping my phone, locking my account. Like all kinds of shit just happened just now. Recently.
Yeah, remember what Obama said? We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
So I don't care. Let them come. I've prepared myself for this for a long time. Let them come. They could take everything from me. It won't stop me one fucking iota.
Yeah, I'm already there. I'm well ahead of you there, mate. I'm well ahead of you there. Well ahead. I've been against this thing from before I came to Japan years ago. 19 years of age. I knew something was wrong. I've never voted for this system in my life. I've always been against it.
I'll start a whole rock show.
I never saw anything that could benefit humanity. I didn't see it benefiting me or humanity whatsoever. I just saw destruction and devaluation, degradation. I didn't see anything that was uplifting to humanity. That's why I never voted for the system at all. Never voted for it. Never. I could see it. I could only see our demise. Couldn't see uplift. See these governments ripping everybody off. I don't know why people are voting. That's the only reason why we're in this mess. Because people are voting for something that they think is going to benefit them, and it doesn't benefit them. And yet they still go and vote at the next election. Fucking hell. How long is it going to take them?
But
What's it going to take?
it's obvious now that they operate with no repercussions. They can get away with doing whatever they want. So if they did come for us, it is a pretty scary thought, because they could literally openly state that, hey, we killed all the flat earthers for y'all, and everybody would cheer, right? Like, yeah, those guys were such assholes with their logic.
Yeah.
And,
Unfortunately,
Good
it's
shit,
not
you're
us.
right. Dumb fucks.
It's not us that they're killing, though. That's the funny fucking part. I'm sorry about the cursing. I'll stop. Anyway, yeah, I want to see. I dream of a full-on rock, mobile, flat Earth rock concert going all over the whole country. How's that sound? I'll start singing it amplified. How does that sound? Yeah, try to stop us.
Seems good.
I could easily
Yeah.
write a flat earth song. I got a bunch of instrumentals I could just throw some vocals on.
I'm talking about a traveling caravan of freaking rock musicians, hundreds
That's
of
what
them.
I'm saying. Well, I'm one of them,
all
just saying.
traveling around the country, set up here and there with networks between each other. That's got to be the next step. It's like we can't sit here on the internet. Like it's going to become inefficient eventually. They're going to stop us. They're going to try to stop. They already are. They're they're mixing up the water. So the next step is get out and talk to real people, because real people aren't these little insects on gem pandas. That's not real. That's not the real world. Like
No, it's not real, but I still like going in there and bursting their eardrums with the truth anyway.
Oh yeah, no,
At least I've got to do that. That's
and I
satisfying for me.
appreciate Jen. I appreciate you folks that do go in there and do that. Like I think that's a necessary part. Yeah. So
Yeah.
White's made a really good point at the end of the next level, where he said if we could just get like one influencer who's not afraid to speak the truth, you know, somebody with a huge following, right, like The Rock or something, to start talking out about this and pointing out how obvious all of it is, that it would really sway the people. And then we don't got to worry about them coming after us or shutting us down, because the truth.
and let them try to have the news show this. Let them try to do that once that thing's going already. The people in the communities that go.
It's hilarious though. You choose The Rock for the person.
What?
It's hilarious though. His example was like The Rock or somebody. Like that dude is going to be the last person to freaking do it. They got him. That dude. They got that dude programmed so well right now.
I know.
That dude is their that dude is their tool. He's in everything.
Yeah, no doubt. But somebody like him, I just know he's got
on Saturday Night Live, he admitted he eats babies. So done deal there. He said word for word, I eat babies.
I think it'd be.
Yeah, are you sure that was real, or was that?
Why would you ever say that ever?
For any reason? Is that comedy now? Wow.
What
That's what the elites do.
Yeah, and people just ate it up. They laughed their asses off at it.
Isn't that creepy? That is the weirdest thing ever.
What if that celebrity that you all are talking about? What if it was the Queen of England?
Romney Mama eats babies.
We know she
What if the Queen of England said,
or he
said that the Earth is flat, guys?
It would be a revolution.
The Queen, he already knows it's
flat. It would
be. You Todd's.
We'd still have the same problem, though. People that don't really investigate but just accept whatever the power dictates.
Yeah.
That's a problem, because they could be lying to you. You need to have enough discernment to also discover the truth, ideally.
Big shout out to Lemon, the master of spoken. Well done.
Thank you, good sir. Thank you
That's
for
funny.
listening.
If the Queen said it, they would just be like, yeah, she's old, she's senile, or they'd say, yeah, she's just trolling your ass. And people would be like, yeah, okay, yeah.
Well, she's almost 200 years old, folks.
Is she just another sock puppet? We'll get back to that after this.
We forgot to change her batteries.
Has anybody heard or seen from her? There was a long-going thing about she's presumably dead already.
Oh yeah, we've been hearing that for years.
Has anyone seen her? Like, let's ask some of our Brit friends. We'll have to ask.
Have you seen her?
Yeah, I saw her on TV. She had a birthday the other day, didn't she?
On the TV.
A
We're talking about
birthday?
in real life.
For a dead lady?
Queen, yeah. She had a birthday the other day.
Come on, they can make a white sock puppet look like that and put her on the screen.
I saw her in the zoo in the lizard section.
Wait a minute, what?
I saw her in the zoo in the lizard section.
In the lizard section, yeah. Those
okay.
dragons, what are they called? Dragons.
Yeah.
She was hanging with her fellow Komodo dragons. Seriously, though, that thing does not look human.
I know. Blech.
And it's been that ugly for like 20 years. I'm not kidding. I remember when I was much younger and someone was mentioning the Queen of England, and I was like, oh, yeah, oh, shit, she looks bad. I was like, she's not going to last.
The last time she looked real was in the 40s.
That Prince Charles dude is one of the scariest persons I've ever seen.
Yeah, he's bad. He's bad, yeah. He looks like a Rothschild.
Yeah, exactly. Man, there's some creepy looking people.
Rothschild, red shield, red carpet. Nobody? No? Y'all don't get it?
Yeah, I get it. Rothschild, red carpet. All the blood there, the kids.
Yeah.
Blood red.
That's why they
Covered in
do
blood
the
of
red
innocents.
carpet. It's like a tribute to their bloodline.
Yeah.
Red shoes too. That's a sign of some evil stuff in it.
Look at William in that picture. I don't know if I can say his name over. I guess it doesn't. Anyway, William is not a man. Look at that. Look at those impressive pectorals. He's looking at people like, I'm not a man, right?
To the airport, didn't he?
Huh?
William. He was the pilots.
I'm talking about
that lady.
No, I'm talking about Mr. Gates here.
Oh, right.
There's a picture of him in the Livestream voice text that isn't flattering. You can see in his shirt that he may not be fully male.
Might be gynecologist or just where his body stores fat, but yeah, it's not a good look.
No.
He's rich enough to have that taken care of with plastic surgery or whatever.
Right. Well, it just doesn't look like a man's chest is kind of all I'm saying. Anyway. Earth measures flat. Changed my mind. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say, Adam. He may or may not be the gender he seems to be. But anyway, what I'm saying is Earth measures flat. Change my mind.
Please do change our mind. Try to change our minds. If you would.
Wouldn't the only way to change your mind would to be to have an alternative measurement of actual curvature? Because measurement isn't about the mind. That's just established.
With only a moment of their time, they should be able to change our mind with an actual measurement.
Yeah.
Oh, it wouldn't even have to be about changing mine. The measurement would have been there already.
Oh,
You wouldn't
yeah.
be looking for it right now.
Bro, we'd have
Why would-
thousands, tens of thousands of Earth curve measurements, right? By now.
Yeah,
Well,
no, yeah, no
What-
mind would need to be
Why
changed.
don't you have to change what? Why don't you have to change the reality and the design of the world to be able to get that measurement in the first place, and then change your mind?
Yeah. Yep.
That will be a difficult task.
No mind needs to be changed. Where the measurement doesn't, that's a moot point.
Guys, stop asking for the impossible. Come on.
Come
You
on,
know
no,
better.
it's so much fun to watch him squirm. Me, that's just me. Maybe that's malicious, but
I
No,
like what
that's
I saw.
exactly what I like as well. I
Yeah.
love mental gymnastics. And,
well, because it's like this. It's like watching somebody lie to you for however long, and then all of a sudden pulling out a little notebook that proves all of their fucking lies wrong, and then saying, "Now what, bitch?"
Pretty much.
Yeah.
So you know what came to mind today is like gravity. Where in gravity does it predict spinning balls in space? Can someone tell me?
Yeah, exactly.
I still think that the Berry Center is really a funny thing.
I keep seeing a stadium every time you say it.
Is
It's
it?
like you
Is
ask
it?
a robot that question and the robot just blows up.
And I'm like,
Is it the Berry Center an instant invalidation of their belief?
how so?
Well, because if everything goes to the center, then how is it not going to the actual center?
Yeah.
Right?
What
Because
the hell?
It's the other center.
the other center.
Yeah, how could this thing keep moving?
The neglected redheaded stepchild just completely abused and neglected.
It's
Just
moving
doesn't get any attention at all.
It's just skirting around like a tornado would or something.
Well, no. I guess it moves constantly.
Well,
by the
right.
way,
Yeah, moving. That's what I'm talking about. Like, how does the center of that thing? They're saying.
and oh, by the way,
What the
there's
heck?
multiple Berry centers.
What?
Yeah, because
Does that
there's a
mean there's
Berry center in
multiple?
relation. There's a Berry center in relation to every other object in reality.
So why isn't there multiple axes of rotation?
Well, I mean, isn't that part of the narrative that there's like 11 different vectors vectors of motion?
Well, that's kind of different. I'm just talking about just Earth itself. They're saying there should be different axes of rotation just for Earth itself. Yeah, it's just like they talk about it. Things like that. Changing axes with no change. Changing centers of mass with no change. No evidence.
There is a realization in the opposition that documentary known as The Principle, where they realize that Earth is indeed stationary, not moving. It is the center.
Yeah, that's hilarious when you watch.
Yeah.
So in the heliocentric and gravity model, you've got the Berry center between the Earth and the Moon. Then you have the Berry center between the Earth and the Sun. Then you have the Berry center between the Earth, the Moon, and the Sun. Then you have the Berry center between the Earth, the Moon, and Venus and the Sun. Then you have the Berry center between Earth and Mercury and the Sun and the Moon. But you can add any number of components and keep on making more and more different centers or Berry center, because of the Berry center principle, and then you would have to go the super Berry center, incorporating all the things but then if you do that and try to make sense of that, then what you realize is that their own model invalidates that principle as well. But here's the problem. The gravity model requires the Berry center. That's why that concept exists in the first place. But it's quite evidential that the Berry center isn't a thing in the first place. It's a necessary component of the theory that actually invalidates the whole theory in the first place. What is gravity? So you don't believe in gravity? Define gravity. But there you go. Barycenter is yeah, LOL, big LOLs.
Wild. What a wild tale.
I'd like to talk to one of those zealots, and my question, I'd be like, all right, how many inches, feet, or miles does Jupiter affect the barycenter of Earth? And then I know they've got an equation for it. I'm sure they do.
33.
So this is the center between two masses. Is that what that is? I probably had understood.
Yeah. So the barycenter is the gravitational force of all the other objects that impose upon the object itself a new gravitational center, because gravity is everywhere. So it would have to be.
So oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So that would be pulling things all out of shape if you think about that. Wow.
Yeah. So, for instance, let's say the solar system is kind of in a plane.
Sorry.
Right. It is right. It's slightly in a plane, right?
Say it again.
The solar system. Don't they say that it's pretty much in a plane?
Right.
Okay. Which interesting.
The ecliptic.
Elliptical
All
plane.
except for Pluto, which is like the redheaded stepchild of the solar system, apparently.
Oh, okay. But here's the thing. If that's the case, then yes, everything should be, especially if everything is in some type of plane, then yeah, everything should definitely be very Ovaltine planets. I know I'm being facetious, but
ovate spheroid.
Well, yeah, but that's different, right? The narrative behind the oblate spheroid and its cause is a different
No,
thing.
I used a V like an Ovaltine. Ovalate.
Yeah. But yeah, and then you add in the billions of years concept, and billions of years of barycenter gravitational forces, and it all makes so much sense when you really think about it.
I think it's thrown all their brains out of whack.
That's a fair statement. Yeah.
Because if the people believe, if that barycenters are all way out there, think about that. Yeah. Between let's see, Jupiter and Mars.
Well, where's the universal barycenter? That's the $1 million question, right?
Yeah, and why is it only the stars and the luminaries moving above us in a clock-like fashion forever and ever and always? They've always done the same thing. Interesting. We're supposed to be moving in all these directions at these speeds? Not seeing it. Not seeing it anywhere.
On what you were saying.
It's really, yeah. Yeah, they got a big problem with the vestibular because you would feel it. There's no way around that. You wouldn't. They have to ignore your God-given sense of balance.
I read something about the vestibular the other day that said it's like where your body stores anxiety or processes it or something like that. Something to do with anxiety. in the vestibular. I think it was some type of kind of like yoga video or something like that, I think.
It's wired into almost every part of the visual center, and your like whatever's controlling your balance and your muscles. Like you know how it like your muscles know. We know when we're out of balance and our muscles respond, so that it's tied into those centers as well. So not only our visual center, our vision, like we're looking, we're set up on this plane. That's how we're calibrated. So we know what horizontal is all the time with our vision or with our balance. We know what balanced is. We can tell when we're off balance, and our body adjusts in minute little ways, tens of thousands of motions every single day.
Yeah, I remember the other day you were talking a lot about it, and then I came across that, so I got a chance to mention it to you. That our body stores trauma, and that seems to be the spot for anxiety. Probably a few other things as well.
Well, they say it's stored at the cellular level. Yes. Yeah, so we're here 24/7 to help people with their globe PTSD. We have knowledgeable people here to assist you in going through this process.
Grief counselors.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
that was incoherent robotics.
I know. What was that, Jamesy?
Nope.
Not yet. He's rotating out of the connection zone. Don't worry, folks. He's only spinning at 1,500 feet per second with a plus or minus 280 feet, plus or minus. That's only one direction. So he'll rotate back into the connection zone, I'm sure. Watch. So P, Gemsy got connection. Q, therefore Earth is a globe.
I suppose there's such a thing as an illogical syllogism.
Yeah. It was like sarcasm using the syllogism.
You guys want a funny audio clip about the vestibular from Dr. Danny Faulkner?
Oh yes. Yes.
I don't know if you've heard it yet, but I'll post it in the live stream.
I could play it. Yeah, I think I've heard it once, maybe. That's funny.
It's real short, but it's like you just snatching your own wig off again.
Mm-hmm.
Discord.
Yeah, it's hilarious. Let me
It's
see.
it's in the live stream if you want to play it.
Yeah, someone just posted the vestibular system on the here, a live
That was
stream,
probably me.
but the vestibular system doesn't detect motion. That was something I was taught growing up, that it detects motion. It doesn't. It detects acceleration. Big difference. And we are able to detect acceleration pretty easily. We're not very good at detecting velocity. All we can do with velocity is measure that relative motion with respect to something else.
Oh, yeah.
Well then, doofus Danny, the dipshit astronomer, since the Earth in your ball-tard spinning space monkey religion is rotating, hence has an angular velocity, ergo the Earth is constantly accelerating, and
we are able to detect acceleration pretty easily.
Can you please explain to us why we can't detect it easily? Por favor?
You are so dumb. Damn.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
Wow. Tragic, really. For so many
Tragic
reasons.
and hilarious at the same time.
Is that what they call a tragic comedy?
Tragically hilarious. Or hilariously,
I'm listening to an ad, and the last thing I heard was something defies gravity. Get tickets to see Wicked today. The irony in all of that.
Yeah, what is that? That sounds really familiar. What was it?
Wicked, it's a play, I think.
Oh.
I love plays, man. They're the best thing on earth, if you ask me. Not the best, well, you know, it's better than movies and all that stuff. I'm not talking about if you went to like some off-Broadway play. Not that they're not good, or some under spectacular, low budget play that maybe a school, or nothing like that. Like, you got to watch the real deal.
The real deal. Yeah. That's
coolest play I ever saw was the Milwaukee Rock Orchestra played the music while they did the whatever the actors, I forget what their organization is in Milwaukee, but they performed The Wall, Pink Floyd The Wall. So it was like watching the movie basically, but on stage. It was pretty cool.
That sounds great. I bet that was good.
Then they gave everybody in the audience like inflatable hammers with the red handle and stuff, and like when they're doing like the hammer, so like with like the whole audience is like part of it, like kind of the crowd out there doing it. I'm sure most people are lost if they don't know the movie The Wall as well as I do. Sonny, I bet, knows though.
Are you talking about the movie The Wall?
Yeah, in the movie The Wall, you know how like like which song is it? Like it was like, are there any queers in the audience tonight? Get them up against the wall. Like
I remember.
That one looks Jewish and that one's a coon.
Yeah, exactly. He's like calling out.
Oh yeah, everybody's like doing like the cross with like where they're putting their arms up, but then doing it with the inflatable hammers and shit. It was fun.
Yeah, I saw Dark Side of the Moon live in St. Louis, but I didn't see The Wall. That I heard that was probably pretty fantastic. That was very influential.
I didn't see actual Pink Floyd either. It was like I said, it was the Milwaukee Rock Orchestra did it. But either way, it was awesome.
I saw actual Pink Floyd when I was a kid.
Holy shit. Damn,
I was only 15. That's us kids. We were 15. We're going to concert in the city.
Did anybody ask that guy Arul where he was from? Arul, the guy that was talking earlier. He sounded like he was from India. Not an extremely strong accent, but it was really familiar.
Didn't he say in that little recording? Someone just had a recording of him. Where was that?
Of Arul?
Yeah, I think someone had a clip of that.
I'm talking about the guy that was talking like 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, me too. Hold on a
Okay.
second.
Okay, just
Let's see if it's the same one. Hold on. Where did I see that? Darn it.
he was really well spoken. I'm not insinuating anything about his accent being poor or anything of the sort. It also sounded very Indian.
I could be wrong. It sounded like the same person. Like I was clicking on a link in the music bot commands, and I was listening to the person talk a rule this morning, and I played it. I thought for sure it was a clip of him talking. Hold on, let me see. I thought Flatty is one. Hold on, what's this? See if I can find it.
There's probably hundreds of different accents in India. But
well, there's
there's some.
supposedly accents. I mean, there's like I think I've heard like 400 languages spoken
Yeah,
in
yeah,
India.
for sure. Yeah, Gujarat and Hindi and Urdu. There's some of the more common languages, but yeah, I was just interested because about I don't know when the last time we talked about it. We were talking about different continents and or regions of the world that are underrepresented on this server, and India definitely tends to be one of them. Africa, well, middle and northern Africa specifically, it's quite underrepresented. But
There's still a lot of very poor people in India too, even though they have such a huge population. So
yeah, for
you
sure.
wouldn't expect, you can't really go based off of populace in some of these areas.
Well, at the same time, there are possibly millions of Indians that were playing PUBG.
Right, they're all over Clash of Clans and everything else. But yeah, I find a lot of them that like it's more like Bangladesh, like Bengali, whatever. Like,
Oh yeah. Lalo. I feel like that rings a bell. Lalo Band. What an interesting screen name. Lalo Band 24. Feel free to say hello.
Hello.
Lalo Band. Yeah, I see you lighting up. You started off a little bit of roboting.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Do you hear me now?
Loud
No, my old account got zapped.
What was your old account?
All Lalo. I mean, Lalo Think.
Oh, okay.
I think Rookie got zapped too with me.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it was from that server nuking that we had.
So yeah, just listening in. But yeah, that's like it rings a bell.
What does zapped mean?
Disabled or deleted. I can't access.
Discord did it or what?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Wow. Didn't even know that's a thing.
It took out all admins and all mods of a particular server.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow, Lou.
Yeah, what happened there? Yeah, that's a good one.
Savage meme. Grandpas can be like that, though.
Lalo Malaka.
Has there been any Globers in here recently, or is it kind of dried up?
Maybe one or two a day. It seems.
There's something that intrigues me. I kind of wonder, maybe it's being nosy or something, but like what everybody does, especially the ones that are on here, like a long time. Like I know what I'm doing. I'm just driving all day, but like, how do y'all have the time to be on here all the time?
That's a great question.
Riding all day.
Yeah. Some of us are sitting at a computer all day being like 8-9 hours. That'd be my answer. So I'm already sitting at a computer just doing something else.
Did you say driving or grinding, Elijah?
Riding.
RIDING.
Term preserved for bikers and whatnot. Motorcyclists,
Yep.
Yeah, I'm working. I work in front of a computer all day, every day from home.
We're a
Before it
bunch
was
of beta
cool.
males. We don't pick up like cinder block or anything.
Speak for yourself. I've got a lot of picking up I got to do. I've got a basement full of coal and bricks and all kinds of nonsense I've got to clear out this summer. I just had to wait until the world thawed around me.
Yeah.
And I had to wait for I would have done it last summer when I moved in, but yeah,
You
I've
have
got
a coal burning furnace?
used to. Yeah, used to.
Damn, that's old school.
Yeah, this house was like the bee's knees back in the 1950s.
When I was a kid, we thought it was super old school that we had a oil burning furnace. Had to have the oil truck come out and fill up the tank every once in a while.
Yeah. But now it means I've got some leftover coal from the however many years ago sitting in my basement. I would say I probably have 2 foot by 10 by 8.
Gospel, don't sell yourself short on that technology, man, because apparently space was the bee's knees in the late '60s.
Not since then, but
I
you
hear
know.
you. Yeah, I've got about 100. What would it be? 160 cubic feet? Maybe only 100 cubic feet. Coal. I don't know what that translates to. In
You have any extra mass back here? All right.
any what? Oh, he's.
Oh, I'm hot micing.
Yeah.
Going into a building.
Morvis, did you actually? Is that your wood burning? Did you wood burn these nuts?
Yes.
Very nice.
Oh my God, Louis is so immature. in the healthy
Wait.
adult person way.
Let's
It's
go.
like
What's going
it's
on?
funny because I'm laughing because
Hold
I'm
on.
just
Lou
just
is
thinking
kind of
about
out of
Woody
control.
from Toy Story.
Lou, you're out of control, bro. What the heck?
Well, this is Morvis's picture, guys.
Morvis, you're out of control.
Give credit where credit is due. Morvis posted the wood burning.
These nuts.
Oh man.
Smoked nuts. Okay, makes sense now.
Man, if I could only get Dave Weiss's app to work for me in the portion of it that allows you to see people and talk to people.
Bro, I paid for the app. I own it, but I deleted it from my phone the day the update came that had the freaking tracking for Friend Finder. Fuck that. I'm not fucking
Well,
keeping anything.
that's particularly what I want. So I understand what you're saying, but that's what I wanted. Especially now, you know,
Well, it should be
I had this
opt-in,
big
right?
emotional thing go down.
Yeah,
And
bro.
no, we had a conversation, and it was like, oh, okay, so you absolutely do not want to break up. Great, that's beautiful. And then I haven't heard from her since, and I've been messaging her. I'm like, yo, girls just say shit just cause, bro. So I'm looking for potentially a flat Earth girl. I don't know. Probably not for the next 10, 15 years, but when I turn like 45, I'll be ready. So
There's a new parody song that you could do. Instead of "I'm looking for a thug girl," where they at? Where they at? Where they at? I'm looking for an FE girl. Well, you know the song. I think it was like Master P or some shit back in the day. I'm sorry.
Word, Eli. You should drop like a LL Cool J type flat
One of
Earth
these
song for the females, bro.
one of these days I'll be ready to go looking for that flat earth girl. That flat earth girl.
Chicks love being sung songs. I'll tell y'all something. When I was younger, I learned to play guitar and stuff, and I've always wrote my own music. So I would write something that sounded pretty, and I go to my girlfriend at the time or some girl I like, and I tell them, "I wrote this song for you." And of course, it's a panty dropper, right? And then I'm like, "Wow, that works really well." So I pretty much used the same song for like 5-6 years. Told every girl that I wrote it just for them. It worked every time.
white lies like that are why we have this globe paradigm right now.
I'll reserve. I'm reserving comment.
Elijah, Coming in
commenting
hot.
reservedly.
I can't.
I
It's true.
appreciate those kinds of comments.
That's funny because I didn't realize I was going to say something like that.
You know,
What?
you're not gonna just be lying out here. Right?
I'm gonna find that curve. Mama
You left
said,
me-
find that curve.
It makes me upset because I know my name was Elijah for Truth. I don't know how and when it was changed, but I'm gonna put that back up there.
What you don't, yeah, because I mean, it's not hard to change. I mean, I could change it for you, for crying out loud.
Yeah. No, I just realized it yesterday. Like, oh yeah, my name was something else.
It wasn't yesterday. That was like 2 weeks ago. You and I were talking, and you've realized
Did
that
I?
more than once. Yeah.
Oh,
we
the
were-
world. See, the Matrix is trying to reprogram me in real time.
Oof.
But I appreciate you keeping me on point so that none of this Mandela stuff happens. Fucking clown.
Don't start something you don't want to finish.
Oh no, you didn't.
Lou, come
Oh
on now.
no, you didn't.
Lou. The man never said, "Can't we all just get along?" We were just inundated and indoctrinated.
Let's just say it
Okay.
again. Can we all just get along? I think we can.
In my reality, Lou was not Mandela, in fact, affected. So
I'm Manila infected.
Mandela affected.
What?
Sorry.
There never seems to be enough milk or cream in coffee. You know what I mean?
No kidding.
Until it's too late and it's too much. It's like,
Don't you hate
who's
it when
gonna
you
make
run?
it for me?
Don't you hate it when you run out too? It's like,
Right.
I mean,
now you gotta drink the slightly less enjoyable.
Can't do
Because
it.
you ran out. You don't have like 2 extra. You know, you.
I'll go through hill and dale, then I'll be forced to go outside before I'm ready. Anyway, for the creamer.
Flat Earth is like coffee. You know,
Yeah.
it's good for you as a base, but you know, it's very hard to accept. It's very harsh in what it is. Sort of like Flat Earth, you know. So people want to add little stories of creamer and little stories of sugar.
Sweeten it up.
You know?
Sweeten it up a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, I like when I do shit. Stupid analogy.
I like mine with black, just black with sugar. I don't need no milk.
Yo, you a hard man, bro.
That's
crazy.
That's strange in my paradigm. But I
You
will.
know, I grew up with it black, and then like in my later years, and I started putting milk and all this other shit in it, and I was just like,
Now
you
you
know
gotta
what,
try
I'm
it
just
with
gonna go
real
back to
half.
black.
But look, let
You
me
gotta
tell
try
you.
it with half and half. Like
But
I don't
let me
know,
tell you
different
this.
milk.
Let me tell you this
Go ahead.
coffee story though. As much as I love cream, milk in my coffee, I was in the Navy, and believe me, I drank the hell out of that black coffee. You know, we had to get up in the middle of the night and stand a shift for 4 hours or work overnight. Like I worked overnight for a while.
So you were tortured.
Yeah, tortured. I had to drink the black coffee, man.
Oh God.
I was forced.
Not humans have
I
accepted
had to eat
bare
their food.
minimums.
I had to eat their food for 4 years too. I'm glad.
That's what I'm
I
saying. We'll accept the
I
bare
can't do black
minimum
with no
for
sugar,
their
though.
ideology. Just think about that. Like what we'll do for someone else's ideas or ideals.
Mm-hmm.
We'll straight up eat food out of cans and minimal water for something we believe in. That shows how powerful belief is, and they don't want you to believe that there's a creator.
It's true.
Think
Yeah,
about that. Yes, I'm coming in hot. It's about the
all right.
love.
Yeah,
Did you catch that though?
You got to check out.
I
You got to
think so.
check out Yusha Thomas's video and how he portrays the different branches. Sonny, I posted the video in the chat. And
Okay.
I recommend Yusha Thomas as a YouTube. The dude is hysterical. Mocha Milk. Mocha used to be like a place and had nothing to do with chocolate, or was actually associated with coffee and not chocolate, but later on got appropriated into a chocolate drink because of the notes, the chocolatey notes of the coffee. Pretty interesting history. Back to etymology. It all goes back to etymology.
That's funny as hell. The recruiter's throwing dollar bills at him. Crazy.
The way he portrays the Navy, bro, where he gets that soft, the lispy voice, and he's hysterical. He was a recruiter, or he still is, but I think he was. I don't know if he is anymore, but anyway, his videos are hysterical to me. Somebody said, "Who invented coffee?" You know how many origin stories there are for coffee, and the answer is a lot. I think almost every culture / ancient culture has an origin story for coffee. They saw the goats eating these berries and jumping around a lot more, and therefore they figured they'd do something about it and try it themselves. There's all sorts of origin stories for where coffee came from and how it was discovered.
Are you serious?
Yeah, that's an origin story for coffee, is that some people saw goats eating coffee berries and then, they were more active and more crazy acting than normal, because goats are already crazy.
The goats were doing a jig. So we said. Those berries,
there's a
goats were
ton.
making them do a jig.
There's a ton of different origin stories for coffee.
But doesn't it only come from South America originally? That's the only place, right? No? Oh, it grows. No, that's right. It grows in mountainous regions all over. Yeah,
all over the world. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, that's true. That's funny. That one thing where it says a mountain grown. Well, it only grows above a certain elevation.
Except when it doesn't, because there's actually low elevation coffees as well.
I think I'm thinking about the other Coke, that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't need that.
All right, I've unmuted you, ZE. Would you like to say hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
What brings you around these parts?
I was having a discussion about flat Earth in another server, and they invited me, so I was just interested just to see what people had to say about it.
Okay, what do you know about the heliocentric model?
Nothing.
Do you know what heliocentric means?
No.
Okay, I can understand your answer then. So helios refers to the sun.
Yeah.
And centric refers to center. So sun-centered universe, or the solar system as it's taught in classrooms. Heliocentric model. How much do you know about that model?
What, the one that's taught in schools?
Yeah, that one.
It's it said that all the
What
planets
did he
rotate
learn from
around
the
the
other
sun,
server?
and they're constantly moving throughout. I don't know, like spinning and moving. That's what it does.
Okay. And how would you rate your knowledge of the globe Earth model?
What do you mean, like?
Like, I know almost nothing. I know a little bit, I think. I have a pretty good understanding. I have an expert level of understanding. I consider myself the foremost expert in the world in regards to that model.
Yeah, but what do you mean the
That's what
globe?
I mean
Like
by
knowledge
like
of the globe? What, like, as in,
of
like, I
all
don't.
of the details
Yeah, take your
and
time.
claims and aspects pertaining to the globe Earth model.
Yeah. Do you know anything about the Earth model? You know, the heliocentric model. What is your knowledge? What do you remember being taught about the solar system? What do you remember? That's what he's asking. I didn't remember much myself.
No, I didn't. I
Don't be
didn't remember
embarrassed,
that
please.
much. No, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't remember too much.
No,
Just
that's
basic,
fine.
basics.
I'm trying to establish a baseline for what kind
Yeah,
of
could you
person you are.
establish it a little bit more concerning to the person? You know, let's have a bit more respect for the individual. Let's not be too pressuring. I don't like that. So I was just wanting to know that you went to the other servers. What did you actually learn? Did you learn anything? Is there anything that you may have questions about?
Yeah, like there's no pictures of the actual Earth.
Good. Now that's good. I'm glad you said that. That shocked me. I dropped my coffee. You know, I mean, not that I drink coffee, but you can imagine my reaction. I mean, that floored me.
Yeah.
Because up until that point, I thought we had pictures of Earth because NASA had been to space, had gone to the moon. I thought I saw real pictures. So
Yeah,
how does that make you feel that you're being told that? Do you believe that there aren't any real pictures?
Yeah, I do, because you can tell, like, and it's been like they've said that they don't have any real pictures of Earth, and how would they?
Correct.
And then also I seen a video where they said why they haven't been to the moon since 1969, I think. They said
1972, that would be.
yeah,
1972, that's right. Yeah.
they can't get past the something belt, or
The Van Allen radiation belts.
yeah, and they
Correct.
said they destroyed the technology, which was just weird. Like, why would these? Doesn't make any sense.
Okay. You appear to have remembered and learned a little bit there, and this is actually damning to NASA's moon missions, isn't it not?
Yeah.
Right. So that being said, the person in question is Mark. His name is Robert Simmons. He explains to us how they have these strips of images and he somehow pastes together, adds the colors in. He doesn't know what Earth would look like from space, as he hasn't been to space. So he paints it as we would imagine it. We, me, you, and everybody else. How you would be able to do that, I don't know. But so, that being said, you know, that NASA definitely didn't go to the moon. There are no real images of Earth. Where are you in all this now? Any other questions?
Yeah, like, I don't know how they fake all of it and make everyone believe that. Like, I don't know, it's hard to believe them from the lie about certain things, and they don't have a real picture. So I don't know. It's a weird thing to think about.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's not possible to go to space in the first place. Vacuum. Here on Earth, we have what they call the air pressure. Yeah, we've got air pressure here. Now, if we are this ball supposedly spinning in space, then it would stand to reason that there would have to be some kind of container around the Earth to protect us and the air we breathe. Yeah, there has to be. You cannot have a system that's operating in a vacuum without a container. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I do. And
you understand? Earth is a ball, right? It's covered in air. Then you have it's in the vacuum of space, right? And the vacuum is minus 10 to the 17 torr. That's the power of the vacuum in space, supposedly, yeah? Now, if that is real, it would mean that all the air would just be sucked into... You wouldn't be alive today. we wouldn't be alive. We wouldn't have been born because the Earth, the vacuum would have sucked away all the air from the ball, yeah, as it's supposed to be spinning. It would have been gone. But no, we're alive, we're breathing. So obviously there's some kind of containment now. Has to be. Some people liken it to a dome. It could very well be. But we're in some kind of container here. So NASA could never have gone to space. They would have to go through the container to get to the moon and whatever, to space, and send rockets to the moon and whatever. That would be a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, which is, you know, high pressure always goes to low pressure and always looks for equilibrium. You understand, yeah? When you open a can of beer or whatever, you understand that, yeah?
Yeah.
Right, entropy, right. So there it is, you know, they couldn't have gone to space. That being said, we can't find the curvature. I mean, have you seen or measured the curvature yourself?
No, I haven't.
Have you experienced the Earth spinning?
Spinning,
you know, spinning on the axis.
No,
Actual
you can't.
rotation.
You can't feel it now.
No. Do you know how fast it's supposed to be?
No, but I think they said it's really fast. I don't know. I don't know the exact number.
Yeah, that's okay. It's 1,038 miles per hour at the equator. And as you obviously on a spinning object, as you move towards the point of axis, the axis, it slows down, doesn't it? Like on a merry-go-round. When you're in the middle of a merry-go-round, you hardly notice the spin. But as you move towards the outer edge of the merry-go-round, you're having to hang on tight. You remember as a kid?
Yeah.
Right. So that I didn't realize, I'd forgotten that myself. So, but I since relearned it as a flat earther. But so that's obvious, isn't it? That, if the Earth is spinning, the closer we move towards the North Pole, the lesser the spin. So England is supposed, like the UK, is supposed to be spinning at around, I think, 600 miles per hour or 500 miles per hour. That's the speed on this ball, supposedly, right? And as you move around the world, we are supposed to be noticing these different kind of speeds, actual rotation speeds. But I don't know about you, but I've traveled around the world. I haven't noticed anything like that at all. Have you?
No, I haven't. No.
Right. Not only that. When the plane flies off now to its destination, the Earth should really be rotating underneath the aircraft. And as your jet aircraft comes in to land at the airports, it would have to be landing on a moving airport because the Earth would be moving. So the plane would either have to catch up or slow down, but somehow manage to land on a moving airport. East, west, north, south. Doesn't matter. Yeah?
Yeah.
It doesn't happen, does it?
No.
No, right. So these are the things. Then when you've traveled on your aeroplane, did you notice the aircraft following the supposed curvature of the Earth? Because it would have to, if we are living on an oblate spheroid spinning, this aircraft that you flew on had to follow the curved path of the Earth. Doesn't matter how long the duration of flight.
Yeah, they fly straight.
A curvature. And if you try to imagine it, you're in your plane, you're sitting down, you've taken off from, let's say, Heathrow Airport. Okay, you're on your way to New Zealand. Or let's say you're on your way to the Mediterranean. Let's keep a short one. You're on your way to Greece. Now, there's going to be an upward curve first at the first half of the flight. Let's say the flight's about a 4 or 5 hour flight. There's an upward curve for the first 2.5 hours. And then there'd be this downward curve for the other half to land. To as you approach Greece, there'd be a curved kind of like trajectory. Did you notice that in the plane?
No, they fly straight.
It flies level and straight, doesn't it? It doesn't matter where you've been. The plane's nose is up first for takeoff, follows that path for like 10 to 15 minutes, levels off. Then the pilot gives the seatbelt. You can undo your seatbelt sign comes up. You can stretch your legs and whatever, start getting your refreshments and things. And it's a leveled flight for the duration until it lands, where it starts to nose down slightly. But when it actually lands, it lands bottom and nose up again, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree to that?
Yeah.
That's been your experience. Nose up when we take off. 15 minutes climbing up to altitude, 40,000 feet, leveling off. 5 hours flight. You're enjoying your entertainment and your refreshments and your meals. You're stretching your legs, and then half hour to maybe an hour before start getting ready for landing. We're about an hour, you know, and the pilot's preparing the passengers to sit down, get your seatbelts on. We're coming in, you know, and then the plane does nose down slightly, but it's a very shallow. It's not a steep, you know. There, you know, and you know, it's a very shallow nose down, and then it approaches the airport, and then it levels off slightly, and then the bum, yeah, it lands nose up. Is that agreed?
Yeah, it does.
Right, and then it lands, and then you're there, and you know, you've landed. Right, so it hasn't followed any curvature, right? In your experience, okay.
Yeah,
How long is the longest flight you've had on a plane for yourself?
Probably from the UK to Canada. So.
Okay, that's a long flight. That's a good what? That's a good 10 hours.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't notice any curvature. That would be impossible, wouldn't it? On a globe. That would be impossible to fly for 10 hours and not encounter any curvature. Okay. I'll ask you another question. Have you seen this movie was released 2 months ago. It's called Flattening the Curve. Have you seen that movie?
No, I haven't.
It's a documentary. It's a Flat Earth documentary. It's on YouTube. It's free. You can watch it. 4 groups of professionals are speaking. You have the submariners. They're the ones who sell submarines, who operate submarines.
Yeah.
You've got the sailors on aircraft carriers. You've got jet fighter pilots, and you have flight instructors. You know, flight pilots instructors with their schools, and they've said that in words to this effect that the equipment they have could not work on a globe.
Mm-hmm.
That would be their missiling, firing equipment, radars, laser beams, communications, etc., couldn't work on a globe. It's just under 2 hour or just over 2 hour video. It's worth a watch because it's the professionals speaking and telling you that the Earth isn't a globe. Okay, it might be a one for you to watch and then bookmark and then reference it to other people. It's called Flattening the Curve.
Mm-hmm.
Great one. Okay, I might post it later on. I've got it, so I can post it.
It's
talking. So my position, my position, I'm sure everyone else is listening, is where are you now? Do you have any questions? Because what my aim today is to get you to realize that the Earth is indeed not a globe and it is indeed flat through the experience you've experienced from coming out of your mother's room to right now. I want you to make a commitment. Ask the questions that are going to lead you to actually concluding. If you conclude today, you don't waste any time. And then you can at least back it up with other videos like I've mentioned and any other questions. So do you have any questions?
Yeah, what I was going to ask is what about like other planets or like the moon and the sun, like, or like what about those?
What do you wish to know about the other planets and the moon? What do you wish to know?
If they're spheres, then why wouldn't the Earth be a sphere?
Because
the question to that would be the logical question, and the honest answer question is, how would I know? One, I've never been there to verify it. I know NASA's never been there, so I'm not going to believe them, am I? And if they've never been there, it means no human being has left Earth to even know this stuff. So anything you hear is 1,000% speculation. Whether it comes from the astronomers, astrophysicists, physicists, theoretical physicists, and the like, NASA and all the other.
Hey, Gene, I'm gonna one up. Hold on, Jay.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna one up.
Let's mix it up a little bit. Let's mix it up a little bit. Great for the introduction, and you managed it amazing. Other people might want to answer his question, so
please.
let's mix it up a little bit.
And I just want to one up this stance. Let me actually posit that all the things in the sky could be balls, and it wouldn't make any in the world about the world.
That's right. I'm just trying to keep it simple for the guy, really. At the end of the day, his position...
Jen, you keep on suggesting that my comments that I'm being somehow complicating, simple, like that I'm being a complicated person or speaking in a complicated manner.
No. I just want to keep it for in his position is that he's never been to space, so he possibly cannot know. And then the space agencies who are
It
telling him
doesn't
that they've
matter
gone
what
there.
the things in the sky are. That's the most simple point you could possibly make. It's the logical axiom about it doesn't matter what they are.
No, it doesn't matter what they are.
Well,
Because
hold up before we get into a back
where
and
we
forth
live.
between Gospel Bearer and Zen. Understand, Zen, you had made some decent points. Gospel Bearer was trying to jump in. He started, and now you're going back and forth with him. Let him.
No, I'm not going to
Let
go
him
back
say
and
what
forth
he's
with him.
trying to say.
Z, do you understand why that's important? That it doesn't matter what the things in the sky are.
Well, this is what I was going to say to that, because if that is the case, and let's say the universe is huge, like ever expanding, then it wouldn't really make sense if we're the only place that's not round.
Yep, because you're expressing presuppositions. So by using the word other, you're making it clear that you have the presupposition that Earth is the same as all the things you see in the sky. Why do you assume that?
Because why would it be special? Why would it be different?
Well, here's what I can tell you that is simple to understand. What is it that we live on, right? We call it Earth, we call it the world. What about this place that we live on is similar to the things we see in the sky?
I don't know.
Well, shouldn't that be a question easily answered?
Yeah, go on, answer.
Well, it might have some answers, but there's this assumption that Earth is the same as all the things in the sky. That assumption has its origins, okay, but by natural observation, that's not a conclusion that you're going to come to. You say what makes this place special? Well, you're on it.
How do you know that there's not other life out there?
How do you know that there's not life elsewhere? That's a fine question, but the answer to that question is you don't know.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Zé, I posted a video. It's very short. I will appreciate that you can see it.
Well, that's really not helpful though, because what it implies.
Okay.
Let me explain why.
Yeah.
Mutually exclusive. Okay.
Right.
All the things in the sky can be anything.
Exactly.
Okay?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what they are. We're here. Okay. And yes, my statement is that the Earth and where we live is mutually exclusive. Is that it's not mutually exclusive, that it's one and the same with all the other things, under a presupposition that all things, came from the Big Bang and formed into balls and all of that. And I'm in a roundabout and slow process kind of way exposing that presupposition.
Right. Yeah. I did get it. Yeah. The thing is that he claims that the Earth is a ball like the stuff and all that kind of things, right?
Here's the problem though.
Okay.
There's people that spend half an hour, hours. They make this the basis and the foundation of their argument that the things in the sky might also be flat.
Exactly.
I think that that's a horrible argument, because whether they are or they aren't, it doesn't matter. It's like trying to defend a red herring.
Okay.
But why though?
All right.
And you're defending something that at this point cannot be known, has not been known, absolutely, may not be able to be known, and it can't, or rather should not be the foundation of an argument. That's why I'm taking it back to the mutual exclusivity of Earth in comparison to all the things we see in the sky. Why I asked the question, what on earth makes you think that the Earth is a thing in the sky?
Right, yeah.
All right,
okay.
So Z, we live on Earth. It's a tremendously different thing than anything we see in the sky. This is what we can observe. That's very simple stuff. There has been a story that came about that told people that we are just the same as all the things in the sky, comes from the mystery school religions of Babylon, trickles down through various offshoots and subgroups of that mystery school religion origin. Okay. Teachings that all is one and one is all things are the same thing, and we are all part of the same thing, which is a part truth. That's why it sounds so appealing to people. It is the foundation of the New Age religion. It's called monism. It's also known under other names such as pantheism. But whatever the case, that's why you're asking that question in the first place. If you were being empirical or taking observations in the most objective way you possibly could, you would not ask that question.
I'm just looking at it from my perspective. Like,
you're not looking at it from your perspective, you're looking at it from a narrative that you were taught. Otherwise, you'd be able to answer my question, what in the sky makes you think that the earth is like the things in the sky? If you were answering, or if you were asking that question from your perspective, as you put it, you would easily be able to answer that question.
It's difficult because obviously we can't see where we are like we can see the things in the sky.
And we can also describe the features of the place where we are.
Yeah, you can describe the trees and like everything that's on Earth, but like
land, water, air, colors.
Yeah.
Life.
But that's what I mean, like, who's to say that that's not somewhere else as well?
Do you have any evidence of it?
No, I don't.
Okay. Why would you assume that it would be elsewhere?
Because, well, I'm not assuming, I'm just not, like, denying the possibility of it.
Well, this idea that you're saying that there's a possibility that what we're experiencing here could also be experienced elsewhere is coming from a basis of a story that's been implanted in your mind as to what the makeup of the universe is, meaning it's a bunch of spheres rotating around one another in an ever-expanding vast nothingness, right? So you're coming from this basis of we are just one of many spheres in this ever-expanding vast nothingness, so there must be a possibility that there's other things like us out there. This is only a story. It's not proven to be a fact of our reality. Our reality is what we experience here on Earth.
Correct.
And we have no empirical understanding of anything that we see in the sky. Plain and simple, right?
Yeah.
But we've been implanted with a story that would lead us to believe, not of our own accord, that something like what we're experiencing here may also be experienced elsewhere. Because you've been laid the groundwork, or the stage has been set for you to believe that it is a possibility because the framework has been laid out within the story. The problem is the framework of the story has never been empirically verified. So when you say it's coming from your perspective is viewed through a lens that already has a underlying basis that has not been proven.
That's right. You can't know anything that they told you. You can't know you can't even know 5% unless you actually go to the place and verify that. And no human being has left this earth in any spacecraft or anything has been sent from Earth out into space, into the universe. That is a lie. And you know that. You agreed.
So, but what my question is, why would they lie?
Okay, that's a common question.
Yeah, that's kind of always the question, right? But have you ever told a lie?
Yeah, I have.
Why?
There's many different reasons.
Good.
Sure. And the only way to know why somebody is lying is to ask the person who's lying and expect a truthful answer.
Yeah, but I mean, like, do any of you have like
An equation.
like, do any of you have like any speculations of why they would lie and what, like?
Sure, but any of our speculations I don't think would be satisfactory towards you, because I could give just 3 simple explanations, but it wouldn't be satisfactory because you would ask for more evidence, right? So if I said money, power, and control are those 3 things that somebody would lie about to gain money, power, and control.
Now, if you unpack the money, power, and control, you can see that they've controlled the masses. We are born into this system, which I never vote, but people vote for it. It creates war. It creates wars around the world. The taxpayer pays for it. The taxpayer dies. That's one never-ending circle there. Then we're slaved to the system. So children are being born into debt because they're amassing a debt of war, a debt of the space agencies. Yeah, taxes you pay. It's all control, isn't it? That's the power of the control they have. Yeah? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, so let me ask you, are those 3 things, money and power and control, are those satisfactory answers for you?
Yeah, it does make sense, but
okay, so now we've established that there's satisfactory explanations for why they would lie. Let's talk about the lie itself.
Yeah.
So that would be the shape of the earth. And there's things we can do to empirically measure the earth because we're on earth. Have you ever been shown how the curvature of the earth was measured? Who did it? And by what means they acquired?
No.
Right. So there's no established basis for curvature. Have you ever been told how the spin of the earth was measured? Who did it? How they did it?
No.
Right. So these are 2 things that are fundamental to the belief of a globe, that you have never been showed how empirically these things were established. So you take them on the basis of belief. You just believe that somebody has established these things, right?
Yeah.
Right. So what that goes to show is that what most people think is an understanding of the globe is nothing more than a belief, and a blind belief at that, because there's no empirical evidence to show that the earth curves or it spins. So if you're taking something on blind faith, you have more of a religion than you do knowledge, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So once we come to this understanding, right, that we've never been shown empirically how the earth curves or how it spins, then we have to go down a path of inquiry as to what is this earth? And the best thing about earth is we live on it, and we have the ability to test whether or not the claims of the globe are true. And most of us here in this room have gone out on our own to try to verify the claims of the globe. And when we go to do so, we cannot verify the claims of curvature or spin. And what we do find is that we live on a flat, motionless earth. And when I say flat, that's not to disregard any topography, meaning mountains and hills and valleys, but it's an overall flat plane. That's what we observe in reality.
I also heard, like, what about the Antarctica ice wall? Like, why is there any pictures of that? Because I know some people, they say there's a wall there.
There's pictures of the coastline of Antarctica. I'm not a huge fan of this term ice wall. That would denote something that's either been built or constructed in some form or fashion. But all we know is that Antarctica is basically off limits to us. There's a
Yeah, I
thing
know.
called the
It's that every country is not allowed to go there. No one's allowed to go there. I know.
Yeah. So what is, just thinking of it from a logical perspective, what is the value in not allowing people to freely explore a alleged continent that contains no life, right? It sustains, with the exception of some of the outer peninsulas, it sustains no life. There is no tree, there is no bush, there is no shrub, there's nothing that grows there naturally. What is claimed is that it's just rock and ice. What is the benefit to humanity to make that off limits?
There is no benefit. It seems like it just makes it look like they're hiding something.
Good. Yeah. Let me just add this little point. Don't forget, supposedly currently in the Ukraine, there's a war going on. Now you have to think. Yeah, they've got the treaty. Don't fight in Antarctica, but you can fight anywhere else. How evil is that in itself? Okay, remember that they've got a treaty down there where no one's fighting down there. Supposedly, across in Antarctica, but they're fighting in Ukraine and Russia, for example. Silly, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Right. It shows the very devaluation of it shows the slavery right in front of your face. They're not fighting down, over in Antarctica with their treaty, but there they are now, supposedly blowing up schools and hospitals and whatever. Okay, this is the depth of the degradation, I'm afraid to say here. Okay, if indeed the war is really happening. But that should make you think.
So I know this is kind of like off topic, but what do you think about like coronavirus and?
We can't talk about that, unfortunately. Unfortunately, we cannot talk about that at all. So, obviously, it's obvious for me. I'm not going to take any of their nonsense that they're giving, and I have no confidence at all. I've learned a lot.
Yeah,
Let's just say we don't trust the official story on hardly anything.
Yeah, I didn't take the vaccine. Like, I didn't.
Good, well done. You don't need to. I'm glad to hear you say that. Good.
Now you're doing the thing that you said you're not allowed to do.
Yeah, we're stopping now.
Okay.
So, a question for you: has this helped you to understand your position better now regarding the Earth as a ball and the revelation? The truth is that the Earth is a level plane. Has it moved you closer towards the flat Earth or not?
Yeah, because there's a lot of good points that you've made. But I'm definitely going to do more research on it, my own research.
Right. In that case, I've posted 14 minutes past this hour we're in. 14 minutes. I posted that video, flattening the curve. Okay, my name's Jin CBR1. So if you scroll up, you should see it. Okay, it's worth a watch. And when you finish watching it, pass it on to others, because these are the professionals in the field who supposedly protect the free world, the free world, the prison, 24 hours a day. Okay, so they would know. They use their submarines, they use their ships, and they use their planes, and they would definitely know whether or not if this Earth, and if they're telling you the Earth is not a globe, you can take it to the bank.
Yeah.
They're saying that the equipment they use on a daily basis could not work on a globe. And then the question is, oh yeah, how come? And then they explain to you how come. And it's not difficult to understand. So it's not going into the realms of heavy confusion. Some of the pilots and these sailors, they had studied hard and they reviewed their books. They even downloaded the latest textbooks from their course of study just to review everything. and they've come to that conclusion that it's not a globe.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll definitely give it a watch.
Yeah. You know, I'm hoping that in the end you'll come to the realization that space is just a word. When you look up in the sky, it's all it is. It's the sky. We can't travel out there. There is no Hubble telescope looking light years into the infinity crap. You know, and they've deployed a new one last year, the James Webb Space Telescope. That's not even up there. It's lies.
So,
It's
like,
all
even
been
with
lies.
Elon Musk and like the Mars thing, is that like, do you not believe any?
That's
any
absolute crap. Yeah, he never sent a car. He never sent a car to Mars. No, he hasn't done that.
Yeah.
That's just BS.
I can give you a photo and a short video that you can see the background of a studio.
There you go. You see.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That'd
I
be
seen the
interesting.
pictures of Mars. It just didn't look right. Like, I don't know.
No,
These are all
but
artist renditions.
yeah. No, sorry. Go ahead. Hold on a second. Let me see where I have the picture.
Yeah.
I don't.
These pictures of Mars in the
Do
meantime.
you even know why? Do you even know why Earth is in the ball? See?
Do I know why it's not?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, we've been talking for like over an hour, I think, at this point, and yet we still haven't even made the most important point. We're getting all off into all of the other tangents, but not the actual point. The point is we see too far for the Earth to be the ball that they claim it is. And that's the most relevant and important point. All the other things you could get lost for hours, obviously, talking about. Okay. It's not a flat Earth isn't a concept or a theory or an idea. Okay. Flat's the default feature of the surface that we live on, and it's demonstrated very clearly that it cannot be curved the way that they say it is. So we default back to the fact that everything on Earth is level.
Yeah.
And the claim that it's curving somewhere is falsified via long distance observations.
So, like, what? Just the naked eye? We see too far? Is that what you're trying to say?
Naked eye and instrumentation, both.
Okay.
Typically,
Yes.
instrumentation aids the process.
Yeah, so Z, you said you were going to do some more research into this, and I think a good starting point would be understanding
Wait.
how...
My bad. Go ahead. I unmuted way after you started. Sorry.
Yeah.
No worries. I was just going
I
to
was
say...
trying to unmute. It was a delay on my... Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say a good starting point or reference to do research would be looking into how the human eye works or vision works and how we see things in perspective, right? So you can do all of this research outside of really even having to look into the shape of the earth, right? But you will be able to see how the shape of the earth applies to this. We can't change how we see. We can't change our eyes, nor can we change how the apparatuses that we use see the world around us. But we do have an understanding of how they work, and that's a good place to start.
Yeah, that's kind of how they confuse us because they say, well, you know, how eyes work and how light works and how blah 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 blah. Yeah, all of that's BS. To again talk for hours and hours about something very trivial. So it really has nothing to do with our eyes and how far we can see or the resolving power of our eyes and yada yada yada. When it comes to seeing too far, the context has nothing to do with the limitations of your eye. When you're talking about the globe, the limitation is the obstruction of your view from the rest of the world curving away from you. And that's at a definitive location based on your elevation and the dimensions of the globe there. So,
oh boy, slalom.
That was too much? What?
No, not you.
Oh.
Just the posting in the chat. This huge. I think I just despise the what do they call it? The thing when you put a link and then it puts the thing. It's called a.
Did I screw up?
No, it's fine. It's whatever.
No, tell me if I did. I just Zed just asked
You
for it.
did a fine thing. It's a
Okay.
personal complaint.
Be
You're in the
honest,
middle of a
I
when
don't
you're trying to
mind.
talk to people in the text chat, and then all of a sudden there's this massive. It's called an embed, I guess, and this embed just covers up the entire chat instantly. But you did what you were supposed to. I'm just complaining needlessly. Don't worry about it.
Okay. I get it. What do you mean? Yeah. Okay. But anyways, if you want to say the mistake that supposedly Elon Musk went to space with the car and all that kind of stuff, there you have the video, by the way.
The video. Oh, okay, thanks. Yeah, I see it now.
Gospelberry, did you see my DM?
Yes. Yeah, I made that word up, by the way. Aletheophobia is something I made up.
Yeah, Lethiophobia.
Yeah. So, like, everybody's always, busting out these blankophobias. I'm not even going to give them airtime. So you're blankophobic. You're blankophobic. You're blankphobia, whatever. So I'm playing along. I'm playing their game with them. So yeah, I'm against the bigotry of aletheophobia.
Oh wait, are they really? See, this might be a case of claustrophobia that no one wants to accept flat Earth, a creation that requires limitations in order for certain things to be, such as gas pressure and containment. Oh, where's the edge? What's the edge? Can I bring a hammer? Can we do something about it? Do we have to be trapped? Maybe it's claustrophobia. Why can't it be infinite? Why can't we just not be closed in? Why can't it just be anything but the creator? Why can't it?
Perhaps there is some degree of that. And it's totally unnecessary. There is plenty of space on this earth that has been made to be inhabited.
The irony is that they're claustrophobic, but they choose to live in cities when there's like copious amounts of land everywhere else. Humans are crazy, man.
Right, claustrophobic in a perfect home that is made to be inhabited.
Didn't mean to do that. Didn't know you had a door.
Just like in the first place, when we are inside the womb of the mother and we can't come out of it unless, it's the time for that. And then on a home, when the child is inside the home, it cannot just leave the home. There's parameters and limitations to the things that we can do depending on our limitations. I think the designer, the natural limitations that we have, like, lifespan and resources and all that kind of stuff. Even when we go to the ice regions, you could just die by trying, reaching the limits. So there's layers and levels to that. So like you say in the claustrophobia, someone find out that we live in a contained environment, they want to break out of it, but it's like a child trying to break out of the, out of a fence, and it doesn't have the tools to break it.
Have I ever told you, Jimsy, that I love your voice and your accent? Have I ever told you
Hey,
that?
likewise.
I really do.
Hey, I've been listening to this
I do as
conversation, and I
well.
like you guys, and I like the ways you guys are speaking, and it's the kind of like the environment that I like to listen in here. Someone that is receptive and new to the topic, and having a real, genuine conversation. That's the way I like it. And you guys, the way you guys speak, I learn every day. Thank you guys.
Yeah, man.
I love Jimsy too, and he's right there with me on my speculations about certain things. I did almost die laughing when I heard you say child, though. I didn't think I was going to comment on it, but then Gospel Bearer made it kind of okay. Sorry.
Do not challenge me, child.
Hey,
But
I'm
I say
still
father
learning,
and
and I try to put
I
the words
say
together.
I say
Any more
father and
questions from
mother. So,
Z or what his name is from
oh
England?
God, Jen, shut up. I'm just saying. I say father and mother, so it's all good.
Faja? My Faja?
You keep talking crazy to me like that. I'm going to be talking to your father.
The
Don't let me hear
Faja.
mother.
The Faja. Yes, the Faja. That's right. That's correct. The Faja.
Oh, that's Ralph Cramden, New York, right there. That's different.
No, that's a gold. What is it? Gold member. The Faja.
You know, there is definitely a pronunciation of words that I've learned to kind of understand every time I'm speaking to people, especially in this server. I've learned many ways of speaking, but coming from another language background, and even let's say you guys are saying father at the moment, I thought my children, you know, they know I'm their father, but they also call me papa, papi, dad. I taught them all those words, and it means the same thing, right? So it's many ways of saying it, and just like the different words, also the different accents or pronunciations of the words. I do
Yeah.
say from my own perspective, and I kind of understand the way I'm saying it. I try my best to say in a way that you guys understand, and yeah.
I understand you every time, GMZ. You got no problems with me, mate, with your communication. It's okay.
Great, that's great. Good to know. Hey, the one of the words that I've been messing up with and I've learned is mountain. Mountain. Can someone say it so I can remember?
Mountain.
Are you talking about
Mountain.
maintain?
Mountain. Mountain.
Oh,
Mountain.
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 Oh, mountain. Okay.
I
Mountain.
always screw that one up.
Oh,
Mountain.
Mountain. That's okay. That's American, mate.
Listen, I can
Mountain.
understand Gemsy, even Gemsy's Spanish pretty well, even though
Yeah. I love the Spanish accent.
even though he's not of Mexican descent. I'm just joking.
Gringo.
He's not though. That part's not the
Speak ese gringo.
Yeah. Even the
The other one
suedito.
I screwed up mostly is mucus. I say mucus. Mucus? Mucus.
Yeah, Marcus.
Mucus.
But it's all right. We'll be fine. Hey, where's the new guy? You're doing great. You're very receptive. Glad to hear you speaking to the guys in here. It's very refreshing when
What's his
genuine
name?
people join.
Za. His name was Za or something like that.
Z.
Yeah, he's
yeah,
gone by now.
I was
Yeah,
hoping he had some more questions, actually.
He left.
It's all
Oh,
right.
okay.
It was a good time with him, and you know, eventually he will come back. You guys send some links that are really good, so he
Yeah.
hopefully he looks through that and come back later on.
Maybe that's what
Well
he's
done,
doing.
guys. Good job. I'll give you guys a 10 out of 10.
Excellent. Maybe that's what he's doing right now. Maybe he's watching those.
Yeah.
That would be a good thing.
Yeah, I think the space one really got him. The little session about the space and you know the realization that we can't go there, verify anything. I think that really did hit home with him, you know. And what's his
Right.
name was doing a grand job there. I thought that was brilliant.
Yeah, exactly. All you guys were.
There's all sorts of deprogramming that can take place, and that's kind of what the whole, well, it's not necessarily round, and those kinds of conversations are on the topic of deprogramming to help people understand what's verifiable. But on the other hand, I find it as a distraction at times from the most, what they call the salient point, or the most relevant point, that we can clearly falsify the claim that the Earth is a ball. That's the most important point. Why that has to be reserved until some like, I don't agree with that being necessitated to be reserved for some special
a tactical error.
point.
Well, that's why I tried to. Necessarily, but then it goes with the way the conversation's flowing at the point. You know, let's let the individual pour out his or her heart, and then you can tidy up as you go along.
Yeah, that's why I tried to wrap at least 2 of the 3 points that Miggy goes on about. You know,
I tried to try. You did it.
Well, that's why I wrapped those in there, right? To kind of drive home the fact that what he is believing in is exactly that. It's a belief. It's not a knowledge or an understanding. And I think he understood that. So.
Yeah. And then at the beginning, I wanted him to understand that he'd been alive for a certain length of time, and he hadn't experienced this curve anywhere. So I brought in the curvature, plane flights, the actual spin of the Earth, Earth being in a container, entropy. So he had a little foundation to go on. Through his experiences, he could discern this stuff, which I thought was okay to get him going. And then finally, we can see too far. Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, it's obvious.
Not everybody.
If our goal is to inform people about the geodesic geometry of the Earth, then that's what needs to be emphasized more than anything else. And when we emphasize anything else other than that central point, like Gospel Bear was trying to explain, then we're distracting from the central point that we are saying all these things to highlight. Let's clean up our tactics.
I'm gonna harp on this phrase for a while, just for kicks and giggles. Trying to. I find it hilarious what Gospel Bear was trying to explain, or what I was trying to say. It's like, no, you said it.
You said it. Do or do not.
Yeah. There's no try.
So then let me rephrase with that being said. What Gospelberry did say, and now I'm reiterating.
It's fine. But
Does any of you believe that the world has an end or a reset, like by nature, of essentially a reset in everything?
Did you say the word reset? R-E-S-E-T? Reset?
Yes, because I hear great reset on TV every now and then. Well, not on TV, but on media in general. People talk about a great reset.
Yeah, that's just an agenda that's associated with Agenda 2030 and Agenda.
The World Economic Forum. Yeah, you can go on their website and read all about it.
Have you guys ever heard of the plasma apocalypse? You should probably research it. Yeah, there's a correlation with what we are talking about. There's supposedly somewhat of a reset that is going to happen by nature. The Earth, the dome is supposedly going to open up, and the eye, whatever that is, the hole that will open up in its dome, symbolizes the all-seeing eye, basically, and also the black sun, which is essentially equivalent to the swastika. And it is all this hidden symbolism that we don't know about, supposedly, as far as I know.
Wasn't that occultic?
Yeah.
Sounds like some wet dream of Satan to me, but that's just my personal opinion, of course.
It's nothing to do with like religion or whatever that is. Just that to do with nature itself, basically.
Hold on. The all-seeing eye has nothing to do with religion. Is that your claim?
No, I did not say that. I'm just saying that what I'm talking about right now has nothing to do with some religious belief or whatever that is. Just that pretty much every religion talks about some sort of end of the world or reset or whatever that is, something like that. Which makes me think that there might be some truth into it. That's what I'm talking about. Say it again.
I say, well, if every religion has something to do with that kind of doctrine, eschatological doctrine, then yes, it does have everything to do with religion, especially when these various symbols of the occult are involved in this eschatological end time scenario. So it certainly does have everything to do with religion, with theism.
Yeah.
When I was talking about it from a nature's point of view, not how it is depicted by religions. I was talking about it from nature point of view.
You can't separate the two really when you're discussing things of the future. Does science deal with eschatology?
Yeah, what you're talking about is the eschatological doctrine about the consummation of the cosmos. So it is religious. It's eschatological. Especially when the event that you described, for example, is exemplary of the occult. And it has meaning with symbols. So not only is this event just happening and the cosmos is going through these cataclysms and these major changes, but there's symbols involved that are being visible in the cosmos itself, which is expressing meaning from someone. So yes, it is
So it could also apply to symbolism in nature, like for example, putting labels on anything that is essentially in nature, because cosmos will be essentially one with nature. Is that what you're implying? Putting symbolism pretty much on everything that exists within the physical nature.
Symbols are an interpretation of phenomenon, though.
Yeah, well, anything within our reality, yeah, sure. I mean, even worse, it is symbolism in itself. Like, for example, good and bad. We judge nature itself. Essentially, that's what we do.
Well, the reason I'm saying what I'm saying is because you said that there's an all-seeing eye that will be revealed in the sky. That's a symbol.
Symbolism, yeah. Yeah, is an interpretation of something that could possibly happen. Yeah.
No. The symbol, the all-seeing eye, is not an interpretation. It's a symbol. You interpret the symbol. And so the symbol is being given by someone trying to give meaning, trying to express a meaningful message via the symbol, which the audience then interprets.
And that's what I said, yeah. And that in itself is an interpretation of something that happened beforehand, supposedly.
Wait, what's the interpretation?
Something that people seen essentially back then a long time ago, and they drawn an eye because it looked like an eye. And that's how the symbol would have been made, as an example. It is not the phenomenon itself, it is the description of the phenomenon, what people actually seen, if that were to be the case.
Wait, what is? I'm confused.
The opening of the sky, the dome, the essentially nature resetting everything. A lot of ancient civilizations believed in that. So I was just asking if you guys had any idea of that about that.
Well, I don't know how the all-seeing eye is married to the end of of the world scenario from all religious doctrine, but I'm confusing to see the connection, like because that's the question
yeah,
you're
I
supposed
could
to be
share a
answering.
video. I could share a video.
Not a video. You're making
I'm just
the
asking
connection. I
questions
need
if
to
you
know
guys
from you.
had any idea.
Well,
So
if
I
you're
was just
asking
asking.
questions, then obviously I can't get the answer that I'm seeking from you because you're asking questions. I thought you were telling me something.
Well, I've told you some information to essentially get the idea in your head or explain my question even further, just to see if you had any information on what I've asked you about, basically. Yeah.
But hang on, let's back up a moment because I think you're confusing categories. So you just told us that there's some people out there who believe this eschatological doctrine, which necessarily, especially with the kind of example you just gave us, which presupposes theism, and which presupposes the occult, particularly with its symbols. And so then I was saying that it is related to theism, it is related to religion, especially the kind of example that you just gave. So
Yeah,
I
I do not
myself
disagree with that.
The all-seeing eye refers to the Antichrist. The Antichrist has one eye. He's blind in one eye. So that's the symbolism. It refers to the Antichrist.
Can you say that again? I didn't hear you because your mic cuts off a lot.
Do you guys remember The Simpsons and other movies talking about they trying to break the dome and all that kind of stuff. I think.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so let's talk about that. Yeah, why not? Tell us about it. You have much
So,
information.
in that case, let's talk in another room, in the Bible or something like it.
No.
Because the thing is, what are you talking? Doesn't make makes some sense, but doesn't in reality. But let's talk over on another room. I think it would be better. Don't you guys agree?
Yeah. I mean, that would also explain, for example, a lot of people believe that there's waters above and there's a dome. If you were to observe what NASA is doing, in a sense that they are lying to you because there's no outer space, but then again, it could be them essentially trying to break through the waters because they know that something could possibly happen eventually, and that they can't really predict that. Therefore, they're constantly attempting to essentially leave this place because they know something could possibly happen. I could also theorize that. That makes total sense to me, I think.
Come to the Bible room, chat room, if you don't mind. If anyone else wanna join us.
I want to join and talk about that.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna be.
Yeah, sure. Okay, sure.
Let's scroll down and go to the Bible chat room. I think that's
right,
it. Sure. We're going. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So which one? Chill chat? Or like, is the VC below?
Here, I'll just move you.
All right.
Alrighty. Glad, are you there? What the internet says is compelling. What?
I'm so sick of that genetic fallacy argument from people.
Yeah, it's etymology. It's like ancestry.
Yeah, it is and it isn't, dude. It can be edited by anybody. Anybody can fuck with that.
Have you studied languages?
No. Why would I?
I don't know. I've been learning languages for over 20 years, and I consider myself pretty skilled in the area of understanding the Latin origins, the Greek origins.
Well, what you've been told, sure.
What? No. This isn't a matter of what I've been told.
Yeah, it is, because you weren't there when it was invented.
This isn't a matter of what I've been told. It's what can be demonstrated through all the languages that exist. It is through confirmation of all languages that exist that have these origins. That is the power and the strength and the authority of etymology.
I'm saying you're assuming origins.
No.
Yep.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't work that way. Maybe I need to
know.
The problem is that Glatzlov is expressing this radical skepticism.
The word since the word was developed or invented.
It's about
this is a radical skepticism that's irrational and unjustified.
Yes, okay, but I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you understand.
You can't help, dude. It's not an understanding thing. I'm not wrong.
You are wrong.
You are wrong.
And I can
this is a radical skepticism which is unjustified.
Well, then let's go back to the one period when that word was invented.
You don't need to. Here's why.
Yeah, it's like a direct measurement of something.
Here's why.
I don't care why. You're convinced of something.
I'm going to teach you why.
To relay what we already like.
Elijah, I understand this topic very well. Okay.
I told you I'm going to listen. Yeah, go ahead.
The whole point of root means that there are branches. Are you following so far?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. So when you have a language like Russian, and you have a language like any of the Norwegian languages, or you have any of the other Romance languages like Italian and French, and you have the Germanic languages, and you have all these languages that have different origins blendings of Greek roots, blendings of Latin roots, sometimes more exclusive than otherwise. You have all these derivatives. Those branches point back to the root. And for those reasons, we can rest assured through all of the branches that exist in all of the languages that exist, we can be all the way 100% certain of the meaning of the root.
Okay. I just want to know how. And it's not in the
It's
definition
called
or description.
confirmation.
No.
Confirmation.
Okay. All right. You think that's what that is, and I'm not going to argue with you about it.
Look up the word cognate. Cognate.
Man, I know what cognition and cognate mean, okay?
No. Those are two different things.
Cognate is the base word. It's the root.
I'm glad you're aware of that. The issue is cognate is a linguistic term that is when a word is shared amongst many languages, that's referred to as a cognate. It oftentimes is spelled very similar or even identical, right? So, for instance, television and television is a cognate. It's the same word in different languages, right? But there are other cognates that are spelled very slightly differently because of the language differences, pronunciation differences, and those sorts of things. Anyway, this type of confirmation is how we understand roots and their meaning. But here's an example between Greek and Hebrew, which Greek and Hebrew, those people obviously commingled, right? But you've got
I guess.
Huh?
I said I guess. I wasn't there.
Really?
Yeah.
You're not aware of the Roman occupation of the Jews?
Oh, I've heard about it.
Yeah.
I don't have a bias towards thinking that it's real.
Yeah, Gregory is. You have what's known as radical skepticism, whereas you have no basis for your skepticism. You just want to be skeptical of everything.
Not at all. It's not a rebellious thing, dude. I wasn't around then, so I can't talk about then.
Okay? And your great-grandparent never existed because you weren't around to see your great-great-grandparent.
I never said anything like that.
Well,
that's genetics. That's way different. Way different. It's not a belief thing. I exist because my grandpa existed.
And it's an analogy for root words.
No.
You're not following.
But that's a belief, bro.
Skepticism to its logical
ancestry.
end.
Sorry, Gregory.
I'm sorry. I'm going to stop. Go ahead, guys.
Ancestry
it's a belief
is an
only.
analogy for how language is spread out through the ages.
Listen, this is how it is. You'll believe anything, but the Earth is flat. Whatever.
So this is the problem. So in this community with folks like him, there's this latent residue of empiricism that is still here. And then when we try to reduce this empiricism, reductio ad absurdum, to its logical end, you don't want to follow it. Empiricism is self-defeating. You can't even empirically verify empiricism. So the fact that you sitting up here to subscribe to this idea that you can only know that what you empirically sense, you couldn't know that very sentence empirically. So follow your empiricism to its logical end. If you want to be logically rigorous and analytical about everything else, including about the cosmos, do so about everything else, including your very epistemology. Don't be inconsistent with your rigor. And if someone who's a global, who's very astute, recognizes this epistemological error of empiricism on your part, Glatt, then you're going to misrepresent our position. There's plenty of things that you have not empirically sensed that you know or can know. You haven't empirically sensed language itself, yet you're still using it. You haven't empirically sensed your own thoughts, yet you're still thinking them. This is where contention is sparked. When we're trying to talk about something and then someone like you expresses this unnecessary, unjustified skepticism, and then we try to point out the error of this skepticism, you just hand wave. You just continue to reduce what we're saying to mere opinion.
Yeah, my main point was, I got a phone call there. My main point is ancestry is analogical to how language develops. That's the point I was trying to make. So to deny how language develops is akin to denying your own grandparent or great grandparent or whatever. It's the same thing.
Any and all events that consequentially resulted in you in the situation you are in.
I wasn't there to confirm that my great great grandfather had relations with my great great grandmother. How could I know? Maybe something else happened.
All right, so you respond from a non-human somewhere along the line of your genealogy?
Possibly. Why not?
Or a non-living thing?
Maybe. Who am I to
or
know?
An existing thing?
Yeah, this just sounds like you're shitting on him now. You might as well just stop. Because this sounds like your arsehole's doing this.
Yeah, I am, because it's ridiculous. So I ridicule the ridiculous.
If he wants to excessively, assertively, and aggressively press someone else with his irrational, radical skepticism, then he deserves this.
I want to make a statement, but I want to preface the statement with this, that I include myself within the statement as much as anyone else. And here's the statement. Good thing we're not all crazy on the same day.
So it would be all right to bring back sanity.
What's so interesting about that word? Crazy.
Because the good news is that if we take turns, I mean, think of what a world it would be if we all were kind of nutty on the same day. So we take turns. That's all. We all have a chance.
Have I been broken into pieces? Sonny?
No one is, and I'm not directing this toward anybody, so don't think I am.
In
Please.
any way, have I?
Like I said, I do include myself as much in this.
I know, but it's not a statement of complete irrelevance. Why else would you say it?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And I'm not taking it personally, but in what way have I been broken into pieces?
Okay. I'm willing to learn. See, here's where
and
I
I'm standing on the truth.
And look, this is where I acquiesce and I go, you're right. I don't know the roots of words as much as I would like to think I do. So I can back off and go, am I willing to learn? Yep.
Well, here's the question, though. The question that's presented, Sonny, is that how can we even know that there is a root and that root means that thing? And my answer is because of all of the branches that you trace.
Yeah.
It's not theoretical. It is. Etymology isn't a theoretical thing. There are things that are unknown due to lack of enough material to justify the claims. But once the material is had, you can with very high levels of certainty make the statements such as The Proto-Indo-European, which, by the way, that means before, massive migration, right? Before that time, there was this root like gwei, Gwei, which means to spread out. Some of these root words, there's so few of them. It's very fascinating. If you keep on going through etymology and you just keep on learning and learning and learning and learning over and over again, you're going to find that there's a short list of root words and like a couple hundred that get used in tens of thousands of words. And not just tens of thousands of words in the English language, tens of thousands of words in all the languages. And they all point back to the same roots.
We might have to start being more precise. So good thing we're not all crazed on the same day. So meaning the second definition, deranged, demented, or actually the jazz slang sense, let's use that one, cool, exciting, by 1927.
I do get your point. I do get your point. I just don't think that demanding to adhere to what can be known is, I don't think that's crazy. And I think personally, this is my personal opinion,
that's true.
The claim that there is nothing that can be known, I think that claim is absurd. Not that anybody has necessarily made that exact claim, but there's slippery slope positions that lead to that matter of thinking.
All the budding philosophers, epistemologists in here, does anyone see the problem with the claiming that knowledge cannot be known? Nothing can be known.
Or rather, nothing can be known that I can't observe myself. That claim is, I think, the more accurate claim that is being discussed. Nothing can be known that I can't observe myself. I believe that would be zetetic purism. Would that be fair?
It would be even more strict than that. Yeah, that would be a very restricted way, like chastise.
Would zetetic be only observation?
Zetetic
is that what that
extremism?
Yeah.
Wait. Is that what zetetic means, observation?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm double checking my proceeding by inquiry, searching, inquiring, to seek for, inquire into. So maybe zetetic is not.
Yeah, that probably isn't the right word. That's why I said empiricism.
Yeah, radical empiricism, not radical, because again, you look up that word and it doesn't mean what it gets used as.
It would just be empiricism. You can only know things via empirical sense experience.
Strict empiricism.
Exclusive empiricism.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
exclusive, strict, absolute empiricism.
Absolute. Yeah, like that. That's too narrow. It's too.
And how does the great grandfather? I knew my great grandfather, at least one of them. How does the great grandfather, one whom I've never met or knew, how does that not apply to my great grandfather? That I can't know. I mean, and again, forget that. Forget that. You can go to your own parents. You didn't watch them procreate you.
That's true.
So
look, it applies. Wait a minute. Let me see. It applies more like what about all the experiences that you haven't experienced yet? Does that mean they're not true either?
Huh?
Like other people have experienced them, but you haven't. So there's a conflict there. There's a conflict because there's lots of people
here's the overarching question back to what the point somebody was making earlier about being buttholes. Here's the overall. Why does this matter? Can anybody answer that? Well, why does this conversation matter? Why is it relevant to our day-to-day life? This specific topic of philosophy. Why is it important? Why does it matter?
Because words mean things, and we've been confused by word language, by word magic, I guess you could call it, or word play. We've been kind of like the wool has been pulled over. We have these rose-colored glasses because they've been put on us. So it's been,
You're warm. Okay. You're warm.
All right, so can I here's the question. Can I use a hammer to unscrew a screw from a piece of wood? And I would posit that there are certain hammers that I could use the edge of the claw, the corner of the claw, stick it in the little slot and twist and okay. But here's the thing.
Ask him a ball peen hammer then, so one that has no claw.
I know, and listen, I have a metaphor that I'm trying to develop here so that everybody can understand the point I'm making. My metaphor here with saying, okay, a hammer can be used to unscrew a screw. Okay, everybody can understand and conceptualize that as a potential thing. Making the claim that the hammer is a subversive tool created by magicians for the purpose of screwing and unscrewing screws, that claim is what I'm talking about and making fun of and ridiculing and getting angry and frustrated about. That's the claim that I'm frustrated by, because the hammer is the hammer that was made for a tool to do its job of hammering nails. And your claim, whoever you might be, that the hammer was secretly designed to unscrew screws and everybody's been fooled, that is the claim that I'm ridiculing. And when you say that a word like demonstrate means to straighten out demons, when you say that symbolism means sin Baal, this ism, or whatever you do with these words, what you're doing is you're pretending that the hammer there's a conspiracy behind the hammer getting used as a screwdriver. I'm not actually being rude when I'm saying this. I'm trying to provide a proper metaphor for what's happening here. And all I would say is provide your evidence that the hammer, metaphorically speaking, was actually secretly conspired to screw and unscrew screws. You show me the evidence for your claim. And don't make fun of me for saying the hammer nails the nail into the wood. Don't make fun of me for saying that. Okay? Provide your evidence that the hammer, Glatflobe, is indeed a screwdriver, metaphorically speaking. That's my case.
Expected.
Old dude, thank you. That's the perfect image. I guess I have to concede. I guess I'm just going to go ahead and concede now. Old dude destroyed my argument with one picture. My apologies, everybody.
I know.
I am the jerk, obviously. I'm the crazy guy.
That's
okay. Let me calm down. What I was going to say was...
Catch another breath, Gregory. Hold on. Catch another breath.
I didn't expect that. I'm sorry. You wrong for that. You wrong for that. I can't. I'm shaking. Okay,
Yeah,
hold on.
Breath. So let's talk about that hammer tool right there. I like that.
So about this hammer, okay. My point was that epistemology, the study of knowledge, is relevant to any and all claims of knowledge. If you don't have a valid epistemology, you're not going to ascertain knowledge. That's what I was going to say. But Gospel Bear's answer surpassed mine in quality, far beyond quantification.
How did we get to hammering in drill motors into the wall? How did we get here?
Misinterpreting the purpose or origin of the hammer.
I know. The origin of the hammer. You can't be sure, so it probably looked like what old dude put. That's what I'm going to say.
Which is ironic, because the person saying we can't know is making a left field wild claim that is pure speculation as to the origin. It's not even a conclusion that is strong from some kind of inductive reasoning. They ridicule not having empirical evidence, any substantiation for the claim about the real origin of this tool and its purpose, and then continue to make an unsubstantiated claim, which is speculative, which is not even near
the close to being a strong conclusion after any inductive reasoning, let alone deductive reasoning. So their counterfactual, supposedly, is a violation of the very epistemological criterion that they hold so strongly. Which we have seen with the academics in regards to the cosmos. They're scientific, they're empiricistic, they're materialistic, and while they profess to be so rigorously empiricistic and materialistic and scientistic, they're going to make a whole bunch of speculation and conjecture so out of left field that is not based or not derived from such epistemological methods. Which not only exposes the error in the epistemological method in principle, but also exposes the fact that we don't behave like that, nor can behave like that. So, in other words, both in principle and in practice, it's erroneous. We don't do it, and we can't do it. Cross out empiricism, cross out scientism, cross out materialism. Even the famous empiricists of the history of philosophy, such as Hume or Bertrand Russell, they knew full and well that, particularly in reference to in regards to the uniformity of nature, you cannot appeal to past experience to justify belief in the inductive principle that the future would generally be like the past regarding the functions of the cosmos, the functions of all things. Begs the question. So for anyone who asleep or dozed off or just tuned out when we talked about epistemology, the reason epistemology is relevant because we're talking about knowledge, including knowledge of the cosmos. Anytime you make claims to knowledge, you have to have you have to have a valid epistemology to ascertain knowledge. And so if you don't have a valid epistemology, you won't ascertain knowledge. Whatever you claim to know, consequently after using an input method of inquiry, epistemology, you're laying claim to knowledge you don't have. What you were calling knowledge is falsely called knowledge. Well, toodaloo for now.
How's your rib, Lou?
I'm freaking. It's not great. Still pretty laid up. Pretty sure I got at least 2 broken spots. One in the back and then one on the side.
Oh man, killer.
But you got my hands on some decent painkillers. It's helping a little bit. Been laying here in the same spot in my bed for the last 4 days straight.
Injury?
Yeah, I broke a couple ribs.
Oh, what? How?
Skateboarding.
Gee, man. Does it hurt to talk?
Yeah.
I'm laughing because of the way you said, yeah. I'm sorry, bro. That's rough. Yeah. Oh, man. I popped a rib, and I had to give up my push-up challenge a couple of years ago. After I popped a rib, I was like, cannot go on. That lasted like 2 months, and then finally everything was all right again. But
yeah, ribs are pretty good at healing themselves, they say, but it's still extremely painful.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Lou, you really should try and not break ribs like that. You should try
Dude.
next time.
I'll try harder. Yeah. And what I was doing was, like I'd done the same thing like 6 times in a row before that. I was getting a little more confident doing it, going a little faster, a little higher up the ramp, and then my 40-year-old ass took a fell.
Yeah. Bendy water.
Everyone.
Hi, Bendy water.
How you doing?
Copacetic now, I think. Did you see that GIF, Lou? The one where the lady's taking a hammer to her power drill?
I did see that meme. That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
That's a great way to break a bit.
Yeah, whatever. It's cheap.
Did you say it's a cheat?
Bits are cheap.
Oh, bits are cheap. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, hey,
Sure.
she couldn't afford the hammer drill, so she just made her own.
I don't know, for some reason, I started hitting the back of the drill with the hammer, and I started thinking of the times where I'm too lazy to pull out my hammer, and I start using the drill as a hammer on things.
hey, just smacking the battery, using the back of the drill to drive a nail in a wall.
You put in this pause between the. Sometimes I'm too lazy to pull out my drill.
Yeah, dude. The pause is I'm gonna have to pause once in a while. The rib thing. Okay, like anyway.
Yeah, my dirty mind just took it to a whole other place.
Yeah, that's not where I was going.
Yeah.
But I think you must be the only 40-year-old that I know that still skateboards. Because we've all
That's the
fallen
fucked up
in
part.
our 30s and realized that we kind of bruise a lot easier than we did in our 20s. So we're kind of a little bit more cautious when you enter 40.
Yeah, I'm aware of all that. I didn't intend to, like, as I keep telling this story, I bought a cruiser skateboard, not intending to be going in a skate park or anything like that. I was just gonna, it's because I still snowboard and shit, and want to get my daughter, who's, she's at a good age for learning this stuff. I want to get her into snowboarding and all that. And it's like off season practice, like skateboarding is really good practice. So, bought just a cruiser for myself and I bought her a board. But then, of course, she wants to go up to the skate park. And now I'm up there with her at the skate park with my board. We're all padded up. Of course, yep, starting to take some ramps and shit like that. I know better, but, I'm a little bit of an adrenaline junkie too. And so I'm doing shit anyway. Yeah. So that's that.
Is a cruiser one of those long boards that they sort of use on the beaches?
It's actually more. I mean, sort of. It's like a hybrid. It's got the longboard wheels and trucks, but it's got a shorter, like a 34-inch deck. It's not like terribly long, but it has a nose and tail. So it's
cool.
kind of a mix. But yeah, it's pretty cool board actually. These broken ribs aren't going to stop me though. The day it happened, I just made sure to order another pad. I'm getting a freaking like an undershirt that has like like rib protection on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's always crazy how the smallest little injury, and then you realize how debilitating every movement is. Getting up, breathing, like this little intercostal muscle in your rib, even that can cause you weeks of discomfort. When you damage your hand and you realize how many times in the day you make this specific gesture that now suddenly hurts. It's fascinating how the smallest little interconnecting things can affect many aspects of your life.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've got a physical job, and I've always done a lot of activities and stuff like that. I've had a pretty good share of injuries, so yeah, I know that well.
Mm.
Yeah, shit. I broke my leg when I was 5. Broke my arm when I was like probably 8. Broke with fights and stuff like that in high school and all that. Broke my hand a couple of times. Had like a broken jaw and broken ribs then. Broke my nose like 3 times. One, not all from fighting. Once was on a trampoline. Shattered my heels snowboarding right before I turned 21. Was in a wheelchair for 6 months.
Did you say
Again.
heels? Both
Yeah.
heels?
Well, one of them was much worse than the other one. One of them was not, I wouldn't say shattered, the right one, but the left one was, the lower calcaneus was shattered into 5 pieces.
Damn.
Yeah. Yeah, so like I said, I was in a wheelchair for like 6 months with that one. And then, I don't know, I'm sure I'm missing a thing or two, actually.
Yeah, I think there's 206 bones in the body, and you've broken most of them already. Keep going. Yeah, I've broken my arm twice, my leg twice, dislocated shoulders twice. Sort of kind of similar to what you were saying, but not quite to that extent. Sheesh.
What about your heart? Having a broken heart?
Yeah.
at least twice, I would say.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of, that's a weird one.
The heart is not a bone.
When you're in a relationship or whatever, and you start convincing yourself that you're in love or whatever, and then when it all goes to shit later on, and you look back, it's like, was I really ever like, or was it, like, was I just telling myself that? I mean, now that I have a daughter, I know I truly love my daughter, but not obviously in like that way, but like, I don't know if I've ever truly loved like any woman I've been with.
Yeah, when you have a child, it brings out that stark contrast. I would say my children are the only things that I love more than my business. But then when it comes to women, they're unfortunately behind that list or after that list.
Wow.
Like you say, in the time, you're infatuated and you kind of tell yourself that this is your soulmate and you tell yourself all this junk. And then later on, when it all comes crumbling down, you look back and think, were they really all that? Or were you simply inflating it or biasing the perceived, like, you've got to commit to something to be able to achieve it. When you want to jump across a bridge or jump across a cavern, you've got to know you're going to make it. If you doubt yourself, you're going to fall. So it's kind of like that, faking it till you make it. You keep telling yourself, yeah, I love this person, but they piss you off nine out of 10 times, or 9 out of 10 things that they do. But you tell yourself, yeah, this is the special one. Then later on, when you've got clarity, you look back, and just later when you've got the clarity, you look back and think, was that for real?
So, some of us don't believe that the word love is a noun. Some of us believe it's a verb exclusively.
But then technically you could love all people equally, because it's about how much you show love to them. It's not how they truly affect the chemistry in your brain when you're near them. Like, I too think that love is a doing word. It's definitely a verb. But it's
I know
about,
it shows up in the dictionary as a noun. Don't get me wrong. I understand that, but I just, go ahead.
But it's kind of like if I haven't done this, but let's just say, for example, say you've loved 50 women, and you've kissed 50 women, and you've shagged 50 women, and for all 50 women you got up early, made them breakfast. Which one did you love more? Or did you truly love them all equally, simply because you were going about the verb of doing love? The emotional side, you will definitely have one or two that were higher on the list. Why?
There's a lot of theories about that.
And if you just commit to someone because love is a doing word and it's not actually about how I feel, just about what I do for you and what you do for me, then that's like a partnership agreement. It's not really love per se. So you'll do these chores and cook dinner, and she'll do those chores and give you sex. And then, is that truly love?
There's this interesting psychological phenomenon, you might call it, where we care for the ones who we help. I think it points to what's going on with this subject. The things that you, in action, involve yourself with are the things that you will potentially grow to love. So more of a self-fulfilling
in
prophecy
marketing,
sort of thing.
we term it in marketing, familiarity breeds liking. So the
There you
more
go.
familiar you become with something, the more it appears or appeals to your sense of liking. And sometimes you can even get punishment to be liked because it's just so familiar when children act out, etc. But it's not love. So familiarity doesn't breed love. It just breeds a liking. Because I've often seen people who get married, they've got nothing actually in common with their spouse, but they make a good team. And it's like, okay, you do these things, I do those things, and together we accomplish more than we could as one. But like, if you love the person, hell no. I want them to go to bed early. And you're like, well, what are you doing? Is that love, or is that simply just a logical understanding of companionship and that you're ticking the other boxes of the other person? But like what Lou and I were saying was like real love, like real. So I know it's not like your soulmate kind of love, but the kind that you make silly decisions because your brain is just simply not functioning the way it normally would. Could be pheromonal, hormonal. But it's amazing how we as men have almost handed over our control or our ability to form relationships just to try and get action. So we often will pick low quality women just so that we can get what we need immediately from that low quality woman. And somewhere along the line, you kind of get entangled and you end up getting married to this low quality woman. And then down the line, you look back and think, why am I now with this low quality individual? And it was because you were chasing with your other head.
Yeah, well, they're trying to eradicate all that stuff too with other things. Anyway, man, we've been on this topic of philosophy.
Mm-hmm. How's about that
The
flat
thing
earth?
is that this stream is already dedicated to philosophy, cosmology, a subgroup of metaphysics.
Yeah, but what about the really is? What about the really is? I usually am drawing the conversation back to the what is, not when nobody's around. What I mean by no, when a glober is in the room, I want the conversation to be the what is conversation for their sake, because that's
Yes.
really the quote unquote low hanging fruit, the easiest point of access or entry or whatever. All the other stuff, yeah. Once you know the what is, then it's hard to talk about the what is. Like, imagine being like, I don't know. Never mind. I'll take that back. But it's hard to bring. I was going to say, like, talking about somebody's hair color. You've been knowing them for like 40 years, and you're still talking about their hair color. I really like your hair color. It's like the what is question, and the evidential usually is like it becomes what is axiomatic, what is assumed, um, and then you don't ask the what is questions anymore. So, which I guess can be problematic if the assumptions or what has become assumed isn't actually accurate. So we probably should readdress the what is, lest we fall into any type of deception. But when it comes to like the conversation here, day in and day out, it's really hard to just be like, yeah, everybody knows it's flat, right? It's comical
Yeah.
to just say
Yes.
that over and over again to the same people.
Yes.
But then, as Mickey always points out, and a handful of other people, there's always the live stream to consider. Live streams, plural. So there is that. You never know who might be listening and that sort of thing.
And what are you referring to when you say the what is? Just so I understand.
What is the feature of the surface of Earth? That's
Yeah,
what I'm
yeah. Okay.
referring to. And that's not esoteric in the slightest. That's just a what is question, the what really is.
Right.
All the other higher levels of conversation or whatever, I'm
And
getting a
then after
call.
that, you graduate to the question, what is that which is?
Yeah, I'll be back. Never mind. It was accidental.
Elijah, you in a train?
Yes,
Are you
literally.
are you eating green eggs and ham on that train?
No,
Elijah, you should have
I'm
been
going
here.
underground. I can't hear you. It's gonna
Okay.
start roboting. Give me a second.
Oh, damn. God.
Bro, there
I'll
it is
save it.
live streamed, so there's such a thing as timestamps. Just saying.
But do you mean it?
Huh?
You said, I'm just saying. And then I said, but do you mean it?
I mean it. I'm gonna find it. It was about 57 minutes ago. But because it's live currently, there's no way to actually I don't think you can. Can you link it? No, you can't create a link with the timestamp until the video is posted. Otto and Sandor from Hungary. Oh, that dude. I'm laughing at what this guy, I don't know which if it's Otto or Sandor, but the way he talks about the Professor Dave interview and stuff, and how Professor Dave would be treated if he was in Hungary, that's what had me laughing.
Oh,
Oh man.
Hey, hey, can you hear me?
Hello. You know, I am liking how frequently love is being mentioned in this room since I've been back. Far more important than the cosmos.
Why so quiet?
I don't know. People just don't say that.
Seem the Earth's still flat. I haven't checked today, so maybe you guys can help me.
I know you're right.
Where are you from, Gregory? Are you from Louisiana?
Louisiana, that was your guess. Was it now?
Yep.
That is so funny.
Why?
Because we talk about that. Oh, he'll tell you. I'm about to go back underground.
That's amazing you say that because I do change sometimes. I mean, it happens. My accent will change depending on my attitude. It's not going to change to like any and all accents around the world in the English speaking world, but it will change from this accent that I'm using now, mid Atlantic, so called, and then once I get more enthusiastic or indignant, it'll start becoming more southern. Did you guess Louisiana because of the way I just spoke moments ago?
No, I've heard you speak before. I always thought that you had a kind of like a southern, like a deep, well, not a deep south accent, but there's twangs of it.
Yes. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Look at you, Englishman. There are twangs.
A little flex here and there.
It's hilarious to hear you Englishmen, you English folk, use a southern twang.
I'm a big fan of different accents. I like all the American accents, apart from the very urban New York accent. I don't really like, but
I know.
I'm not talking about Elijah's accent. I'm talking about you know the one I'm talking about, the really thick, heavy New York accent.
Yeah, you barely understand anything.
No, it reminds me of the Liverpool accent in England. Not in terms of
You know what? I mean, you know the history. I mean, they came right from over there to the east coast of this continent.
Oh, that makes sense then. A lot of Irish in New York as well, isn't there?
Yeah.
Yo, get a load of this. So
Tell me something good.
somebody's talking about the horizon being variable in the vertical sense, and I said, yeah, but it's not supposed to be variable in a lateral sense. And he's like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, there's no obstruction. And he says, after I explained to him the tangent point, supposedly the horizon, and he said, you won't see obstruction. Something curving away in a downward direction relative to anywhere you stand will not show obstruction. But
No.
And now I'm going under.
I'm going under.
Is it like Evanescence? Who's humming Evanescence?
Oh, that was me.
Or am I wrong on my music knowledge? Did I miss?
Hang on.
Yep. Yeah, good. Yeah.
How are you, Gospel?
Yeah, I'm still coming down from a wild conversation we had here in the VC.
Okay. Sounds interesting.
Emotions got heated. I was defending etymology.
Your first love, isn't it, etymology?
Sometimes a little too much. I might have to say a little too much. And say I love it. I would say I respect it as a. I think I am under the impression it is empirical, but there are people that dispute that. So
you might have to apologise to your god for worshipping false idols if you carry on in this manner. Etymology is your one true faith. That was meant to be a joke. I don't know. Did I cut out? I cut out.
If y'all can hear me, y'all not gonna guess what's happened to me.
There you go. No, go on. I don't think we are. What happened?
Yeah. My property manager just gave me my keys, which I lost in the mailbox, I believe, that she said. It's more than 8 months ago. And last year. Searched high and low for these damn keys. My mother and I said, well, we're gonna find them eventually. Not until this revelation. Got my house keys. House keys and mailbox keys. Key to the lock of my bike, which I barely ride at all. Mom, look at this. These are my keys.
Where were they?
In the lost and found in the room. Keisha just looked through it today and gave it to me. You and I both said we're gonna find it eventually. Watch, we're gonna get some new keys and we're gonna find it around the house because that's how it usually works. Nope. Yeah, I'm gonna tell Mom. Just goes to show how forgetful I am.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
The reading caboose has arrived. I'm Conductor Clark.
And I'm Ms. Janice. Hey, who wants to learn about the letter H?
I do! Now what can we do with the letter H?
We can hula hoop.
Or
create a massive global hoax.
what Ernie's referring to is the Apollo 11 moon landing that supposedly took place on July 20th, 1969.
To quote Neil Armstrong, this is one small step for man.
And one giant lie to mankind.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Hi, Ticket Taker Sam. Sam's been riding the rails ever since mean old Microsoft stole his formula for Windows 95.
Hey, Sam, I hear you've got a story for the kids.
I sure do, Miss Janice, and it's a real whiz-banger. Once upon a time, there was a president named Kennedy.
I promised to put a man on the moon before the end of the decade.
Meanwhile, poor inept NASA couldn't get a rocket into space. Pew!
So, they turned to Plan B.
I'm LBJ. Boo! The end of the decade is here, and there's still no Americans on the moon. Those Ruskies are gonna beat us to it.
I'll help you, Mr. President.
Who the hell are you?
I'm Stanley Kubrick, and I'll use some tricks I learned while filming the movie 2001, A Space Odyssey, to fake a moon landing.
Good. While people think they're in space, we'll keep the astronauts busy with whores and gambling. Then we'll pay them off, or brainwash them, or kill them.
The end.
Squawk? But is there any real proof it was a hoax? Squawk?
Is this proof enough, Gully Bird?
I used to fly to the moon all the time.
Hobo Dan! Hey, Hobo Dan, how did you fly to the moon?
With the only real astronaut, Dr. Timothy Leary.
Oh, Hobo Dan.
Hey, that reminds me of a song.
This old moon rocket ain't what it appears to be.
Ain't what it appears to be. Ain't what it appears to be.
This old moon rocket ain't what it appears to be because it was baked in a kiln
in Japan.
Yay! Thanks, Hobo Dan. That was fun, credible, and the truth.
Uh-oh, someone's ringing the doorbell. To the safe room, kids. To the safe room.
Okay, that's all the time that we have for now. We'll be back with more reading later. Until then, the most important part of reading is reading between the lines.
Sayonara, pigs.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Alrighty. Manarain, would you like to say hello? Feel free to do so.
Hold on.
Huh?
Did I hear a grunt?
I looked away for half a second and then I heard a noise.
Just from that little noise, I'm telling you, that sounded like the pee drinker.
I don't know if you guys know, but I just think that clip was fun, incredible. I'm glad that we played it.
Who played that audio? Who in here played that audio?
There's a music box.
Manarain, don't you get thumped on the forehead, metaphorically speaking, and go flying off into imaginary outer space if you play games. Just say hello.
I don't remember you being this funny.
Well, I suppose I have my moments. Okay.
On the forehead, metaphorically speaking.
All right, so their about me is kind of interesting. It's an acronym for water. Wither away thirst, except rain. Interesting acronym.
Thank you.
Oh, it is. It is you.
Yeah, that's amazing. I got it in one fucking day.
Why? Who sent you in this world?
Who sent you?
I'm not of the world.
Yeah, I'm not surprised you would say something like that. But why do you keep coming back?
I like to hear your voice.
Yeah, but you could do that just by listening on YouTube. That's fine.
Yeah, but I'm talking to like 8 people in the lobby, dude.
There's no chat on the YouTube anymore. You can listen all you want on the YouTube, though.
I'm in the lobby.
YouTube. You can listen to the live stream on YouTube. You don't.
I don't
have
know
to
what
be
that
in the
is.
You don't know what YouTube is?
Never heard of it.
I don't think I want to hear anything else. I'm done. But that was funny there for a second.
I dare anybody else to identify him as quickly as I did there another day. If anybody can do it,
Yeah, no, that was bro. That was next level. That was Neo in the Matrix level right there. That was good. I can't argue with that.
I can name that troll in one
There
beat.
we go. There we go, Elijah.
So I'm being argued down about the horizon not being a physical obstruction.
For who?
Some guy named Gary.
On like Facebook?
Yeah.
Argue down, you say? You being hard pressed?
Yeah, I mean, he really wants me to know that the horizon isn't an obstruction, which me and all the flat earthers already know.
In his defense of the globe.
Right, because he shouldn't be holding the position that it's not obstruction because that's what the tangent point is.
You know, if he's trying to be consistent and not refute himself.
Tangent point on the little circle diagram that they reify into a sphere and the distance to the horizon. That obstruction that he's saying isn't an obstruction, but it's in all of the Earth curve calculators. And for full context, you got National Geographic and CFI investigators going out there to literally look at the horizon that, based off of that diagram, would be at 1 mile, which means the boat would be obstructed by the horizon when it goes beyond 1 mile. It's very simple, very easy for anyone to understand. And this bull sitting here telling me, based on the degrees, looking down a slope that's curving away from you, is that the horizon is not going to be obstruction. Bull. The horizon is physically, based on the formula, based on the measurement, presupposedly, the horizon is measured. The horizon is calculated to be at whatever, let's say 1 mile, based on your observer height being 1 foot. So that's the boundary. That's where the horizon is. But when you ask me, what do I mean by lateral? I mean, well, it's 10 miles, not 1 mile. So it's further out that way. He's like,
Right.
well, it wouldn't be an obstruction. Well, whatever it would be, it's not at its predicted value. Like this is why I don't talk to, like, what do you think you're doing telling me that the horizon is not an obstruction in 2022? And now I'm talking to you like a little child when I, like, at this point, you're a liar. Because every time I have to get to, well, you see, you take this cube and you put it into this square hole, and then you take this sphere, you put it into the circle hole, and yay! Like, that's how I feel like I start talking to these people, and it's like once I get to that point, I'm like, no one's this dumb. You're a liar.
It's like I was telling you earlier. Many times people think they're countering me, but what they're saying is not only agreeing with me, but bolsters my point. That's all you got to say. What you're saying is not refuting me. That's my argument against you. So you're saying my argument against you. You're arguing against you yourself with my arguments. You want to argue by yourself? Go right ahead. You want to refute yourself for me? Go ahead.
There's a lot of this auto gaslighting going on.
John Smith. It's a common name. Idiot.
I don't know if y'all heard that.
A little bit, yeah.
I couldn't have planned for that.
Well, that might be a common name, but what about John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt?
Oh God! Oh my goodness! Good bear. Yeah.
I mean, if your last name is Schmidt, you ought to name your child John Jingleheimer.
What if your name was Deborah Yavahush Arachashta?
If your last name is
You just
Schmidt,
made that up.
you got to name your
Well,
kid Jack.
You guys clearly haven't seen the skit with Key and Peele where they're like NFL players and they
Yes.
just have the most ridiculous names. Like,
Oh,
Tyrell
that,
Smoochie
Gosper?
Wallace. Yeah.
Yes.
I know about Tyrell Smoochie Wallace. Oh yeah. Yeah.
My name is Zachariah Hitchison, and I'm from the Minnesota. I don't even know the teams. So there you go. Now you know how to watch sports.
Well,
And
it's
that's why
college. It's
but whatever.
college. So.
There you go. I couldn't even slow that down. See how you shoot yourself in the foot? That's possible. I didn't want nobody to know I didn't watch sports. Look at me now.
It's okay. It's something to be proud of, actually. But yeah, there's the first one, and apparently they reposted it as like maybe all three of them because it's like 10 minutes long. NyQuil, Stillwad. Yeah, man, those names are awesome.
Didn't they also do the substitute teacher skit where he's like AA Ron?
Yeah. I taught in the inner city for 20 years. Don't you try to mess with me at all.
That's by far his best shit ever. That one right there.
Which one?
Yo, A Ron. A Ron.
Jake Quellen. D Nice.
Yeah.
One of y'all says some silly name. This whole class is going to feel my wrath. Yeah, I've watched those videos too many times. There's a handful of disappointing Key and Peele skits, but they're pretty on point with most of them.
Oh, I shared one with Gregory. Remember that one, Gregory, I shared with you where they're in the house, right? And they're like crying and
is this the lightning in a bottle
praying.
weed one?
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay.
So they're crying and praying, asking God to help them do something, and then they're promising that they'll quit sinning. And so then in their living room, the light comes down, and God is like, "Hey, what's up? So you guys said that you would stop doing this and this and this and this. We got a done deal." And they were like,
yeah, they're honest.
You guys hear anything? Because they were acting, pretending like they didn't hear his voice. He's like, "It's me, God." And then they started going, "Oh shit, the house is haunted." Like, because they didn't want to actually do anything that God had to say.
Bro, that's some real stuff right there. That's part of they earn a little respect on skits like that because that's the real stuff. That's why I like the guy Zach Starr. He's a YouTuber and he's like an engineer, but he also makes like funny skits. But he does a lot of that like stuff where he shows people's like the true colors, exposing hypocrisy. I don't know, those kinds of people, they get a little bit of respect from me. I like that stuff. And then they mock the "you can do anything."
Right? Yeah. You could do anything.
Anything
you
is
could
possible.
jump off a bridge and fly.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, they're good. They're good.
Yeah. Crowd Thug is one of my favorites of all time. I'm cool, man. I'm chilling. Nah, grab a seat, man. There's extra chair right here. Nah. Anyway, yeah. Good old Key and Peele. Interesting, fellas. Isn't it interesting with these duos, these comedy duos, and how over time they venture off and do their own thing? Like It doesn't last forever. You know, Will Ferrell and Chris Kattan duo, and yeah, there's probably more examples. that fell flat pretty fast. Speaking of flat,
Noise.
yeah,
Noise.
it's just funny because I was just watching Key and Peele. I think even a Key and Peele video this morning. The second part of the substitute teacher one. But yeah.
Yeah, I just realized something. None of us has a woman to distract us, right? From this flat Earth topic.
What?
Define woman.
What do you mean?
Well, I think most of us here have
We're
a
a bunch of
woman like
married.
wife.
You are a bunch of nerds, is what he's trying to say.
Oh well,
There's a bunch of married people doing that shit.
multi-time. I'm married with 3 kids, and my wife laughs at how I yell, and she can hear me yelling down the stairs. She's like, "Of course, I'm not actually yelling. I'm just raising my voice loud enough that the entire household can hear me." Like, we heard you yelling about etymology.
Yeah, I think we're more passionate about flat Earth than our families. You know, sometimes.
Sure, but my family's on the same page about what really is.
Wow, that's rare.
My wife's passionate about yelling at me to get off the server to eat lunch with her and things like that.
There you go.
That's fair.
Yeah.
We both work from home, and sometimes she gets so frustrated, especially if I don't have headphones in. She's like, "Are you still on that server? Blah, blah, blah." It's like, if I was at the office, she would have no idea what I was doing.
True.
So we're at home. Chill.
Yeah, as you say, chill. A beautiful bird is singing in the background. Hilarious.
Oh, in my background?
Yeah. It's like, how angry can you get? Like, there's this.
Come on, a bird landed on Bernie Sanders, and it still couldn't dispel the lies of that fraudulent, deceptive. It was on record. They were flipping coins, and a bird landing on this man's shoulder wasn't enough to wake people up. Get out of here.
Hold up. Was it a dove? Was it a dove?
I don't even know. It was just, it's just insane. You got Hillary Clinton like just doing the most insane shit, carrying hot sauce in her bag, asking if it's working. You got Donald Trump fighting off like nobody on stage.
And then Bernie Sanders and Snow White.
Yeah. Again, this is not a. I'm not trying to cap for Bernie Sanders. I'm just telling y'all what it was and what the feeling was. Everybody wanted Bernie Sanders. How do I know? Tens of thousands of people showed up to his rally to hear what he had to say, to cheer him on, to talk about the corruption and all the other issues that they wanted to bring to him, because that's what you do to a candidate. You push them by if they're with you, the people who are having an issue, and he addresses it, you might be inclined to vote for that person. That's the whole point of them campaigning. Like, so yeah, he has tens of thousands of people at all of his events. Hillary Clinton was up in Harlem at the I forget what, the Apollo Theater, with like 30 people, and fucking 15 of them left by the end of it. Like, oh, you get I can't stand it. I can't stand this place. I really can't.
yeah, Hillary stole it from Sanders. I think he got a payoff to go away quiet.
I don't even know if it was. I mean,
He went and bought
what
a.
do we call a controlled opposition? He might have just been that.
By having Sanders and Hillary running, he split the vote, and that's what got Trump in. So
Hell no. What? That had nothing to do. Their primary run had nothing to do with. I mean, Donald Trump had to fight against all these other knuckleheads on the Republican side. Fight, and
yeah, no,
that's a.
he
I mean
split.
that
He
very
split the
loosely.
Bernie split the Democrats up. Is what I'm saying. Like they didn't have like one. Uh, they weren't all kind of backing one person. They were split. Whereas the Republicans, they were decided on one.
No, the Democrats, they were definitely okay. The people were for Bernie, and all these other outlets were just lying about it. Not talking about him, then talking about him, then gaslighting us. And then somehow he lost after seeing coin flips and all types of other crazy shit.
Yeah, call me weird, but I think Hillary's hot.
Yeah, you're weird.
Yeah, you're fucking weird, dude.
He likes those cankles.
Oh man. Oh boy.
She was
Dude,
hot.
he just wants to, he just wants to have a threesome with Hillary and Nancy Pelosi.
Do what?
You might have missed it, Gregory. I saw you were deafened. Did you not hear the guy saying that he thought that Hillary was, I think the word was hot?
There you go again.
Yeah, I did.
I did
say
not hear
I
that.
might be weird,
Yeah, it's okay. We can confirm
I
the
think
not might
Hillary
part.
Clinton is she's the hottest when she's coughing up loogies for 5 minutes and shit. Trying to get out a statement. That's so hot.
It's very attractive.
Are we speaking metaphorical on this word
Hey, you
hot?
see that one where she spits like a green glob into a glass of water?
Yummy. Metaphorical hot bear.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this hot that's being referred to is metaphorical. Because that would explain a lot.
You're getting at a joke, but
I wonder if she even lives with Bill
I'm not
Clinton
getting it.
anymore.
Well, I think she's
There's
hotter
that other
than.
lunatic.
I think she's hotter than that. Was that cigar woman with Bill Clinton? That intern. I forgot her name.
Is it
In the 90s.
Monica Lewinsky?
Yeah, Lewinsky.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, somebody mute me.
No, not yet. You're all right.
The guy said, I posted a link with cartographers and maps and stuff. So that just refutes everything you said about the horizon not being obstruction, which you agree with me? Like what? I mean, and that's it, like why even talk about why even talk like because once you get to a certain part and you realize like there's a limit, there's a level to how low one should go. You know,
There's a limit to how low one should go.
like for me, it's a hard limit. Like if because I'm not making shit up. All I'm saying is, hey, you know you're welcome. You know the geometric horizon, the horizon that obstructs things that go beyond it. Like, dude literally said because he said, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, the hidden value of things. You know, the hidden in the Earth curve calculator. The hidden is how much is hidden beyond the physical horizon point, the tangent point. And he's saying, what did he say in response to that? He's saying, no, that's just how low something is. What? What?
That's just how
Yeah,
what?
I'm
Repeat
telling
that,
you,
please.
Elijah. I've been saying this. There is a deficit of visual spatial awareness, or people's visual spatial reasoning is extremely deficient. I've been pointing this out for a while, but listen, I do customer service and I deal with visual spatial reasoning on a regular basis. And because people are talking about putting round pegs in square holes and square pegs in square holes and whatever. I'm referring to urns, right, that go into niches, right? A box that goes into a box, basically, right? And I'll be like, yeah, so I need to know the dimension. They'll be like, yeah, it's 10 by 10. I'm like, okay, but what's the other dimension? They're like, it's just 10 by 10. I'm like, yes, but it's a hole, so it's got to have another dimension like the depth. All I know is it's 10 by 10, and it's like, right. Right, the third dimension, right? The XYZ, like people, but this is just one of, I could keep on providing many examples of how people lack visual spatial reasoning, but I'm witnessing it more and
Yeah.
more and more. It is not a universal skill.
Can I make a lewd example? I don't know if lewd is the right word, so let me just straight up say a nasty, nobody asked for example. But
Go right ahead.
if you're a
I
guy,
guess you're
you'll
gonna.
totally understand. Unless they're, I'm not trying to man. I'm not ashamed. I'm not shaming anyone or body shaming. I'm just saying that my whole
Oh, just say it.
my whole life, and I only have women to go off of. So
Okay.
I don't know about men's
Sure.
spatial awareness, but women's spatial awareness.
No, you don't know nothing about that.
They look at my phallus and they go, "Holy shit, it's like 11 inches, right?" And I'm like, "Bitch, you bugging."
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Like, it's
Lord
nowhere
have
near
mercy.
11 inches. You're tripping. Like, but that's
Jesus.
what happens. It's never not happened. And I'm like, when
Yeah, I'm
has
sure that
anyone
happens all the time.
ever looked at, have you measured anything? Have you looked at a ruler before? You know what
I mean,
inches
excellent
are?
questions.
Most
Oh
people do
man,
not.
I wish I was black.
It's like that Spinal Tap said.
Oh
This
God.
one
Go
goes to
ahead, the
11.
spinal tap.
No,
Okay, sorry. But you guys get the
people
point.
people
I
don't
get the
really
point.
have a frame of reference. You say a 12-inch ruler, and you use that as a reference point, and people truly don't have visual spatial reasoning. They know they've held a ruler in their hands, but they can't really remember. It's like, put your fingers out and exactly what 12 inches is. All right, now go test that.
Got a ruler
How
right now.
accurate were you? Right, and a lot of people don't have visual spatial reasoning.
What do we attribute that
It's
to?
like
It's
Clovis.
preposterous on the
They don't do
preponderance of the
Black Swan law.
rotundity of the.
Of the velocity, of the trajectory,
Bruh.
of the gravity,
Sorry.
of the profundity, of the felicity, of the veracity.
Yeah, when you talk about kilometers, I lose my perspective.
Right. I
Saw
mean,
Lou.
that's
I just
true.
saw Lou's comment. That's pretty funny, Lou. Did you see Lou's comment, Elijah?
No. What did he say? Hold on. Don't tell me now. Now I gotta go see it myself. Wait. Hold on. Let me.
Oh, he's
Damn it! I keep going back to my work app.
Man.
You know how you mean to go to one app and you
I'm looking
accidentally
at
go
that.
to another.
Bill Clinton.
Yep.
He's
No, about that.
Bill
It's
Clinton
only
sizing up
for
Ivanka.
Thank you. Look at that. Is that a dove? Nah, that's not a dove. It's I don't know, but you can see it at Cut the Shit's video 24 after the hour.
at
Bernie the
33
Bird
after the
Whisperer.
hour. 33 after
But
the hour.
33.
we're
Exactly.
I said I wasn't 11 inches.
Christ alive.
I know. It was like a humble. It was like a
He's
humble.
1.1
It was like a
inches.
humble brag.
Now you can, no, that's actually not true because now when they're like, well, let's get a ruler, let me see. No, that's okay.
No. I like this myth. Please don't destroy it. Please don't destroy it.
Ray. It's not gonna be me, not today.
I like this reputation. Don't ruin this for me.
Anybody know where the phrase "the proof is in the pudding" comes from?
No.
You just don't let up, do you, Bear?
No, please enlighten us.
You just don't like the jokes on full throttle, pedal to the metal, full gear, nitrous.
Well, the proof is in the pudding is an interesting one, but that's what I point to in on this conversation when people go phallic in the conversation. I just go, how many kids? How many kids do you have?
Oh,
how many children?
Somebody just
American Webster, huh?
How much are you procreating?
Is that what it's relevant to?
No, it's just that's where I take it. That's where I take it because I'm goofy like that. I'm like, yeah, it's all fun and games until you actually, the pedal to when the rubber meets the road, right? And that's another good idiom or whatever. When the rubber meets the road, what's it actually going to do? And that's why the more relevant thing is the what is question, right?
Ah, full circle.
Uh-oh.
Full circle.
The what is question or how many, right? 3 so far.
Somebody's a budding host to bring it all the way back around.
I try.
He's made a segue.
Yeah, we've all got to be segue artists if we can.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time getting a grasp on this conversation.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to segue it back to the what is.
I guess after the dick jokes subside, maybe we'll move on to something else.
Yeah, that's why I segued back to the what is.
To put it lightly.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody just stop talking about dicks. It's making me think of glizzies. Yeah, I don't know New York terminology. That's a hot dog.
I don't know what that is. I'm about to look it up. Thank you for scratching my curiosity addiction.
Is that from a black community?
I've seen more Spanish. Actually, you know what? As a matter of anyway, I'll say I've seen Spanish people using it.
What was the word again?
Glizzy.
Oh,
glizzy.
Damn it! I typed in skizzy.
Yeah. Yes, go to Google.
GLIZZY.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a made up word, man. What you looking at?
Yeah,
I want spelling. That's what I want.
Go to the Urban Dictionary, Gregory.
That's exactly where it took me.
Dick with pussy juice.
That is not what it says.
Oh my god.
And you got if anybody has a problem with this conversation, blame the globalists for not bringing their globe proof seeds here so we can talk about that.
Well,
Right?
look at this shit, Chocolate. We're
Thank you,
saying here,
Chocolate.
Chocolate. I ain't been single the whole time I've been in this group. Now I want to talk about dicks and
Go
stuff,
ahead, bro.
and all of the
You're a
women are
free,
gone.
you're a free flat earther, bro. Go for it.
The point is, the women are gone. Like they were all over the place when I was like in a relationship. I don't know you. Don't talk to me privately. That's what the live stream is for. Now I'm like,
All the women
yo,
are
who
gone.
wants some
I'm
deep
alone.
pics? Like,
That is
all
not
right.
the way.
I'm just kidding. I'll
Like
stop.
the
I have no
Jamaicans,
filter.
like the. This is not the way. You gotta go
No,
full on.
no, that's Uganda.
Elijah, now that
Do
you're
you
a
know
flat
the way?
earther and all the women are gone, now you haven't asked the question, why are you running? Why are you running?
Right. Yeah, that
With
is funny.
Ugandan, okay. Yeah, I don't. I'm not always very great with the accents. Not my skill.
You have to
I only
practice it.
know
You
because
must practice it.
they.
If you add accents to your repertoire of humor, I will die. I will die of
I
laughter.
hear you. In my imagination, I can do it, but
You look
my
at the
vocal cords
Dragon
don't
Ball.
cooperate.
If you look at
I
the
feel a
Dragon
bad
Ball
accent coming on.
abridged,
You talk
Dragon
about
Ball
anime
Z
again.
abridged. No, well, no, that because it's a meme that comes from, and they kind of used it in Dragon Ball Z abridged because they had like what are those what it in Nick fuck. What is Knuckles in Sonic the Hedgehog? Because he's clearly not a hedgehog. What is he? Enigma? He's what is it?
He's supposed to be a two-tailed fox, a fox with two tails.
No, that's Tails.
That's
I
Tails.
mean,
Yeah, you're right. There's another
What were
character.
you saying? What was the character you were saying?
Knuckles.
Knuckles.
Oh, Knuckles. Oh, shoot. Yeah, what is that thing?
Yep.
Enigma.
He's a red one, right?
The Echidna. He's
Echidna, right? I'm trying to say Enigma, and I'm like, I know that's not it.
It is in the hood.
Okay.
I don't.
Echidna.
Oh, that's a real animal.
Right.
Why
So
you
they
running?
got that's the I didn't know it was a real animal, right? I mean I knew, but it's like I never seen one. But then they did this animation of a whole bunch of echidnas, and they're Ugandan, and they got a Ugandan president, and he's, you know what? I have to pull it up now. I have to. You know how to, because they got the animation and the animation's eyes are crossed, and it's the funniest shit I've ever seen.
Lord have mercy.
I gotta find it. I have to find it.
God,
Where are you going?
stream has really devolved since last time I was here.
Yeah. Well, I'm with Chocolate
It's
on the
another proof against
blaming.
evolution.
Hold on. We have a chance. Monkeytron has joined us. We can return to
How
normalcy.
timely is that?
Monkeytron.
We're devolving, not evolving, and then a monkey joins the server.
As far as I'm concerned, I haven't done any research or asked anyone about it since I last spoke.
I
stand
understand.
by my current position.
Well, look, you don't have to study a tree to know it's a tree, buddy. Like that's the thing.
No,
Like,
we talked about this. Yeah, it's fine.
So
I'm going to not this weekend, but next weekend. I'm going to stay with a head teacher of a school. He's a physics teacher, and I'm going to ask him, and he's going to give me some stuff, and I'm going to come back.
But look, here's the thing. Here's the thing I'm trying to tell you. Like it's as simple as a tree. Everything else is there to confuse and abuse and misuse the thoughts of the human being.
Yeah, but I don't know.
There's
Now he's
actually a
getting deep.
fallacy for
Now
that.
the conversation's going.
There's a fallacy for that. When you actually want more clarity and they drag it into more confusion and more ambiguity. I don't know what fallacy that is, but it is a very well-defined fallacy. I wish I remembered.
It's called
sounds like
bullshit artist.
fallacy. Sorry, I didn't mean to swear, but yeah, You know,
So yeah,
everything that's sensible
like
suddenly turns into bullshit. If you know what I mean. I meant that in the right way.
There's also a snow job fallacy that's maybe loosely connected, but
Yeah, same thing.
anyway, listen. I will have you be aware, Monkey, that there are all sorts of explanations that someone can give for a thing. That doesn't mean that their explanations
No, it's
are
fine. They are
correlated to
my
reality.
version, and I will come back here and ask you, and you will say, right, no, because of this, and I'll go, oh, okay, and go back the other way. I mean, this is not I'm being genuine. Currently the Earth is fucking flat. It is until someone says otherwise, and then I'll go, all right, is it though? Ah.
Well, I mean,
oh, you're breaking up.
You're roboting, Elijah.
Yeah, you've turned into a massive robot from space. Not space.
Not ready to join the cast of Lost in Space.
There's no such thing, of course. Come on, from the sky.
Danger, Will Robinson.
Rabbits covered in piss.
Anyway,
hello.
Yep, you're back.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh no, not y'all. Sorry, I'll be in like 2 seconds.
Alrighty then. So, are you by any chance under the impression that you can't know, or do you think that you will eventually definitively know? Monkey.
No, right, okay. Well, that's complicated, isn't it?
Well, I would just say it's not a philosophical argument, right? It sounds to me
It's
like
not something that is true or false, but there may be things that are true or false that still I cannot know, because maybe the human race will never know some things
but
are
this is
true or false.
Sure, that's right.
It's a measurement question, though. So, for instance, if you have a pile of 2x4s, you can know whether or not those are 6-foot 2x4s or 8-foot 2x4s or 10-foot 2x4s. You could know that.
Yeah.
Okay. So, for instance,
it's knowable.
So for instance, somebody could pop in and be like, "Listen, your measurement tool is inaccurate. They're not exactly 10 foot, right?" And you could be like, "Oh my goodness." Okay, well, how about that? And then they're like, "Yeah, so it's actually here." Somebody's breathing into the mic heavy.
If you zoom in the log, there'll be one frond of wood that sticks out more than the others. That's the bit you should be measuring it from, so it'll be slightly wrong, your measurement.
Yeah,
to the other
I know, I'm just trying to make a point. Hold on, please.
The joke is going to be lost because he jumped in when I was trying to make the joke, and now you want to move on. And I think we should all remember and value the kid in Hey Arnold that used to always breathe on the phone when he called Helga. I thought we should. Okay.
Yeah.
The reference I didn't get.
So my only point with the logs or the 2x4s is if the claim is that they're 8 foot, but you measure them and they're actually like 40 feet.
That's massive. That's a massive difference.
The claim was really bad.
Yeah.
The claim was really bad, or vice versa. They're supposed to be 8 foot, but they're actually only 3 inches long.
Yeah.
Same sort of thing. Captain Dan, are you doing this on purpose?
I think he might be.
Okay.
All right.
Anyway, so that's the point. That's the whole thing about the geometry claim. When you apply the radius to geometry, you establish these known factors, and then you evaluate whether or not those factors are true or not. And then when you evaluate and you see that they're off by an order of multiples of magnitudes, and I know that's a silly way of saying it, multiples of magnitudes,
I know what you mean.
Like just not an order of magnitude, but multiple orders of magnitude, would be the better way to say that, then it's like, whoa, how is that possible? How is it possible that the claim is inaccurate so bad? And
One
then,
of the
of course,
one of the ones that exists in physics and space time, in the non-flat earther world, is that the concept of dark matter and dark energy, which has no explanation whatsoever, means that they don't know what the fuck. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's how they like it. Just they say the thing exists. We got no proof, and that's it.
That's why they call it dark. Yeah.
Yeah, but see, all of that is space religion, dark matter, dark energy, multiple
That's what I was
galaxies.
agreeing with.
All of that is less than 100 years old.
Yeah.
The idea that we are moving and there's no justification for it, I'm still looking, came from theists from 500 years ago. And the theists 100 years ago confirmed that they had no justification for this other than.
I won't go down that road. I'm not sure that just
hold on, Monkey. Hold on, Monkey. Hold on, everybody. Captain, mute yourself when you're not actively saying something because we can hear you breathing and it is awkward.
I don't know why this happens to me.
Why does it matter though? Just like the globe
I'd like to
arguments and why they
turn
would
something
lie.
down so it wouldn't do that.
I understand. Why does it matter? It is happening. Just like the Earth is actually flat. Why they lie is irrelevant.
We don't give a shit why. Just
Why
turn
your
it
mic
off.
is doing what it's doing is irrelevant. I'm just letting you know, please.
I'm about to look. I don't want to have to mute you. I'm getting irritated. I want to know what the objection and interruption was for what I was saying.
Who, me?
Like why? No, the guy I was talking to, that we're talking to.
Well, I interrupted everybody.
I didn't.
No. He began to say, I'm not. I wouldn't go. You were objecting because I was speaking when you started to stutter through me, and then Gospel started talking to the other guy who was
Oh,
clipping.
okay. What was it? I don't think I was, but maybe I was.
Okay. Well, anyway, make your point again, Elijah, and then we can move on.
The galaxies, everything about the space religion that people take for granted now is only less than 100 years old, and the idea that we're moving around the sun at all, minus all that other stuff, is 500 years old with no justification.
No, I remember now.
Why are you doing that?
Yeah, my point was only that I don't personally think that just because something was thought of a long time ago gives it any more credibility than something
Why are
that's
you
working on now.
interrupting with this totally non-relevant point?
Okay. I thought
He's just sort of agreeing with you, bro.
No, he's not.
I kind of was.
Well,
No,
he's saying something that is like non sequitur that I do agree with, but it doesn't really. It doesn't tell me why he interrupted what I was like. Was it reasonable to interrupt to say something that's not related that I agree with?
Probably not. I apologize. Didn't mean to.
I thought he waited till you were done. I wasn't paying attention, I guess.
You're gonna get banned right now, as soon as I open my mic and figure out who you are, because you're straight up lying. If you didn't just hear this man twice, I asked him what his interruption was, and he said, I don't remember. I started talking, and he's like, oh, right. You're getting banned just for lying.
Who, me?
Oh, come on.
I'm drawing right now. I'm sort of.
Yeah, it looks like I don't think. Sorry, man.
Don't ban me. I don't like rejection.
Don't ban him. Come on. Be nice.
All right. I'm gonna get a coffee from Subway, and I'll take a chill pill. Not a coffee. I'm gonna take a cookie. But I'm trying to.
I wish I could hear your point, Elijah, because I'm like over here, like just wanting to hear your point.
The bottom line is the idea of the space religion, as everyone thinks of it today, is 100 years old with no justification for it. All that's left is the fact that people have said that we move around the sun only 500 years ago, but 100 years ago, Edwin Hubble admits that there was no justification from the theists
Yeah.
500 years ago. So basically, there's no reason to believe in the religion that came from theists who pretended to be followers of scripture when actually they were providing a different ideology on top of not having a justification for it admitted by their predecessors years later.
I didn't realize that scripture was so important to this. I'm not sure it is for every flat earther, is it?
How is that relevant?
I don't know, because you were talking about it. I wouldn't have mentioned it.
You're not hearing what I'm saying.
Maybe I'm not. Sorry.
All right, so can I kind of rephrase it a little?
Yeah, sure.
All right. People demonstrated.
Wait. I'm sorry. It's this simple. There's no obstruction from point A to point B. Therefore, there's no reason for me to believe that I live on a curving surface that's bending away from me. There's no justification for why I would see further than something that is angled away from me. There's no explanation for that. But instead of talking about geometry and the earth, you keep mentioning space. So I'm telling you how unreasonable it is to believe in.
That's
Why do you?
okay. I was only bringing it up because
it's a cool
only
conversation until you start
I
interrupting me, because I was very chill and I was just offering up information.
It's not an argument. It's
and I don't like how you're interrupting the middle of my sentences.
Sorry, I won't.
I think it's fair for me to say I don't like that.
Yeah, no, that is fair, and I have a habit of doing that. I'm sorry.
He does. I can attest.
Yeah, I am sorry about it.
So the only reason that space even matters, and you're talking about the Bible this, the Bible that, the bottom line is people who were in control of the church also gave everyone their understanding of space. They're the ones that began this religion about space and moving around in space and galaxies in space. Came from the same theists who somehow, ironically,
the thing was,
who somehow ironically birthed atheists. Now, who said not exactly and why? What did I say that was inaccurate?
I said not exactly, because they didn't exactly come from the church. They were wolves in sheep's clothing, I would suggest.
Well, not church in the senses of, you and I come together in truth and in good faith. I mean, they literally, we're talking about people who had the ability to spread the Gregorian calendar. Yes, they had power. Yes, they had cathedrals and buildings, and yes, they were wolves in sheep's clothing. I get that, but
not everybody gets that, Elijah. That's my point. Not everybody. A lot of people that don't know about the subject or like the history of religion and these sorts of things, they'll conflate. Bro, really? Like, how many times do you have to be told to do a thing?
Yeah, I don't know if you're like asthmatic or something, but you could probably check your sensitivity.
He's doing it on purpose. Come on.
Definitely.
Danny?
Anyway, where was I? Okay, so a lot of people that don't have a good grasp on the history of religion and the Catholic Church and these characters, and don't understand what they actually wrote about and what they studied. When you say church, they throw it all in one basket, just like people do with the word religion. Yeah. They put everything in one big basket, and they don't understand the different distinctions that actually exist.
Well, that's unfortunate, because everything that I said is necessary. Like it's all history. Their misunderstanding is kind of not my fault.
It's not your fault. I get it, but on the other hand, I'm the guy that likes to foster proper understanding of things in as much as I'm able to in regards to defending different truths. So sometimes people are like, religion has caused more death than all these things. And I'm like, okay, so it's interesting. You say, yeah, religion is behind. Let's say that somebody makes the claim that religion
That's
is
not
behind.
even true. Well, I guess that's
I,
what you're about to.
let's
Yeah,
say
I
that
know.
somebody
My bad.
says that religion is behind all the wars. Hypothetically, that's their claim. And let's say it was true, even hypothetically. Well, I can actually provide a demonstrable example as to falsifying that claim. Where a non-religious activity, arguably non-religious activity, of specifically abortion has caused more death in the last 40 years than all the wars in all of human history put together, thereby falsifying that initial claim from the get-go.
Everybody on
So,
Discord is talking about abortion at the moment.
well,
Please
yeah,
don't.
I know, it's just whatever. It's low-hanging
Please
fruit
don't go there.
Oh yeah,
to prove.
that's
Something
It's just
else.
it's just me demonstrating falsification of the
Everyone
initial
will
claim.
fall out immediately, and
It
everyone
doesn't matter.
gets
I'm just monkey. I'm just making a point. Okay. That point, we don't have to get caught up in it. Okay. So I'm the guy that typically will defend.
crazy. You're telling the truth. I'm sorry, because people have this allergy to the truth where they have to, for whatever reason, there's nothing to defend. There's nothing that what you're saying is true, bro. I don't
Okay, so the reason
understand.
I think it needs defended, the reason I think it needs defended is because of how many people I hear spewing their misconceptions and the lies that they believe, and that frustrates me. And I don't want people to keep on living a life, of misconceptions about
wrong.
these things that I can demonstrate to them are incorrect. That they really are misconceptions, such as the
Absolutely.
misconceptions around religion, such as the misconceptions around Christianity, the misconceptions about the church history, and so on. That I
But
just want
isn't
to
there?
set the story straight, so to speak.
Can I just? I need to
Well,
set
yeah,
the
I
record
agree with
straight
that
here.
because
Please let me.
I definitely want clarity. Like, so if ever I leave anything out, I mean, by all means, well, please add. I don't mind you adding because I know it's going to be relevant to what I'm saying. But as far as religions, wars over religions, no, it's not. It's over the wolves in sheep's clothing, pretending to be Christians, pretending to teach people the word of God. This is what they did. I'm not talking about whether the word of God is the word of God or blah, blah. I'm just saying what happened. Okay.
Sure.
And so they were teaching this. They decided, yeah, we like this idea about the Earth going around the sun, and then people go, "What? Why are you saying that?" And they're like, "Yeah, we're going with this." And then people are like, "All right, we're out of
Yeah,
here."
whatever.
Not only that, but Martin Luther actually got kicked out because he was trying to ask simple questions and shed light
Calvin.
on simple. Him too. So the bottom line is that the wars happen not because of religion or because of any religious doctrine or book or whatever the case. It's because people are rejecting it. It's not the religion itself. So people are just
Yeah,
like, I
exactly.
don't want to do
Basically,
this. I don't want to do that.
bad people
Yeah.
in a position of power under the guise of the Catholic Church, okay,
Will be that.
appropriated information from the mystery school religions of Babylon under that guise, under that disguise. Okay, and that is the summary of that situation. That should be in and of itself suspicious to anybody that is adhering to a belief in the heliocentric model and all aspects related to it. That should be suspicious.
Can I please just defend myself earlier, because I think you this one guy got me completely wrong when I was talking. I liked the fact when you called it a space religion, by the way, because that's what you were angry about. But what I was saying when I mentioned like dark matter and dark energy was that they don't know what that is. That was basically I'm saying it's just all stupid. It doesn't make sense. Their maths doesn't make sense, and they know it. Which is a
I think
basic.
you're hot, Mike and Gregory. Thanks.
Their whole
Yeah,
is
but
theoretical. Everything they talk about is theoretical in theory. That is their science for them. It's theory. That's science for them.
I'll take it to even another level for you, Monkey. What if the is that they're saying, though they don't know what if what if the is isn't even is?
Yeah,
And
sure. That's
what
what I
if
mean.
it's
That's what I'm
what
accepting.
if the alleged existence of
What
the
if it's
thing that
all
they're saying
wrong?
they don't even know what it
Follow
is just
Yeah.
I know you're just talking while I'm talking, which always gives me the impression that you can't possibly be hearing the things that I'm saying, and I can hardly get them out because I can't think straight when somebody else is talking while I'm talking.
Sorry, man.
That's why people don't like the interrupting in the middle of sentences. That's the reason why. But anyway, apparently you get the point. I understand. High octane, you think fast. I get it, but waiting your turn is a skill to develop.
It is, isn't it? Yes, you're correct. Sorry, I'm sorry I interrupted you, dude.
But it is actually you can demonstrate the fact that they have made up things in order to make their alleged theories, even though they're not even scientific theories in the first place, but they make things up in order to make it more substantive. I hate that word.
Yeah.
Why is it so hard to say?
English is something else. Eh?
Yeah, substantive. Substantive. I can't say that word fast. Can anyone say that word fast?
Substantive.
No, not that
Substantive. Substantive. Substantive.
Yeah, it's hard to
Substantive.
enunciate the N in that word and say it quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, you get the point.
Emphasized.
It was harder when pressed to try it, actually.
Yeah. There's hard words. Hard words.
Stupid words with too many syllables in them. Yeah.
Wow.
The nomenclature that Elijah said earlier, the space religion, it's really, most people don't know this, and I like to mention these factoids so as to help people, systematize their thoughts. What we have been taught is cosmic pluralism. Cosmic pluralism. We live on the earth, and out there above us are other spheres that are inhabitable, that are other spheres like us and inhabitable with life, especially intelligent life like us. That's cosmic pluralism, and it's more than 100 years old. It's far more than 100 years old. It's several thousand years old. Earliest records, even in 6th century, 5th century BC. Very old, and the further back in time you go, the less popular it is, and vice versa. The further from the past to the present you go, the more popular it has become up to this point. But that's what this is: cosmic pluralism.
Maybe it's a little bit of there's something in the human spirit that wants to explore and new places. So maybe it's just like dreaming of that kind of concept. It doesn't have to be true.
I'd say that's true, but this is birthed out of instead of saying
malevolent than
that,
that, not that benign.
you can change it to lie instead, because
Yes.
while what you said is harmless, we're talking about a lie that's obviously a lie, demonstrably a lie, and admitted to be a lie by way of indictment of predecessors. Am I saying predecessors, right? That's the word.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
That was done before
Predecessor,
successor, which come after. Yeah, but it's much more malevolent than that. It's not just this benign curiosity. I mean, even if in the minds of those who do have just this benign curiosity, what if those stars up there really are other places that we can travel to? It doesn't last long, and you don't dogmatically defend it as a matter of fact just from benign curiosity. No. The only way you defend such unsubstantiated cosmic paradigms is from a malevolent intent to make reality conform to your thoughts and speech rather than the other way around.
Is it malevolent if right? Okay, this is interesting because that's like you're suggesting that there is a massive lie, and one of the things that I find difficult about this is that why would they lie? What's in it for
We have
them?
to.
Time out.
You know?
Time
We have
out.
to
Time
move
out.
down
Time
possibly.
out. Time out. Time out. When I was telling you who was lying specifically and what the result of the lie is today from the tendrils of yesterday, you cut me off with the inability to see its relevance. Now you're interested in exactly what I was trying to give to you.
There you go. See, you live and learn.
Now, do you understand the answer to the question you were asking, though?
No, because I
He
wasn't.
gave you
I didn't
so if
understand
you
yesterday, but now I might.
take yourself back to that part of the conversation. Where does this heliocentric concept come from? And I'll tell you straight up, 100% directly where it comes from, and what those people were about. When I say the words mystery school religions of Babylon, do you know who I'm referring to and what those people were about?
I know Babylon.
Okay. So yeah, Babylon, and then of course you have the builders and the Tower of Babel and stuff. There was a group of people who quite literally were making war against God, pretending that they could protect themselves against his wrath and so on. Okay. Whether you believe in God or not is actually irrelevant to the fact that there was this group of people who